Hey, good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus. Hey, and welcome to day 4 of our virtual Hoop Fest. Hey, we are so excited you're here this morning. And can you believe, everybody, that it's already day 4? I mean, wow. We said this on Monday. We said, hey, this week's going to fly by. And I tell you what, it has already. So we're already on day 4. And we got a great show lined up for you again today, some great education sessions. We have Joanne Banko back, going to teach some embroidery tips. She actually is going to be, I think it's tips and tricks for embroidery and ready-made garments.
Yep.
And then we have Deb Donovan is going to talk. She's taken Angela Wolf's place. As y'all know, Angela Wolf's father had passed away last Friday, and so she had to cancel. So Deb Donovan, she's our very own Deb Donovan, works here at SMP. She's stepping in, and she's actually going to teach Angela's class of hooping techniques. So we'll have those 2 classes today, and then we've got another day lineup of great products that we have some great specials on. We're going to do demos on those products. And we got some great educators from the manufacturers here that are going to help teach you some of the products. And we got the specials. So, man, it's going to be another great day. And we have Jane Klaus back helping me co-host today. So, hey, wow, you can't beat that, right? But before we get too deep in this, hey, guys, I want a big shout out to our sponsors out there. We could put these events on, but we couldn't do the prizes. We couldn't have all these great educators if it weren't for the sponsors and working in conjunction with us on this. And again, man, we thank them so much for their participation and helping us out. And so our platinum sponsors for Hoop Fest are Brother, SWF, and Baby Lock. Our gold sponsors are Anita Good Design, Janome, Juki, and Aero Cabinets. Our silver sponsors are Durkee, OESD. Our bronze sponsors are Dime, and associate sponsors are Synchrony Financing. They're giving us some great financing this week to offer you 0% interest. Plus, they're giving a prize. And I wanted to really quick say something about, as y'all know, Durkee is one of the sponsors, but you're not seeing them on the show. And you're probably wondering what happened to Durkee. Well, something came up with Durkee, and they could not make the show. And so what they did is they let the Hot Fix Fabric people down in Florida take their spot, but they still sponsored the spot, if that makes sense. So big shout out to Durkee for doing that. And we're really happy that Hot Fix Fabrics, were able to come and show their product for the first time. And so, yeah, it's all good things are happening. So, hey, and also I want to give a big shout out to some of our customers out there that are watching today. We have Nancy Rash from Texas is watching, Renee Bolton from Florida. We have Sandra Goodman in Oklahoma City, Beverly Blakely in Southern California, and Jean Philly in Arizona. So thank y'all for watching, and good morning to you. And hey, if this is your first time watching the show, today's your first time ever seeing one of our shows, put a number 1 in the chat right now. And we like to do that every time because we want to see, if you're new, and, if you want to, when you put that number 1, just tell us, where you're from as well. And the SMP Nation is going to welcome you with open arms. And again, you never know that somebody on the chat right now might be in your same town that has a passion for the same thing you have. And, y'all might start chatting back and forth and become friends. And we've had it happen. Trust me, we've had a lot of people that have actually end up driving and meeting and spending a couple of days together and hitting it off. So it's a lot of fun to do that. And so make sure y'all do that. Is there a lot of number 1s coming in?
A lot
Roger?
of number 1s.
Well, anyway, this morning with me, I got Killing It Kennedy here. We got
Killing It Kennedy.
Killing It Kennedy. We got Rockin' Roger, and we got Big Daddy Kyle. How are y'all doing this morning,
Good.
guys?
How are you doing?
So
we don't have a camera today because we're doing an in-house segment later with Deb.
And then next door over here to us, we have Deb and her team chatting. Deb Donovan actually works on the chat as well. So she's got Candace here. We have Melinda here and Rhonda. They're all managing the chat on Facebook and YouTube and trying to help answer questions. And then we have our chat team, live chat team. It's on the website. So like if you're on the website and you get the live chat agents, they're all monitoring that, trying to help out. And then we have Nick's and Laura Cook's team. They are at the call center, and we have about 20 people over there answering the phones this morning, trying to help you out. So it's a whole big operation here. And I know our SMP warehouse has been super, super busy from all your orders. They're trying to get all of them out. And so it's been a good time so far, guys. And we hope that you're enjoying, Hoop Fest. And we got a lot of stuff to give away again. So I want to talk a little bit about that. But before we do that, I want to bring, Jane Klaus in. Guys, and if y'all don't know Jane Klaus yet, Jane is a 2-time Emmy Award winner. She has a show called Creative Living. She has been on radio. She's been on podcasts, been on numerous TV morning shows throughout the nation. And guess where she's at this morning? She is right here with us. So welcome to the show, Jane Klaus.
Good morning, Blaine. Good morning, SMP Nation. Hey, crew. What's going on, everybody?
How are you this morning?
I am bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I'm so ready for Hoop Fest Day 4. Day 4.
Hey, we talked about this Monday, how fast it was going to go by, and it is. It's going just screaming by.
I mean, like, I just looked up. I have day 3 written down because yesterday I had day 2. I have no idea what day it is, but I love Hoop Fest, and all the days are great. I can't believe it's day 4. And Blaine, I was thinking about this last night. I was doing a little social media post, and I was thinking Hoop Fest, like hoop, basketball hoop. And you planned Hoop Fest the same time as the NBA Finals. And I thought, Blaine is a genius, because when they have the Super Bowl, people that don't really want to watch sports, they've got the Kiddie Bowl. Well, they've got the NBA Finals, and you have Hoop Fest.
Exactly. So you know what? Where would you rather be right now?
Right here, right now, man. I love this. I'm with all my friends, all of us thinking, loving the same kind of thing, and you, man.
Hey, I would not, not another place I'd rather be is right here with Hoop Fest with all of our customers and you and the crew, and we're having fun. And hey, speaking of having fun, we're having a little fun with you because we've got a little contest going within a contest, and we're not going to give anybody the secret yet or the numbers away, but we got a little contest going on. Jane changes outfits throughout the day. And on tomorrow, you're not going to be here. Denise Wild's going to take your place, but we're still going to have at a point in time, I'm going to say, how many outfits did Jane have Monday through Thursday? And whoever gets the answer to us first will actually win a sewing machine.
I mean, that's I love that you're having a contest and a little fun at my expense, just simply because I am a girl and I love to change my clothes. But I have been keeping my own count, and I just counted them because I have them on a separate rack. So I know the exact number. But yes, I love the idea. And I love that someone's going to win a sewing machine.
It's pretty awesome.
Well, you're welcome.
In our, in our studio, Jane, we have a big whiteboard over here. And Kennedy's been making hash marks and keeping up with it. So none of y'all out there right now, if you know the answer, don't give it away, and just wait until we ask for it. And then whoever can give us the answer first, we're going to win a sewing machine. So
I'm
little fun with that.
I'm hoping that at the end of it all, you can take a screenshot from all of the shirts and put them all up on a little board, and then we can all see them. It's like a card game or something. I don't know.
That'd be fun. So speaking of prizes, I know, we're giving a ton of stuff away. I think it's $66,000 worth of stuff for the whole show. And one lucky viewer is going to win $28,000 Embroidery Dream Studio. And again, it is an awesome thing. And Kyle, can we pull that up? I wanted everybody to see what's all in that Dream Studio, and we can talk a little bit about it. But you are going to win, whoever wins this, which is going to be a lucky viewer, they're going to win that SWF 12 needle. They're going to win a Brother PRS 100. The Baby Lock Verb. Anita Good Design has a signature series book. They have a binder, an all-access back issue, a whole big pack of stuff. We're also throwing in a Janome 500E embroidery machine, and you're going to get that Kangaroo Wallaby 2 cabinet by Arrow. And so a great prize package. And so, Jane, I want you to kind of tell us how everybody can win that.
Well, they're doing it right now. You're commenting. You are being a part of the show. So this is how you can get yourself entered to win any of the contests and giveaways, and especially that Dream Studio. Be interactive with us. Comment, make comments, ask questions. I see them down scrolling by. Hi, everybody. Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Kathy. Hello, Karen. Hi, Debbie. Hi, Joyce. Yes, we see all of it. So enter your comments in. Also, share the shows. That's easy for me to say this morning. Share the shows, whether you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. Just hit that share button and make sure all of your friends are watching. And those are the ways that you can be entered to win. It's like a raffle ticket. It's like entering yourself a number of times into the raffle ticket. And guess what? It's free.
There you go. It's absolutely free to do it. And again, you said it exactly right. It's just like a raffle ticket. And the more things you do, the shares, the likes, the comments and questions, that's just like putting a raffle ticket in the hat. And the more things you do this week, the better chances you have to win that on Friday. And Jane, during the day, we're giving a ton of stuff away. As you know, during the day, today, and that'll also get you entered to win stuff today. So,
and you just like throw those in there. Blaine, it's like whenever Blaine is like, let's do a giveaway. Kyle, what do we got? And then all of a sudden we've got giveaways happening. It could be a sewing machine, it could be a chair, it could be a sewing mat. I mean, you'll just never know what Blaine's gonna do, my friend.
That's true. Hey, speaking of giving stuff away, so yesterday we actually gave an Aero chair away, and I don't know if you remember, but Miss K Scraps won it.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
And you remember we told her, I said, man, I wonder if she got her name. She must have a lot of fabric and stuff. I said, hey, Miss K Scraps, email me a bunch of pictures of your sewing room. Well, last night I got home, checking email, got some pictures from Miss K, and she sent them to us. And she said, hey, I was so excited about winning the chair because I really needed one. She sent us a picture of some of her sewing room. Kyle, can we show some of those pictures?
Oh, I love this.
Here's her sewing room. Look how big this sewing room is.
Wow. That's organized and neat and lovely.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, it's unbelievable sewing room. And so I think she sent us 4 pictures. Oh, there's the other part. Now look at that chair. I believe she needed her new Aero hydraulic chair, didn't she?
This is amazing. I love the
beautiful sewing room. Look at all the windows.
Yes.
And so Miss K Scraps, congratulations on winning that chair because I know you needed it. And also, congratulations on having a fantastic sewing room. I mean, that is unbelievable.
I mean, it's organized, it's neat and clean. Whenever I go to somebody's, I do a show called Craft Room Crash, and I go into your craft room and we see what you make. And they're like, oh, I got to clean my craft room. I'm like, no, you don't. Just leave it as is. Miss K Scraps is like, did you clean that ahead of time? Because it looks pretty neat for
I don't think she had time because she took pictures last night. So
it's perfect. What a great room. Yeah. I love it. Thank you.
It was awesome. So yeah, I'm glad we got to share, and thanks for sharing those pictures with us, Miss K. And so again, congratulations on winning that Aero chair.
She really needed that chair, I'll tell you what.
Yeah. It looked like her chair was a little worn and ready for a new one. So she'll love that Aero. So hey, Jane, we've got a great show ahead of us today. We got Joanne Banko back on the show doing an educational class. We got Deb Donovan's going to step in for Angela Wolf and teach a class. And then we have just a bunch of great embroidery products that we have specials on. And I tell you what, I have really, we're getting aggressive on the pricing. So again, I got to explain to everybody how this is working. I can't tell a lot of the prices. And the reason I can't is because the manufacturers have advertising restrictions. So I can't say, here's what we're selling it for. We can tell you what our regular price is, but I'm going to say, look, we're going to beat that price. We have a hoop fest special. Give us a call. It's a call-in special. And what that means is you have to either call us or get on our website and talk to one of our live chat agents. And so we got a lot of ways we're doing it. And then there's another way we're going to direct you to go to smplive.tv. And on there, we have a way that you can request a callback. So if you can't get through on the phone lines or speak to a live chat agent, just hit that button, fill all that information out and send it to us. It gets updated real time in the call center. And as soon as they get off the phones, they'll call you back. So, we talked to Nick this morning, and at 7 a.m., the phones were already ringing off the hook out here, and before the show even went on air. So, people are calling back from, yesterday's show, ordering things. So, it's going to be another busy day. So, just be patient on the phones and fill out that form if you have to, and we'll get you called.
And things are flying out of the warehouse. So when Blaine is like, oh, we only have 12 of those left, or we only have 6, or, these are getting close to being sold out. If you really are interested in getting whatever the product is, I think I like to make a list and then make the call. But I'm going to say on day 4, you just got to call, you got to get on, you got to chat and make it happen because it'll be gone.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jane. It will. It's going to, most of the products on the show, a lot of them are going to sell out. I mean, they really are going to completely sell out. And so if you want to, we're going to honor the pricing. If you get on that Google Sheets list, like if you, request a callback and you fill out the information on there, what you're looking for, as long as you're on that sheet where they're going to call you back, we're going to honor the price if we sell out of something. But if you're not on that sheet and it's sold out, that price is gone forever. So if you want to lock that in, you better make sure that if you either get it while we still have them in stock, or make sure you get it on like a pre-order and to lock those prices in, because a lot of things are going to sell out. Now, some things we have great inventory of, plenty of them, but then others, the manufacturers limit us like 20. We can say, hey, we're going to give you a deal on 20 of them. and then we pass that savings right on to the customer.
Amazing. Blaine, amazing. Thank you so much. I'm thanking you from everybody that's saying thank you for all these great deals. But I mean, I'm super excited for day 4 to start. So can we get the show rolling?
Hey, we can do it. So you know what? We're going to have you back here in about 30 minutes, Jane.
That's
but
right.
First up, hey, I'm going to bring Aero Cabinets in the house. Now, guys, I think we got Jerry Vores this morning. He is the president of Aero. 26 years he's been there. We got Harley Thomas.
Lynn and
Harley.
Is
Lynn there?
like, yeah,
so it's going to be Harley Thomas. So. Harley's the VP of e-commerce sales. And then Lynn, is it Mars? I think so. Yeah, so I think they switched it up on us a little bit, but I think Lynn's going to be there with him this morning. And so they're going to kind of go through all the Aero cabinets. And if Aero's been a huge hit this week. They have been showing 3 or 4 different products at every session, and today's no different. They got some more things they're going to show. So welcome to the show, Lynn and Harley.
Blaine, thank you for having us back for day 4 of Hoop Fest.
Well, hey, you're welcome, and thank you all for being here. And hey, good seeing you, Lynn. I didn't know you were going to be here, so this was a great surprise. And I'm glad you're there to keep Harley in line. But guys, we're ready to see what you got to show us this morning.
That sounds really good, Blaine. Thank you so much. This is Lynn Mayers.
Hi, everyone.
And Lynn is one of our educators and is out on the road. You may have seen her at a show somewhere along the way.
I hope so.
She also does videos for us. So she's in studio for Hoop Fest. She's very excited to be here.
I love talking cabinets, Harley. You know that.
I know you do.
My friends cringe when I walk into a room because I'm like, oh my gosh.
And I'm Harley Thomas. And we got great feedback about Sarah being on the show yesterday. So you'll see more of Sarah coming up in a future episode. So that's great. Today, we're going to talk about two cabinets. We're not going to talk about 5 today. So hopefully you've jumped on the sales. Your name's on the Google sheet for the deals that have been going on the past 3 days. And today we're going to talk about the Outback, one of our newest cabinets, and a Bertha cabinet. But we're going to start with, and a chair.
The chairs, I mean, how can we forget them? I'm sitting on them.
Look how cute they are.
I love them. Well, we're not sitting on them to the full correct function because it's that lumbar support. We'll talk about that later.
So let's get into the Outback and the Outback cabinet. I think Lynn's going to take us through the Outback cabinet, show some of the key features of it. Well, Lynn is an avid quilter.
I love the
very avid quilter.
I love to sew. I love to quilt. I just got into embroidery, so this is really appropriate to be on the Outback. It's one of our newest cabinets that just got launched.
Because there's a lot of room for your embroidery module.
Well, what it does is it fits our really big embroidery machines. Some of them are combinations, sewing and embroidery. So again, it's really important to be able to drop these large machines down into that flatbed position so the ergonomics get involved. But what I love about it is it supports these really big embroidery machines.
It does.
And I know how
big? That's the question, Lynn. You know what? Let's get some of that out of the way because people always ask. They're like, the Outback cabinet, how big is it?
It's big.
So it's big. It's very large. When it is open, it is 8 3/4 feet long, over 8 feet wide.
I want to say it's like 105 inches. So yeah, convert that. It's 8 feet. And
3.5 feet deep.
But that's without, is that with the quilt leaf?
That's with the quilt leaf.
The quilt leaf. So we'll get into some key facts here. The footprint of this is a little over 8.5.
A little over 8.5.
By 3.5, right?
Yeah, 3.8.
3.8 feet. So you've got a lot of wonderful, wonderful workspace here. And a lot of times we have our fabrics or our hoops that we need to put our stabilizers in. So you have space to do that.
Now, people do ask, is this the right cabinet for me? Because they have a hard time figuring out. There's so many great cabinets Aero Sewing offers. This cabinet features our largest opening.
Yes.
It's we call it the XL opening. It's 30.5 inches by 14.5 inches.
Right.
So that means this opening that the machine can fit in is really big. It will fit the largest machines.
Right. The absolute
It'll fit
largest.
All machines. It'll fit your Solaris. It'll fit
your Solaris, your Luminaire, your Creative Icon. I could keep going and going and going, but yes,
you could.
It's going to accommodate all of those. And it's really important too that when we have it in what we call a free arm position, that our arm is supported. And on the Outback, it definitely does that. We have nothing on either side or when this arm moves back and forth to impinge it. So it is absolutely amazing. This cabinet was really designed for it, for these really big embroidery machines. So with that being said, the footprint, nice, large. You have space to hoop your designs. You have a really large lift opening that will accommodate the really big machines. And did we want to talk about
it's so big it barely fits on the camera.
Did we want to talk about the Caddy right now?
Absolutely, the Caddy with the soft closed drawers and the full view. Absolutely.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I can tell you I collect a lot of stuff. And what I want my stuff, I want it at my fingertips. So we have 3 soft closed drawers here. 2 of them have dedicated thread storage, which I think is amazing. But the nice thing about it is these threads lift out and they can go right by your machine. So you have a design that requires multiple hoopings or multiple thread changes. You're not digging in a drawer. You have them right here and you just line them up and you can thread them on your machine. When you're all done, am I talking too much, Harley?
Well, you know, Lynn, no, you're not, because you know what? You are passionate. You are a quilter. You've made some beautiful quilts, and we actually don't have the arrow quilt. You made us a couple quilts. We don't have anything here. They're still at home, right?
I forgot.
Yes.
I traveled up. I completely forgot because it's in my layer where I sew.
Her sewing layer. Yes.
So you have 2 dedicated thread storage. However, if you have your own thread storage system, these are removable, and these are 2 extra storage drawers for whatever notions you have. Now, this third one down here is a little bit deeper. Oh, look at that.
Oh, Pockets is in there.
Made an appearance.
Pockets is everywhere during our show.
He's running amok. I mean,
he is running amok.
I love him.
So
give him a hug.
The nice part about this is you can also take the Caddy and you can expand it out if you want to do that.
Yes. So you can have it right here if you need to house your fabrics or a hoop or whatever. But it also, if you want to have this kind of tucked away, it'll slide right into its slot right like this. So it's out of your way and you've got a freewheeling space to maneuver around in. And the one other thing I was going to tell you about was storage. We've also got some dedicated hoop storage over here on the door. So we go through multiple sizes.
6 hooks.
6 hooks.
6 hooks to hold your hoops.
Right. So, you know, depending upon your embroidery machine, we can go anywhere from a 4x4 hoop all the way up to those really large hoops. I think mine is only, I shouldn't say only, mine is like a 9x14. And I think there's even a larger one with that new Janome M17.
I'm giving you a chair so you can show why you really need a sewing cabinet.
All right. Well,
we're going to get into the comfort part, because if you're comfortable, you're going to be able to sew longer.
Well, I did discover why some sewing machines have clocks on them, because you do get comfortable, you get into your zone and time flies. Have you ever had that where you, well, they might recognize it. You go down at noon and all of a sudden you're coming up and it's supper time. Yeah. So what we have here is a
Ethan,
really
do we have another view we can show with this
nice
one?
opening.
There we go. All right.
So
there, Lynn, they can see you now. It's perfect. Perfect.
Well,
Show them how your hands are. This would be like
cabinet.
sewing on your dining room table when you're in this position.
Okay. It would be.
Why would it be bad to do that?
Well, first of all, the ergonomics of sewing, it's really important. When we are sewing, we're in this repetitive motion. And anything you do for over and over and over again kind of creates wear and tear. So you're also trying to see the bed, and so sometimes then your shoulders are kind of cocked. So you're feeding the material up and over. So your wrists are always at this abnormal position. I don't know if you can see that, but when you're feeding up and over these wrists, that's not how we want to, it's not how a natural way for us to sew. The other thing is we're going to find ourselves trying to see the bed, and whether we're tall or whether we're short, I mean, we're going to create some shoulder strain. Oftentimes the dining room table is just not ergonomically correct for us. We don't realize that we're creating the strain until it's actually, we've been sewing for an hour. And that's, again, where the ergonomics come in, when it's a repetitive motion, long period of time. Also the vibrations, that's another thing that's going to do it. So
now we can get a nice close-up of what your hands would do in this instance, right?
I think all my sewers and fellow quilters are going to know, because we can relate to this.
We can relate to now.
All of us at one point.
What about the flatbed position? This is what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet. Someone asked the question, Does it move up and down?
Yes, this is a 3-position hydraulic lift. So the beauty of it, and we talked about the expansive footprint where it's 8.5 by 3.5, but this can also fold down into a.
Show us.
Well,
show us how the cabinet goes up and down. Show me.
Well,
show
I'm
me.
not going to go into the footprint yet, but what it does when we put it into a storage position, we're going to allow this cabinet to fold up. So right now, I'm going to just put it into, we're going from a free arm position. So garment sewers know we like this arm of this machine to be free, or now here, this is our flatbed. All of the quilters, can I hear the angels singing? And it's amazing, because once you've got it into a flatbed position, you're going to need an insert, and that is going to fill in the space. Can you see that? Between the edge of this cabinet to the edge of the machine. So you would get a custom-made acrylic insert for your particular machine. So they will make them for every machine on the market. And you can see what I did right here is I have created a flush surface. So my wrists now are staying flat.
That is the key to a sewing cabinet. Well, sewing furniture allows you to do this. Other furniture does not.
Right. So it goes not even from ergonomics, we can also talk about projects. So when we're sewing, the one thing that we don't want is drag on our projects. So this will flow smoothly because you've now covered up this space between your machine and the cabinet edge. Your project now can flow freely. You've got this.
It's a must-have.
Absolutely non-negotiable. And you've got this gorgeous quilt leaf off the back. So again, more support for your project, so your stitches stay straighter. You don't have to drag on that.
I need to be taller to show more of the cabinet. I'm not that tall, Lynn.
And I'm even worse. I'm shorter than you are.
You're wearing flats today.
So,
and then the machine can also go down into a storage position.
Right. It can go down to the storage position. And is this where you want me to show how small this cabinet gets?
Sure. I think we'll go back to the wide view, Ethan.
Okay. So
then
that
I'll
might
take
be
that.
Where we show, here we have expansive, right? We had the Caddy out. Well, we've tucked the Caddy back into its place. I'm going to take my hands on either side of this machine, and I'm just going to gently push. You can see how easy this is. It glides right down into a storage position. And there should be a wood well that goes over here. So if you want to just use this as a workspace, your machine can go into storage. You have a separate wood well. Thank you.
A cover.
A cover, right. A cover that fits over this lift opening. So now you have wonderful work surface to work on. But we're going to let the magic happen, and we're going to show how small. There's J hooks right here. You probably can't see them, guys, but this keeps this panel really secure.
It's it's an easy hook to make sure you're nice and sturdy.
Nice and secure. So we have.
And nothing moves. So
I'm going to close this one up first, or the other one? Yep, this one.
You got it right.
And if you have, I'm thinking littles, my grandchildren, if they're running around, what you want to do with this Outback is it does lock down. So now you've got it nice and secure. You can take the keys. Nobody's going to get into your machine, touch your threads, touch any of the hoops. It's all secure, nice and locked away. So if you do share that sewing space with grandchildren, the Outback has this ability to lock down. Outback, great work surface. Like we said, 8.5 by 3.5. And now here we have it down into a really nice compact footprint. What do we say, Harley? 4 by 2?
It is
4 by 2, I think.
Well, technically it's 53 inches by 2 5/8. So it's about just under 4.5 feet and under 2 feet.
All right, there you go. Thank you.
It's very compact. But when it gets really big, I mean, it's really impressive. This is the Outback cabinet.
This is the Outback cabinet.
It's a Kangaroo sewing furniture Outback cabinet.
One of Kangaroo's premier cabinets, built for those really large embroidery machines, has dedicated storage space for your hoops, your threads.
Heavy-duty casters.
Heavy-duty casters. So again, if you do need to move this around, so say you're not using that quilt leaf, you can feel free to move this and not have to worry about it.
And it comes in 3 colors. Will be available in 3 colors.
3 colors. Oh my gosh, so you added the gray.
We did add gray to the Outback.
So 3 colors. Let me tell you about those. There's teak, there's ash white, and we have this really lovely gray. So you have 3 color choices. Brand new cabinet that just got launched, the Outback. meant for those really large embroidery machines, dedicated hoop storage, 3-position hydraulic lift. If I can't say that often enough, I'm going to say it a million times because it allows for all 3 positions. Storage goes into the flatbed, which is ergonomically and no drag on our projects. And then we go into the free arm. So if you want to do that embroidery, you can attach your module and away you go.
And you can do a lot of those same things with the Bertha cabinet.
You can.
Which is it's a different design, and we'll kind of go over it, and it's really easy. So, Lynn, I know you have a sewing layer.
I do. I shouldn't,
But before you had that, you were on your kitchen table, dining room table. You had stuff in the closet.
Harley, I can relate to almost everybody out there. I have gone from my kitchen dining room table to a plastic banquet table to a sewing cabinet that I bought off one of my quilting friends that didn't.
Let's show them how this opens up.
So
we can tell the story and open at the same time.
I can.
It's pretty exciting.
He knows me. Keep me moving because I will tell you, but I can relate to almost everybody out there.
Lynn has a lot of stories.
The dedicated storage space is so important because, again, when we have our things all spread over, what happens is we don't sew as often because we're looking for our stuff. We eat up valuable time setting up, putting our machine into getting it ready to use, looking for...
I'd rather be sewing or quilting or embroidering.
Oh, absolutely. And so when everything is ready and it's all there for us, what we do is we have time, and you can't buy time.
That's right. You can buy an Arrow sewing cabinet. You can buy this Bertha cabinet.
And essentially then you do buy time because you have the Outback or the Bertha that keeps everything nice and convenient.
That's right.
You're sewing in an incredibly comfortable position. So you're sitting, ergonomically, everything's great. Your projects are flowing smoothly over your work surface. You've got dedicated storing space. You've got heavy duty casters that allow you to kind of move this cabinet.
And this cabinet it's smaller than the Outback. Everything's smaller than the Outback. And so this one, the dimensions, it's about 88 3/4 by 40 inches deep. So if you think
that,
just under 7.5 feet by 3.5 feet deep.
There you go.
When it's open. And when it was closed up, it's about 44 inches by 20. Mm-hmm. So when you think about that, 3 3/4 by 2 feet, you would say 3 by 2.
Yeah,
comes
by
in
2 by 2.
Comes in oak, white, and cherry color. So 3 colors available in this one.
Yep.
It has a 3-position lift.
Right. It's a little bit smaller than the Outback, so you have to be careful with your sewing machine. You might want to measure it. This one is about a 22.5 inch by 11.5. Correct me if I'm wrong because I go through so many of these cabinets and I love them all, but I'm thinking this is 22 by 11. So
I think Ethan might even have a graphic for that, which he'll put up on the screen for a minute.
But some of them won't. So unlike the Outback that will accommodate
everything. You were right, Lynn. 22.5, 11.5.
Hey.
That's what the graphic says, so it's true.
As my friend often tells me, not just a hat rack.
Not just a hat rack is right. Not just a hat
rack. So yes, this has got a little bit of a smaller opening. So keep that in mind if you're interested in the Bertha to make sure that you have room for your
But it's got a big quilt leaf on the back.
It does. So another one of the prominent features, you've got the 3-position hydraulic lift. Amazing. And then we talked about the ergonomics with that flat bed, but we also have project support. So we have this really large quilt leaf that moves. So
because your project's here.
It is. So on the left side, when you're putting on a binding, think about that. What's the worst thing? You've got this drag on your stitches. You're trying to keep that, 1/4 inch or a little bit more than that on your binding. And you've got the project that's falling off the side and pulling on your stitches. So yes, you have this quilt leaf. It adds another 20 inches, Harley. I hate remembering figures, but it adds another 20 inches. So again, lots of really nice project support. You've got wonderful left side support here. Again, I don't know the length on this, but all told, all the way across, we have 7.5 feet.
This one it's 7.4.
7.4. Oh, he's going to keep me honest here.
I know. I'll keep you honest.
Keep me honest. We've got drawer space here. So we've got some dedicated cubbies for any of the notions that you want. We've got some thread filled in here. We've got pin cushions. I personally would make sure that I had my seam ripper front and center.
You use your seam ripper a lot, don't you?
I do. It's an extension of my fingers.
That's not good. This one also works really well with a knee lift. Some of the cabinets don't have this front face plate.
Right.
This one does have a front face plate.
Right.
So it's got a cutout here and you can go right into your knee lift.
Right. And so that's another important feature. Some of these machines do have the knee lifts. So in order to use that, if you have this covered, that bar that comes out, you can't do it. You can't get that.
That's right. So this is the Bertha cabinet.
This is the
three
Bertha.
colors.
3 colors.
It is part of the Aero product line. So this one has a 10-year warranty.
Okay.
The Outback has a lifetime warranty.
Okay.
So, which is amazing. And the price Blaine is going to offer this to you, when you call in, your jaw will drop.
All right.
It'll be great. So it's a great big cabinet for taking care of your sewing needs. I mean, it works really well.
So sewing in comfort to sew longer, these cabinets have it. They have a convenience. They have the comfort level. They have that dedicated storage space. They have the heavy duty casters that allow you to move this around. But I would be remiss if I didn't complete your sewing room with one of our #1 rated Aero hydraulic chairs. I'm going to grab Lady Gray. She's a little bit off. And I don't like to call these just by their color name because these are royalty, Harley.
These are royalties. They're part of the Royals.
The Royals.
That's why this is Lady Gray.
This is Lady Gray. We have 5 colors in the Royals. Right now we're featuring Lady Gray. So if you are sharing your your sewing space, with your husband, or you have an office space and you want something that blends, or say you are in a multi-purpose room where this chair and you don't need a really bright print, you have Lady Gray, and she's absolutely amazing. It's got the 5-star base, which is really important to me because it's stable. I can't tell you the number of times where I've dropped something on the floor. I've been on the floor going for it. So the other thing, it has these 360 spin. It has this wonderful ergonomic support. I would tell you, if you could all just sit in this chair, the chair would sell you. I wouldn't have to talk.
That's what happens at shows when you go to shows, right?
Oh, I love going to the shows because I get to talk to all you guys out there. I mean, and that's a problem, I'm supposed to talk about cabinets, but I'm talking about fabrics, and I talk about a lot of things when I'm at the shows because I'm so excited to be with my people. So we have this nice ergonomic back. So if I could tell you, actually it's training me, my muscle memory. I actually used to sit on the edge of my chair and sew. I now know that if I go back, I'm going to feel it in my lumbar support. And it kind of reminds me, if I'm not sitting back, my brain is actually saying, hey, you're not sitting correctly. It has 18 to 22 inches. So right now I'm a little high. So I got to find it right here on the right-hand side. For me, I have to go down a little bit because I want to make sure that my thighs are parallel. And that allows me to scoochie up. Scoochie is a real word too, by the way.
Scoochie is?
Scoochie is.
Okay, good.
I'm from Wisconsin.
We should ask people if they think scoochie is a real word.
Oh, scoochie is a word. If anybody from Wisconsin, or we call ourselves Scotties, we're here. But you can sit up, and now I'm in this flatbed position. I can scoot my project right over it. I know, I'm sorry.
No, you're doing great, Lynn.
Okay, so, and I've got the wonderful 5-star base. So again, if I drop something, namely my seam ripper, I would dive off a tall building for that. I'm gonna stay in my chair. The other thing that I would be really, really, really remiss, the most
You can sit back down. Sit back down again.
I can't because I have to show them.
Sit back down. Okay, show it.
No.
Show it.
Hidden storage. Hello. Oh, chocolate. Really nice to have a chocolate bar in there when things don't go well. And then we have Pockets, who comes with our Outback. You can give him a hug. He always helps if things don't go right. But really, if I want to be honest with you, what it is I put my sewing machine manuals in there. So it's reference.
That's what you do. It's a reference spot.
So 5-star base, 360 spin, 5 royal colors, and Harley.
Boy,
5 fun prints to add a little spirit.
5 fun prints to chairs, 5 solid colors of the Royals.
Yep.
5 fun prints, 1-year warranty, 300-pound weight capacity. Did you do the 5-star base where you don't fall over?
I said that a million times.
I'm going to push you over because.
No, you're not.
See, I can't.
No.
So great chair, awesome. Lynn loves it. It's Lynn certified.
I don't sell things I don't love, and obviously I wouldn't be here if I didn't love these cabinets. And they offer you a lot of value for your money.
So
you've got everything.
The Outback cabinet. The Bertha cabinet. Blaine has amazing Hoop Fest sales prices that he will talk to you about. Get your name on the Google form before they're gone. Also, Blaine, I think we're going to have a lot of fun today. I don't know if Pockets is still up for grabs as a prize, but maybe.
Hey, Harley, I think you're right. And great job, Lynn. Hey, we do have, Harley, some great prices on this. And
you do.
Again, guys, I'm going to tell you how you can get this Outback. Now, a little bit about the Outback. And we're going to do my little exercise. So if you got your pen and paper ready, go ahead and draw you a little rectangle right on your paper for me. And I'm going to give you some dimensions. That way you can go and start measuring in your room and see if this is going to fit. Again, now the idea is you're going to have this thing all closed up. You're going to push it up against the wall or in the corner of your room to keep it, all stored. And then when you want to use it, you pull it out away from the wall and expand it in that way. So this is the Outback. Now, again, this is also, it's a manual hydraulic lift, but we do have an option that you can actually upgrade and get an electric lift in it. So you can ask our salespeople when you call in about that electric lift option if you want it. Guys, the regular price on this is $2,199. We have got a Hoop Fest special on this that we're going to actually beat that price. You got to give us a call, though. This is a call-in special. We have 0% interest financing available, and we're going to ship it to you free nationwide. All right, so let's do our little drawing now. You're going to got your drawing there. When this cabinet is all closed up, it's 52 7/8 inches wide. Okay, so just almost 53 inches wide, you can call it. And it's going to be 22 1/8 inch deep. Again, it's 27 1/8 inch high, but just think about that. Concentrate on that 52, let's say 53 inches wide by 22 inches deep. Think about that dimension. And then when you open this up, it's 105 5/8 inches wide, 37 7/8 inches deep. So guys, that is a huge table that it opened up to. And then that quilt leaf, again, just the leaf by itself is 52 7/8 inches by 15 3/4 inches. And then that opening, the most important thing is that opening where your machine's going to be. Now that lift opening, they call it an A14. It is a 30 1/2 inches wide by 14 1/2 inches deep. So this is going to take all those high-end machines in every brand. The only, like your Solaris, your Luminaire, your Icons, the only machine that I think that will not fit in here is that brand new MC17 by Janome. And that's that new big, combination machine that Janome came out with. They have a cabinet that'll fit it. It just will not fit this one, but it'll fit all the other machines. Then you get that custom insert to go in there, and it makes it fit perfect. So, guys, this is an unbelievable cabinet. $21.99 is a regular price. We're going to beat that price for you. Got to call in, free shipping, 0% interest financing available. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit smplive.tv and just click on that product for today's show, and it'll take you to the product page. And you can also order it through our live chat agents. The next cabinet we had up is the Bertha. Now, guys, hold on to your hats here. The Bertha, the price is $11,999 or $1,199. All right, we can tell you the price on this. We are going to sell this to you for $599. Unheard of, guys, $599. That is half price right now for the Bertha while the quantities last. Dave texts me and says, we got way too many in stock in here. We need to get rid of them. So, guys, we are trying to move this. The Bertha is an unbelievable cabinet. And again, guys, let me give you the dimensions. The closed dimensions on the Bertha is 43 3/8 inches wide by 20 inches deep. It's going to be 31 1/4 inches tall. All right, so when you open this thing up, it's going to be 88 3/4 inches wide, 40 inches deep, and then it's actually going to reduce the height a little bit. It's going to go down to 30 1/2 inches because you're pulling the leaves off the top. The lift opening, where that opening for your machine, this is really, really important. And again, if you're drawing on your page, draw you another little, rectangle right inside of your big rectangle for the opening, but it's a 22 1/2 inch opening by 11 1/2 inches deep. So again, and this is a hydraulic lift opening or for the machine, has great storage, has those great casters, you can move it around. And guys, what a great price. We have free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. And again, we do have some financing available at 0% interest. But guys, a show price on this is $599. You cannot beat that. I mean, that's basically 50% off. And what a great cabinet. And this one only comes in white. Is that correct? Oh, does it come in the 3 colors? That's right. So it does come in the cherry, the oak, and the ash white. Now, I forgot to tell them about the colors on the Outback. The Outback, it comes in the white ash, it comes in the oak, it comes in the cherry, and it comes in the gray. So it does come in the new color gray. So you can get the Outback in all 4 colors. Does it really? Okay, so Kyle just verified the M17, that new Janome machine, which is largest on the market right now, will fit in the Outback. So basically, you can fit any high-end machine out there in the Outback. So, all right, so the next up was the hydraulic chairs. And again, guys, can't hardly say enough about the chairs. The chairs right now, the normal price on them are $299. We have 10 colors to choose from. And again, you saw that, a demonstration that Lynn was doing with it. It has that 5-star base. It's not going to tip over. Great chair. Has the storage. We have 10 colors to choose from. Regular price $299. We're going to beat that. The Hoop Fest special is cheaper than that. Give us a call. Free shipping right to your door. And again, guys, these chairs are awesome. We're going to talk a little bit more about them this afternoon as well. But again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit smplive.tv and just find the product that we're talking about. Click on it. It'll take you to that product page. You can read a little bit more about it. And we have live chat agents that are sitting there, can talk to you, and you can order from them or get some information. All right, so let's bring Jane back to the show. Hey, Jane.
Blaine. That Bertha, holy cow, that's great.
That is a crazy price, I'm telling you. And, that's one of the prices that we were able to actually tell on air because they have an overstock situation of that. And they're trying to make some room in the warehouse at Aero for the new cabinets. And so they say, hey, we're going to give you a smoking price on it. I said, well, then guess what? I'm giving my customers a smoking price, but I got to be able to tell them how.
That is going to sell out, friends. And that is fantastic.
It's been selling extremely well.
When you said the price, you should have heard me. I was like, what?
I know Monday when we said the price on it Monday, they were like already had orders just flying in. They were shipping stuff out on Monday to customers.
Wow. So this is what I love because you can't say some of the pricing on air because of the restrictions. The fact that you said one price and we're all like falling off our chairs. If we call in and get real pricing on other things that we really, really want, I can only imagine how amazing those deals are.
That's what I'm going to say, Jane. Think about that for a minute. The price I was able to say was 50% off. So just think about the prices I can't say.
That's crazy.
It's really good.
Wow.
All right, Jane, I know you've got something coming up now from Brother, so we're going to let you take it over.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody. She's got her own line of quilt patterns. She's been featured in quilting magazines and created a one-of-a-kind quilt die. She is a true expert at all things quilting, sewing, embroidery, beekeeping, honey making. She is a Brother sewing educator and a wealth of knowledge. You know her, you love her. She's got a smile that lights up a room. Please say good morning to Heather Banks. Hi, Heather.
Hi, Jane. I mean, what could I ask more for? And I love that you include my beekeeping.
I love the beekeeping. I might just come there just for some beekeeping. I'm curious about your sewing room. I know we all stand in front of our sets, but what does the sewing room look like?
Well, I'm really fortunate because I took over a room upstairs and I just laid out. It's just wall-to-wall sewing machines. And I know everyone watching can, understand because one is never enough. So,
more is more and less is a bore, Heather. Let's just get real. Yeah, I know. Right. Absolutely. All right. Well, cool. So today you're going to talk to us about the Brother ScanNCut.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am. I can't wait. Let's get rolling.
Yeah, let's get rolling because there's so much to learn always about that amazing machine. So Heather, I'm going to let you take it away and then I'll talk to you at the end.
Sounds good, Jane. Thanks. Hey, everyone. I am so glad to be back and thank you for saying hi. I so appreciate it. I'm talking ScanNCut today, and if you know me and you've seen me, you know I love my ScanNCut. This is the ScanNCut DX, and it is Brother's newest model of ScanNCut. There's lots of different models that fall under ScanNCut, and of course, Blaine has a smoking deal on the Disney one we're talking about today. So ScanNCut is an electronic cutting machine with a built-in high-resolution scanner. And it is the only cutting machine on the market that can do that. And I'm excited to talk to you about what it does and how that works. And of course, we're going to head over to the ScanNCut and try it out. Before we do, just so you know, it comes with more than 1,000 designs built into the machine, and you don't have to download those. Those are just in the machine. You plug it in and you start creating. I always get really excited about that. So let's head over to the table this time, and I'm going to show you a couple things that you can do with this machine. So here we are at the table. And I wanted to show you that this machine has 4 different blades that can work with it. Now, they don't all necessarily come with the machine. You have to see which ones are specific. This is our newest one, and it is the rotary cutting blade, and you can buy it separate. So if you get a DX that doesn't come with this, I highly recommend it, because if you obviously ever cut with a rotary blade while you were sewing, you know they can cut so many things. This is our fabric blade, this is the vinyl blade, and this is the standard blade. So any of these blades can be purchased separately if they don't come with your machine. And I just wanted to throw that out so you knew what kind of blades we were talking about. Now, I mentioned that, well, of course, this machine can do so much. One of the things it can do is you can take an embroidery design, and this is just a simple Brother embroidery design, and you can the ScanNCut will read this embroidery design. What might you do with that? Well, one thing you might do is draw it. And here you can see I've drawn that exact embroidery design out on cardstock. So, I mean, how cool is that you can take your embroidery designs and you can foil them, you can draw them, you can cut them out. I mean, it's just, to me, that's amazing. And it's this Brother, of course, that it's reading, Brother Embroidery Designs. And I mean, there's no converting. You just plug in the embroidery design through a USB, and there you go. So I love that. Another thing that you can do by reading embroidery designs is here we have an applique. And if you can join me later this afternoon, I'm going to show you how we make this. But this morning, let's cut it so you can see how that works. Now, this striped fabric and this silver fabric, these are actual fabrics, because this is embroidery applique. The rest that you see here are, of course, stitches. So what I have done, now if you are at all familiar with machine embroidery, then you know that there will be a tack down stitch, and then you will lay your fabric. You will just cut up a piece of fabric, lay it down, and then you take some scissors by hand and you trim around it. Okay, it works, right? I know, we've all done it. But with the ScanNCut, ta-da, it automatically cuts the piece of fabric in the correct size. And let's do that because I just think it's fabulous. Before we move over there, here's some of the things you can cut. This is knit. And if you have the rotary blade, you can cut knit, and you can cut felt, and you can cut wool like you have never seen. It does an amazing job. But it also, and this is more wool, it cuts vinyl, it cuts cork, it cuts foam. It cuts, oh my gosh, this is like a lame. Now, if you put a fusible behind it, look at the detail that I can get out of this thin fabric. I can't talk enough about it. Let's head over to the machine and start cutting some things. So here we are. Excuse me. This is the 230D. Went to sleep on me there. What happens here is that this is a tray that lifts out. It has storage in the front. So lots of storage in this. This is where the blade goes. And this is a screen that you can fold down and up for your viewing. Now, let me go ahead and load our first thing. Now, one of the things I want to show you is this is just a piece of fabric. There's nothing on the back. I feel like a magician when I say that. Nothing up my sleeve. So this is just a piece of fabric that I have starched. I wanted to starch it because I'm going to be using my fabric mat. So this is a 12-inch by 12-inch fabric mat, and it works beautifully. I have to grab it with our fabric blade. So notice how Brother made the colors match. They did that on purpose, so you would know. I only want to use my fabric mat when I am using a thin fabric. So for instance, a cotton fabric, a flannel with nothing on the back. This is a super, super sticky mat. So putting a little bit of starch on this fabric just means that it won't fray when I pull it up. That's the reason for the starch. You put your blade in. Now, this is on our auto blade, so the blade tip will automatically come out. There's no dialing a number. If you're familiar with the old ScanNCuts, you had to dial in a number. This machine knows how deep to cut. All right, let's go to the screen. And I mean, there's so much to do here. We're going to press scan. So I'm going to press scan. Now, there are multiple things we can do. We're going to do direct cut, and it even kind of shows you a picture of what it does. We're going to cut from the machine, and then this key right here, we are going to be using, when you get your machine out of the box, it's going to be in black and white. You want to switch it over to full color. We want to have a full range of color, and then I'll press start. And it is going to start scanning. I just needed to change the scan lever there. So here it is at work. It is scanning this fabric into the machine. And as it comes up, it will pop up on the screen. Now keep in mind, I was able to use a very small piece of fabric because I can see my fabric on the screen. Now I'm probably gonna try to cut out mini here in the middle. So I'm just gonna basically get it. That works. I like this. So I'm going to press OK. Give it a moment to recognize. The ScanNCut has outline recognition software. So it can, oh, I hope you can see that. I'm going to make it a little bigger. Look how great it did. It recognized this little heart. It recognized the Minnie's handwriting, but I want Minnie head. So perfect. I'm going to say OK. I'm going to press ignore object size and make it so that it ignores those little pieces. See how those went away? Perfect. Say OK. OK again. And we're ready to cut. So I'm just going to take us right out to the main screen. Now press select. I can cut, draw, emboss, foil. I just want to cut. Say OK. I'm looking really quick. All my settings are good. Let's get cutting so you can see this working. Now this is an auto blade, as I mentioned. See it measure the depth of the mat. Now it's measuring the depth of the fabric. It's automatically figuring out how deep it needs to cut, which is pretty awesome. That was a really fast cut. Let me eject the mat so you can see me do this. Okay, so let's peel away the fabric. And I mean, right? That's amazing that it cut with such incredible detail. If you fussy cut, this might be something for you to save your hands, because honestly, let me get closer. Cutting something out with that kind of precision would take a lot of work and maybe start to get a little difficult over time. So one of my favorite things and a great reason to use the scanner. Let's change mats. Now I'm going to use, go out again. Now I'm going to use the standard mat. So this is the standard tack mat, and all the machines come with this mat. I'm simply placing the mat under the rollers on the right and left and pressing the load mat button, and I let go. I just let the machine bring it in on its own. To take my blade out, I just lift the lever, and this time I'm going to use the standard blade. And this really is great for many, many things. I'm going to place the black top standard blade in and then lower the lever. Great. Our mat and our blade are in. Now, I will say that if I were doing this off camera, I would put my fabric down on a flat surface. I'm doing it here just so that you can see and we don't have to keep going back and forth. Now, what I'm going to show you now, and I had shown you that I used like a lame before. What I did to make this work is I fused it to some fusible applique paper. So this is Brother's fusible applique. Now I'm going to remove the paper, place the fusible side down on the mat. And then I'm going to do the same thing with just a regular piece of quilting cotton. I'm removing the paper backing, placing the fabric down on the mat. Now, again, I'd like to show I can use really small pieces of fabric this way because I have the scanner. Let's go home. Now, what are we doing this time? This time, I'd love to show you how I'm doing the applique, because this afternoon, I'm going to show you how I can turn these applique pieces into an embroidery applique design. Now, I have put a USB flash drive into this machine on the side. So if I kind of come back, see it right here, that's where my flash drive goes. And I have already saved a design. This afternoon, I'll show you how I did that. But we'll go retrieve data to our flash drive. Well, of course it says that now, huh? Let me go back. It is inserted. Let's see. All right, there we go. It had a little glitch for a moment. Everything you save in a Brother machine is going to be saved in the B pocket. So I'm going to press the B pocket. It's looking for my designs. Now I've saved more than one. I'm just going to go to the last one. There's my cake that I showed you a minute ago. Now, isn't this cool? It did not require any conversion. And this is the actual stitches. So there, look at this. You can actually see the stitches. Now, the applique is this cake that you see right there. And it's also the tray at the bottom. But I just think that's so neat. You're seeing everything about this design. If I wanted to draw it, this is how you would see it look. It's an applique. So I'm going to go ahead and press the applique button. Here are my two pieces that I need to cut for applique. It's easy peasy. It really is. I'm going to press that, press OK. I am not changing anything. I want it just like it came out of the machine. And I'm going to add the second one and press OK, and then set it as well. Now I have both pieces on the machine. And if I did not have the scanner, I would have had to use some really big pieces of fabric or figure out where it is. But I have a background scanner. So I'm going to press background scan and start. And you can see that it will scan in my mat just like it did when we did the direct cut. Joyce makes applique easy peasy, right? It totally does. And I just love being able to do this and let people know how easy it is to make applique. All right, scanned it in. Here it is on the screen. Now I'm going to drag my chair down here. Now the gray is a little harder to see. What I can do is just darken it and make it easier to see. I mean, isn't that awesome? There's just nothing they haven't thought of. So now I have both of those on there. I'm ready to cut. Let's press please select. And we are going to start. Go back so that you can watch. Now, again, you can cut up to approximately 3 millimeters using the auto blade. Did you see it measured the mat? Now it's measuring the fabric. Now, I wouldn't want to use two fabrics that were very different in thickness. So I wouldn't want to put a very big piece of thick wool and then a thin piece of cotton. That would be a little confusing to the machine. You want to keep, if you're doing more than one piece, keep them approximately the same depth. All right, let's pull this machine out, or the mat, excuse me. Then I'm gonna come up and pull the corner, and there's my tray. And this is like my favorite part. I like to say peel and reveal. And there they are, and they're perfect. And then what I would do is take a spatula, come over to, it's hard to do this laying flat, I know, but come over to an edge and just pull this up. Now it did not shred or come apart because it has fusible. And then I'm going to do the same thing with this. And as I mentioned before, if you want to watch this afternoon, I'm going to show you how to actually applique these on a machine embroidery design. Awesome. Okay, next thing. Oh, I'm going to use this again. So back goes in my my mat. This is, again, just the standard mat, and I'm loading it for convenience. Like I said, normally I'd put my fabric down on a table to do this. This is just so we can make this easy. All right, next thing. We're going to switch gears a little bit because it's so impressive that this happens. Anybody here want to work with Heat transfer vinyl. Here is a piece. It's a strawberry. This strawberry is in the ScanNCut. Everything I'm showing you is in the ScanNCut. That's kind of terrible glare. Heat transfer vinyl has two pieces. It has a vinyl. Oops, I'm going to go a little closer. It has vinyl, and then it has a clear top. I'm just pulling it apart so you can see. So when it comes off the roll, it looks like this. Got that shiny side, and that shiny side is the top. We do not want to cut through that. We only want to cut through the vinyl. And Brother has come up with a way to do that automatically, and it's pretty fantastic. So here I'm going to take my heat transfer vinyl, and I'm going to put the shiny side down so that I have the vinyl facing up. Remember, the shiny side is the piece I don't want to cut. Vinyl's facing up. Okay, randomly placed on the mat. I know it'll fit my design. Let's pull up, hold on. I thought it was plugged in. Something's telling me that I'm not plugged in. So hold on. All right, quick technical fix while I make sure that I am plugged in. And I should be, all right, I know what I'm going to do. So I'm going to very quickly. All right, back, and here we go. For some reason, my thing wasn't reading. We're all good to go. All right, so here we are with the vinyl. Now let's go to the screen. Now, this time I'm going to choose another built-in pattern. And don't forget, you have Disney, so you have lots of Disney designs available to you. But what we're going to do is we're going to go to this category. Now, I don't know if you know this with your ScanNCut, but it has word art. And it just has pages and pages of word art. And we're going to go all the way down. They're alphabetical, which makes it pretty easy, honestly. I'm going to go all the way down to here. And I'll show you the placemats I've been making. I'm not going to change the size. And now we're going to do another background scan. Again, this in itself, the money you pay for your ScanNCut is paid back multifold with the ability to use the scanner. So here we go. We're scanning it in, and I'm going to show you what it looks like. Now, remember I said we had to put the plastic face down? Well, that will make a difference. So if we cut this right now, it would be backwards. I am going to mirror image this with one click, put this over my design, or excuse me, over my background, say okay. And then I am going to do one more thing. I'm going to turn on the half cut. So we'll press cut. And Brother has included this wonderful feature where you can turn on the half cut and it will not cut through your vinyl topping, or the carrier sheet as it's called. So we reversed it for heat transfer vinyl, and then we turned on the half cut. Noreen, thank you. I've done it a couple times. So I try, it is easy, but it's just knowing what needs to be done. And with a few times and some practice, it could be this way for everyone. And it is very exciting and fun. Okay, here it comes. It's just going to take a second to finish cutting. Again, I used my standard blade. I could have used my vinyl blade as well. Both of those will work. So we'll give it 1 second. Now I'm going to use my spatula to pull it off the mat. So it is not cut through. And I will be using this little pick because this is faster for right now. I would be a little bit more cautious if I were doing this just on my own at home, but I want you to see. So let me pull up this side. Okay, there we go. Now I'm just going to pull this off. Get started. So notice that the plastic is not cut through. The carrier sheet, the plastic, whatever you want to call it, has not been cut through. There we go. And there, when I flip it around, it says summer. I just need to bring out that piece. But that's how fast and easy it is. Let me show you what those look like when you iron them on. So here are my placemats that I've been doing just for fun for summer. So I've been taking some placemats, and then I've taken some different fruit that is in the ScanNCut. And you can see here, I'm making this. Now here's where I want to finish it up with that last one. And just to show you how this works, you would use your iron this on. This one is cool because that's what I need to do to peel it off. And then you just peel off your plastic. And there you go. It's ready and good to go. So I'm going to see what Jane thinks and if she wants to tell me anything, because we've kind of reached the end of our demonstrations. Let me come back.
Heather, I mean, you're so awesome. It's just crazy. I literally pulled out my ScanNCut. I got my fabric mat out. I'm going to try and trace around my image because there's lots of questions coming out, and you're just inspiring, friend. You're inspiring. Okay, let me ask you some of the questions I saw fly by. First of all, I love peel and reveal. That's wonderful. I would steal that from you. Outline object software. You said it has outline. Does it do that automatically?
Absolutely. Your ScanNCut comes with that outline recognition software. That's what makes it so amazing that it can just find the outline.
Right, exactly. And then they said they love the ignore object size. So that was 2 comments back to back there. So that means you get rid of all the little accoutrement around
debris.
The outside.
Yeah, just and someone had said, how big does that need to be? Just keep going until your debris is gone. Make it as big as you need.
Debris. Is it easy to convert scanned images to PES design? That's Christine and Dee Dee. So we would transfer those using the wireless connection to like the Canvas workspace.
Yes, absolutely. This has wireless. How could I forget to mention that? Definitely.
Okay. And can it cut as big as the 12 by 12 mat?
That's a great question. It's just under. It's like around 11.5 by 11.5-ish. It's just under.
Perfect. And Teresa wants to know the life of the mat and the tackiness. Is there a way to get more use out of it? And we all know these little tips and tricks, but I know you have more.
Absolutely. You know what? The best way to get your life out of it is when you're done using it, clean it, use a non-alcohol baby wipe, use some soap and water, just very gentle cleaning. Don't scrub or you'll take the adhesive off, and then put the dust cover back on and you'll get a lot more life. I use mine for a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, the mats, I'm always cleaning mine with that baby wipe. Once I learned that, and you're like, wow, this is really amazing. So really great questions here, everybody. Heather, you're going to be back a little bit later to actually use those pieces that you cut out, and we're going to do an applique on, let me see, you're going to do the NS1750D?
I'm going to be back with another Disney machine, sewing and embroidery, and we're going to finish our applique.
Peel and reveal. Let's do it, Heather. Thank you so much for that great demo. You're the best.
Thanks, Jane. I'll see you later.
All right, everybody. Let me tell you all the good things that you just learned from Heather and what you get in the box when you order your ScanNCut. So what you see right there on the screen, we're talking about the Brother SCX 325 ScanNCut DX edition. And let me tell you what you're getting. It's for the crafting hobbyist who loves fabric. You can cut your fabric for quilting and raw edge applique. And with the thin cut fabric auto braid, it makes it a cinch. It is wireless network ready, so you can seamlessly transfer your designs from the ScanNCut DX to your Brother machine. You're getting over 1,300 built-in designs, blade sensor technology, whisper quiet. It cuts materials up to 3 millimeters. You got that built-in scanner for 600 DPI. That's amazing. And of course, that 5-inch LCD touchscreen color display. In the box, you are getting, when you open that box, friends, you're getting a 12 by 12 getting started piece of cardstock, which is great to do some practicing on. You're getting your accessories pouch. And the fabric mats, you've been asking about your fabric mats. You're getting a 12 by 12 fabric mat and a 12 by 12 standard tack mat. That comes in the box. And you're getting an iron-on fabric applique sheet. Of course, the auto blade, thin fabric auto blade, erasable pen set, and pen holder. So much. You saw how incredible the Brother ScanNCut is, and you can order that for yourself right now. You're going to have to call or chat online for that special Hoop Fest pricing. Of course, it's smplive.tv for all the info about any of the products that you're seeing on the show today, or call 800-401 8151. And we know that Heather is a phenomenal teacher. And if you want to learn more about Brother ScanNCut, you can attend the ScanNCut University. And I'm going to bring Blaine back in to talk a little bit more about ScanNCut University. It's happening October 13th. Now, this is a private class that you can sign up for and attend, and you're getting the most amazing teachers. Can I say who the teachers are, Blaine?
You sure can.
Heather Banks, Julie Faye Fanbalzer, and Cindy Hogan.
You got it. And you know, they got a little bit of a sneak peek right there what they're going to get, Jane, because I mean, Heather just scratched the surface with the ScanNCut, but they're going to learn over a 3-day period everything that you could possibly do with a ScanNCut. So it's going to be pretty awesome. So if you haven't signed up for the university yet, go sign up. Go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very front of the top of the page, there's an event bar. Hit that event tab and it takes you down. You can look on the ScanNCut, click on it, sign up, and there's a couple different ways. You have to have the SDX style ScanNCut to be able to take the class, and you get a deal on the class if you buy a ScanNCut at the same time.
Does anyone think it's weird? I literally am crafting along with, I pull it all out and I start going. Blaine, that university, that ScanNCut University, if anyone else is like me, you're just going to have to like empty your brain of everything in it, go to the university and fill it up with all the knowledge that you're going to get when you're there.
You are, you know, and a great thing about it, you're getting the 3 best instructors on the ScanNCut in the world, bar none.
Totally. Absolutely. Every single time one of them is talking about the ScanNCut, I am taking notes and learning right along with everything, because again, like it's a lot and they are total experts on what is happening with ScanNCut. So yeah, we love it. We work with it, but like I can get a little tidbit from them every time I do it.
Well, you know, both of them, all 3 of them know it like the back of their hand. So that's why they're such good teachers on it. And I've taken a class with all 3 of them, and it's amazing how they make you understand and be able to teach what they teach. So yeah, if you haven't, if you have any, you know, if you want to use a ScanNCut and you have any ideas that, you know, about like that, you don't know, you know, that you're wanting to do, this is the class you want to take.
And you can always learn more. And again, Blaine, when you sign up for the class, it is online, correct?
Yes.
And there's limited seating available online.
Yes, it's going to be limited seating, and it's going to be 100% virtual. And then we have a cutoff date. I think it's the 23rd, September the 21st. September the 21st is the cutoff you can sign up on. And then that way gives us time to get your kits and things that sent out to you that you're going to need to complete the projects. And
best thing is you're going to be learning, and you can stay in your jammies in your craft room. It's great.
You sure can.
And you're learning. I love it.
You sure can. Well, hey, Jane, we're going to move on. I know we're going to bring you back in here in just about 30 minutes.
That's
and
right.
We're going to do some more. But right now, we're going to learn all about Baby Lock Alliance. And guys, this is the One Needle Alliance. And again, this is, I call it the probably most versatile embroidery machine on the market because of all the things you can do with it. Not only can you do free motion quilting, you can do hats. You can do so many things on it. And guys, we have a treat with us. We have Patty Marty. She is the manager of training and education and events at Baby Lock. And she's also a small, you know, business owner. She owns an embroidery business. And first time she's ever been on one of our shows. So Patty, welcome to the show.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here today. Yeah, this is my first time doing this. I usually help you coordinate educators for the event. So it's kind of fun to be a part of it.
It is, you know, and I've talked to you so many times. We've done so many meetings and different things. And I'm like, she's never been on our show. This is the first time. So this is awesome. We're so happy we're you know, that you're here. And I know everybody's going to be in for a treat for what you're going to show us. So take it away.
Awesome. Yeah, as Blaine said, this machine is such a versatile machine. And that was the exact word that I was going to use for it. So this is our, like you said, our single needle alliance. And you may look at this and think, wait, that's not a single needle. There's 4 threads up there. How can it be a single needle? This machine does work much like your standard flatbed machine, but some of the advantages of it are the fact that you can use things and stitch things that are in the round. So things like ball caps, things like tote bags, things like baby onesies, all those things that we struggle with on a flatbed machine are super easy on this machine. So this machine has a ton of capabilities and editing and things like that built into the machine, tons of designs. But what I want to kind of show you today is that versatility. I love having a product that, you know, it's an embroidery machine, but I love when things can be either added to it, whether it's hoops or accessories, or when I can also do other functions with it, right? I want to be able to expand the use of my machine. And that's exactly what the Alliance does for me. So the Alliance is primarily an embroidery machine, but there is an upgrade available for this machine that would allow somebody to convert it into a free motion quilting machine. That seems crazy, right? But it is two machines in one, right? So with the machine, it comes with several different hoops. And I want to kind of explore with you guys some of the hoops since it's Hoop Fest, right? And talk about the hoops that come with the machine and how you might use those in your embroidery and everyday embroidery. So the machine comes with a frame holder A, which you can see I have that on the machine right now. It comes with an 8x8 hoop and a 4x4 hoop. And those are your standard hoops. And right now I have the 8x8 hoop on it. And I will tell you guys that this is one of my favorite size hoops. It's just the perfect size. It maximizes the whole embroidery field of the Alliance, which is an 8x8 embroidery field. It's perfect for doing t-shirts, for putting a design on a tote bag. You know, traditionally on our 6 and our 10 needles, we have 8x8s, but they're a flat frame hoop, which I'll show you what that means in a second. But we typically use our 5x7 hoop, or we have to use our largest hoop, which is either like an 8x12 or an 8x14. Well, sometimes your project's not that wide. So an 8x8 hoop set in this orientation is awesome. You know, think about a t-shirt or again, tote bags. If you're trying to put a big monogram on something, this is the perfect size hoop. So I actually wish that this hoop was available on some of our 6 and 10 needles as well, so that you could use it. So anyway, so that's the standard hoops that come with the machine. In addition to that, one of the hoops I wanted to talk to you guys about that also comes with the machine is a set of 4 mini hoops, okay? And they come with the frame holder E. This comes with the frame holder A, and that's going to typically hold all of the hoops that come with the machine. So that 8x8, the 4x4, it'll also accommodate a 5x7 hoop as well. So that's a good one if you're looking at the Alliance. That's a nice hoop to add on to your machine because that's also a very versatile hoop as well. So with this frame holder here looks a little different than the frame holder that's on my machine. So I debated on whether or not I should put this on or not before I came on air. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to kind of show you guys how easy it is. I think one of the things when we get into multi-needles is they can look very, very intimidating. If you think about it, this is your standard machine just kind of turned on its side, right? This is my carriage, much like you see on a flatbed machine. It's just in the back of the machine. This is frame holder is what's allowing me to attach my frames to it. So instead of sliding a frame in, I'm sliding a frame into the frame holder. So to remove the hoops, really easy. I just kind of push up on the hoops from underneath and pop those off, and then it kind of comes out of the pins. So there's my standard hoop. Now I did go ahead and loosen these screws a little bit so I wouldn't have to struggle with them. But there's 2 screws that attach the frame holders into the machine carriage. So I just have those inserted. I'm just going to remove those and just be careful about taking it off around the needle area. Now this I can just set aside because I'm going to be using that frame holder E. So if I set that aside, pull out this frame holder E, you might notice this looks completely different, right? This is really going to allow me to take advantage of this free arm area of the machine. So this area down here, this is where my bobbin thread is on the Alliance. So this is the magic behind the machine. This is what allows me to hoop things around my my bobbin area so that I don't have to worry about things getting caught. I don't have to struggle with, you know, folding things a certain way and pinning things so that I have to get them out of the way so that my needle doesn't catch them. You only have to do that a few times before you become an embroidery expert, which I've done it many, many a times where I have had things catch on my frame. So I'm going to slide this frame holder E back here. There's a little sensor here that I want to make sure that I'm getting that over that. And it lines right up with the pins. And then I just reuse these 2 screws and tighten these down. Now, I just wanted to show you how quick and easy it is to attach that. Ta-da, I'm done. If I were to come over here on my machine and pull up a letter, I'm just going to pull something up so you guys can see. I'll just pull up a single letter A and set that on my screen. I can see up here on the top of the screen, move my fingers out of the way, which hoops it's going to work with. So those are representing those 4 tiny hoops that we had that I showed also come with the machine. So what would you use tiny hoops for, right? Why do I need all these little hoops? I love these hoops. These are great for doing things like ribbon, or if you had, you know, that if you have kids that do dance or cheer, if you just want to put a little initial or a name at the bottom of a hair ribbon or a hair bow, this is a great hoop size to use for that. There's one that orientates going horizontally. There's that same size that goes vertically, you know, so again, maybe you're trying to get in a sleeve or into maybe a little pair of socks or something like that, and you're wanting to put an embroider on something like that. That's a great hoop for that. Then there's also 2 other sizes. There's a simple oval size. So again, putting maybe an initial on a cuff or something like that. That's a small area. That is another great hoop as well. And then this one here is just a nice square size. Now, this one, and I think it's still a little bit of a trend, but for a while there, people were wanting monograms on their Converse shoes and on the tongues of their shoes and things like that. This is my go-to hoop for that. I would use this all the time and be able to get a shoe actually around this bobbin case area and be able to embroider it. So these really allow you to do, they do small embroidery, but they allow you to get into small areas, which is sometimes a challenge with embroidery, right? We don't want to have to take everything, tear it apart, and then sew it back together. These hoops allow you to kind of accommodate those small areas, pockets, things like that. So just wanted to kind of show you those. Some of the other hoops that are available with the machine are this 8x8 hoop. And you're thinking, wait, you just showed me an 8x8 hoop. This is an 8x8 hoop, but it's called a flat frame. So the biggest difference, if I pull that other hoop out, you might notice that the brackets for this are on different parts of the hoop. So on this flat frame, my brackets are on the outer rung of my frame. On the 8x8 that comes with the machine, it's on the inner. Okay, so notice how my fabric's kind of flowing through the hoop this way. If I were putting it on with the flat frame, what it would do is take that fabric and the fabric would actually go over my bracket. So if you were doing blankets or shower curtains or things like that that have a lot of extra fabric, this allows the fabric to actually flow over your frame holder and kind of over the carriage easier. Okay, you're not trying to kind of cram fabric in here. So that's a flat frame. That's one of the optional hoops. There's also some circular hoops that are available. I did not grab those, but there's a circular frame set that's also available for the Alliance. And I believe those come in a 4, 5, and a 6-inch circular frame. And they come as a set and they come with a frame holder seat. You'll notice with Baby Lock, we like to color code things and we like to give little coding to our machines that make it easy to use. So A is going to be for all the frames that come with your machine. B is going to be for frames maybe that you buy. So like the border frame and different frames like that will work with the B. The thing that's nice is look at my frames. They have a little sticker on there that tells me which frame holder it works with. So we're taking the guesswork out of which hoop goes with which frame and that sort of thing. This frame here that's a flat frame, it shows me it goes on the A frame holder. So again, we're trying to make it as easy as possible for you all. So this would attach much like my frame holder A was attached, but this would accommodate hoops like this border hoop. Now, I love this border hoop, and it doesn't have to just be used for borders, but it's designed to have fabric slid in here. So if I had a piece of fabric, think about like a sheet going in here. What I can do is when I'm advancing or when I have my fabric, this top portion of the hoop kind of floats, okay? The other thing too that you might notice is in here on the inside part of it, it actually has kind of a textured, kind of grippy fabric to it. So it's not going to give you hoop burn when you're hooping things. But what's awesome about this is if I put something in here and I line it up, there's some markings here to help me line things up from a center point. I'm going to just clip down on these 2 clamps and notice now my whole hoop is all stuck together. It's nice and snug. What's beautiful about this is if I am doing the border across the top of a sheet, or maybe I'm doing some embroidery around the hem of a skirt, or making some fabric that I want to either insert into a sewing project, I can stitch my fabric out. Once my repeat gets done, I can simply leave this on the machine, push these 2 little buttons, and notice that that top lifts up. So it allows me to be able to just slide my fabric down, realign it with the markings on the fabric, and then clamp it back down. Okay. Some people like to use this frame as well for maybe like tote bags or things like that. The thing to consider is that it does have some limitations here at the top. You can only go so far. So it is designed kind of to go along the edge of a project. But this is a really fun hoop. And we have this available too for our 6 and our 10 needles. It comes in a 4x7 and a 4x12 for the multi-needle hoops. This one, I'm trying to think off the top of my head what size it is. Looks like more like a 4x7 hoop. So this would, again, give you that ability to utilize the embroidery frame size of the Alliance. Okay. So the other thing I wanted to talk to you guys about today was just to touch base about that other half of the machine, right? We talked about this being an embroidery machine. I'm going to go ahead and remove my frame holder E. And just to be safe, I'm going to turn the machine off while I set it up. I just want to show you guys how we can set this machine up for the quilting side of it. So I have my machine actually upgraded, okay? And it's upgraded with a free motion kit for the Alliance, okay? With that kit, so much stuff comes with it, right? So this is a way to get an extension table on your machine, etc. So let me go ahead and just turn the machine off, because a lot of times when we're doing things on it, we want to make sure that it's off safely as we're adjusting things. So just to be safe, I will do that. So here's my table. Now, this table can be purchased separate, but it does come included in the free motion kit. So what does the table do? The table gives me a flat work surface. So if I'm not using the free motion or using the free arm part of my machine, what this will allow me to do is to get a nice flat surface. So if you've ever done embroidery on a heavy blanket, like a horse blanket, or just even some of those furry minky blankets and things like that, those have a lot of weight to them. And when you're trying to hoop them and then have them stay secured in the hoop, and then you put it on the machine and it's got that free arm area, everything can kind of get weighted down. So this table just slides on, and you can see that I just slid this on. Now, as part of this table, there actually are brackets that get attached to the machine itself. Okay, so I already have the brackets attached to it. I already have this upgrade installed on my machine. If you purchase the upgrade, it's very simple to just upgrade the machine and install that into the machine. And then what it will do is it'll recognize that you have the upgrade kit. Okay. Now over here, I'm sorry if I'm going to step in front of the camera real quick. I put everything over here. Let me go and pull these out real quick. Tried to grab everything here so that you guys could see what all kind of comes with this set. Okay. Lots of pieces come with this set. So first thing that I want to do is this piece here. This goes over my carriage. Okay. It's basically just like a little guard, right? It's going to protect my fabric as I'm quilting from getting caught on any of the, it's going to keep it from getting caught. I'm trying to like clip this on here. I haven't done this in a while, so, oh, maybe I have it going the wrong way. No, I have it going the right way. Okay, I'm going to just leave this on here for right now. Okay, I don't have it attached properly. But then what we're going to do is we're going to attach this needle guard. Okay, the needle guard just slides right over the area. There's actually a little spot for it just to slide in there. And what that does is, as I would be doing free motion quilting, it's guarding my fingers, right? It's keeping me from having any issues with my fingers or getting too close to the needle area. So it's just a safety precaution. The other thing too that is on this machine is the fact that I have a foot control. So on the side of the machine, on the other side, there's actually a plug-in for the foot control. And then I also get a little halo. This is helpful for somebody who's doing free motion quilting. It allows you to kind of hold onto your fabric and gives you a working area as you're doing free motion. So this also comes with it. Then you're also going to see in your accessories that you would get some metal bobbins, okay? On the side here of the Alliance, there actually is a bobbin winder, okay? It's one of those features that is built into the machine. So this is here so that I can wind my bobbins with my quilting thread so that I can match my bobbin thread to my type of quilting that I'm doing. So you get metal bobbins, and then there's a bobbin case for this as well, okay? So those are kind of the bobbin cases for that. Now I just grabbed some threads. You can use quilting threads and that sort of thing on the machine. So let me just go ahead and turn it on. So used to the on switch is on the other side for our multi-needles. On the Alliance, it's over on this side. It's just giving me my notice that I need to put some oil on it. which it does every time. Okay, so here now, and I obviously need to attach my guard properly, but up here in the top corner, grab my stylus, I have this little option here. The carriage unit will move, so it's just giving me information to let me know. And this is giving me tools now for me to set the speed of my stitches per minute. It's also letting me determine if I want my needle to end in the down position, in the up position, and it's giving me some other settings that I can utilize with the needle setting. So whether I want to have a stepped placement, so maybe I can get it exactly where I want to go before I start, etc. So there's options here that you can turn on. You can see, I don't know if you can see closely, but there is a little needle beam on the Alliance. So it's showing that needle beam. So as I'm doing quilting, I'm actually going to get a little bit of a guide as I'm doing that. So with this, let me kind of move some of the stuff out of the way. With this upgrade, again, it adds to the versatility of this machine. Okay. So let me just move some things out of the way, because I did bring in a quilt sample just to kind of show you, because it does give you a really nice throat space for where you can have work with your quilts. Okay, so here's just a quilt that I did. And now one of the things I love too is this is actually something that I stitched out on our Solaris, but this is something you could do with quilting designs that are built into your machine. So this is actually just a simple table runner that I created just using some, I think they were just layer cakes, and I kind of chopped them up and sewed them back together. I used IQ Designer to create some decorative fills and fill these different areas, but you could easily use the embroidery side of your machine to maybe embroider different elements of your quilting project, right? Kind of combining different medias, and then use the free motion side to be able to maybe free motion quilt your quilt, okay? So just like that, now you can see I have all this workspace here. So if I were to be working on this, you can see that I can move my fabric, and I've got all that area back here in the Alliance that I'm able to access and be able to free motion quilt on my project. So again, it comes with that little halo. So the halo works like this. So as you're working in an area, you can use the halo. And this table here has a really nice surface. So it gives it a lot of ability for your fabric to move. So it's not a hard surface. Your fabric's going to glide pretty easily. So at this point, it's just kind of letting me know if it's going to move back into embroidery mode. So in the embroidery side of the machine, again, one of the things we showed the other day was, even though this is a single needle embroidery machine, it's very, very easy to change this out. So with our machine here, you can see that I have something already threaded. Now, if I wanted to rethread this, it's very, very simple to just kind of come up here, take your thread and give it a little cut. And then you could attach the next color thread. I've got this already staged up here. Give it just a little tie. And then this way you're not having to thread it every time, right? That's always our worst fear, is like, oh my gosh, I have to rethread this whole machine. You just tie it on, and then I'm going to remove this needle guard. Hopefully it doesn't yell at me for removing it, but I'm going to remove it so I can access this. I'm going to pull my thread. It's actually out of the needle area already, and just give it a pull through the threading path. Okay, then there is a little guide up here that we're going to just kind of floss our thread under. There we go. And within the machine here, I have a built-in needle threader, right? Nobody wants to thread needles. I can't see threading needles anymore, and I don't like to wear cheaters. So if I click this button here, that needle threader comes out for me automatically, and then I can simply floss my thread in front of it, give it a little cut, and then touch that needle threader again. I'm threaded and ready to go, okay? So some other features built in here, there are a ton of editing features in the machine itself. So one of the things that I love, if you go back to the embroidery side of the machine, there's tons of exclusive designs built into this machine, and lots of them are beautiful. Sometimes it's hard to see what our designs look like until you actually kind of get in here and stitch them out. But there's some of those beautiful designs that could be used for quilting. The other thing that's really cool is if I have two of these designs, let me set this design on the page. I can come here and simply just duplicate this design and move this kind of out of the way. And as long as my designs are non-overlapping designs, one of the things I have built into this machine, because it knows that I don't like to change my thread, right? It knows I don't want to change my thread that often. I have this little color sort key here. So this is my key here with 2 blue spools and a yellow spool. So when I touch that, notice what it did. It took my designs and it color sorted it. So it put my 2 colors together that were light lilac. It put my 2 colors that were purple, and it put my 2 colors that were reddish brown together. So gives me a ton of information. I can add basting stitches to my design. I can rotate my designs together, etc. But if I go back a screen, just simply touch return, I can make edits. I can delete a design off the page. I can come here and move that back to the center. But you'll see that I can size this design up. I can go up 20% and down 10%. I can also rotate my design. I can change the colors of my design. I can actually make this be a border. So wouldn't that be awesome if I was trying to make a border using that border hoop? That would allow me to keep my designs nice and lined up, or to duplicate designs right on the screen all at once. I can mirror my designs, and then if I brought in my fonts, I could also adjust my fonts as well. Then I do love the fact, if you've had an older embroidery machine, you know what I'm talking about. I used to have an embroidery machine back in the day that had the floppy drive in it. And it was one of those, I think it was an Eleganti, it was a Lagio maybe, and still have it, but had the little floppy disk. And I remember when I first kind of moved up to different machines, I was like, oh my gosh, that duplicate key is just amazing. It's so easy to be able to just replicate your designs right on the screen. Rather than having to touch add, go back and you know, pull up that design again, I can simply hit duplicate, and then I've got those 2 designs right on the screen. So it is a lot of fun. The machines are so easy to use, and hooping and all that stuff like that makes it so much easier on the Alliance. So I just really wanted to share with you guys today just kind of the 2 sides of the Alliance. So it's so much more than just an embroidery machine. It has that add-on capability, and it really does give you the ability to have a lot of fun with your machines. So I think I'm pretty close to time, but hopefully Blaine or Jane will let me know if they need me to keep going or where I am with time.
Well, hey, Patty, yeah, it is right about that time. I tell you what, you got a lot of stuff covered in 25 minutes. And
I talk
again,
fast, Blaine. I talk
you know,
fast.
you're just scratching the surface of the capabilities of that machine. But again, great demonstration. And I'm going to tell everybody how they can get that Alliance now. Thanks to Patty for being on the show, and thanks to Baby Lock for being one of our platinum sponsors. But guys, this is the Baby Lock Alliance. Now, the normal price on this is $49.99, but we do have a show special. You have to call in to get the special pricing, or you can visit us on smplive.tv. You can click on that Alliance picture, and it'll take you to the product page. You can also talk to our live chat agents. We're going to offer free shipping nationwide to you. Ship it free right to your door. We also offer some financing. But guys, we got a great price on this today. But I want to tell you a little bit about this thing. Again, guys, this thing this is the most versatile machine. Not only can you do, you know, it's got a free arm to where you can do lots of tubular type embroidery on shirt sleeves, pant legs, and things like that. You know, jackets. You can do, bags. So many different things. But you can also do free motion quilting, as Patty was showing you. You get that table, that kit, and there's so many things you can do with it. And then the great thing about it is, you know, Durkee makes a sturdy frame that they sell. Now, the maximum embroidery area on this is an 8x8. But if you want to turn that to an 8x14, you can buy the Durkee sturdy frame. And with the software that you can get with the Baby Lock software, you can actually do a split design on this machine and turn that 8x8 into an 8x14. So basically, you're just going to rotate it and do a split design when you're sewing out. So it has a capability of doing a lot more. But guys, this thing has built-in memory of 1 megabyte. It has 2 great LED lights on it that you can, move up. It does have, to light it up. It has 2 USB ports on it, and there's a lot of great features on this thing. It's going to show 260,000 colors in that TrueView LCD touch screen. And that screen measures 7 inches diagonally. It has the adjustable screen brightness, has the clock and date. It's going to have the estimated embroidery time display on the stitch and stitch count. So it's going to tell you how many stitches and how long it's going to take to stitch it out. So it's just so many great things on this, so many features. And again, guys, this thing, the machine weighs about 68 pounds. So it's going to be extremely easy for two people to transport this. So this is one of those machines, if you buy the optional cap driver and cap equipment for it, you could take this to a trade show, a flea market very easily. You could do hats, you can do t-shirts, you can do so many things if you're trying to make something for a business. Again, with that cap driver on there, this thing does hats extremely well. Now, again, this is a one needle, and I know a lot of people look at that and go, okay, it's got 4 spools of thread. The reason it has the 4 spools of thread is so you can do a color change extremely easy. And that's why this machine is $49.99. It's a very great price as it is, but we got a show special and it's even cheaper. But that thread change, you can change the threads on this in less than 30 seconds. You're basically going to just, cut the thread, tie off another color, and just pull it through the machine, and then it's going to have the automatic needle threader. So you can change it extremely fast. And people that are buying this machine absolutely love it. And again, guys, we have a great special on it. You don't want to pass this up. If you've been in the market for one of these machines, now's the time to buy. Again, we have a great show special. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Go to SMPLive.tv. You can click on the Alliance icon, and it'll take you to the product page. We have live chat agents that are standing by as well. Now, again, guys, if you can't get through on the phones, we know it's extremely busy. If you can't get through or you can't talk to a live chat agent, you can go on the SMPLive.tv. At the very top of the page, it's going to say request a callback. You can hit that, fill out that information, and that's a Google Sheets link, basically what it is. And it's going to update in the call center real time on all the operator screens. And then as soon as they get off the phone, they'll give you a call back. So again, that is the Baby Lock Alliance and one needle embroidery machine. And that's one of our favorites. So guys, let's keep moving on. Let's bring Jane back in. And Jane, how are you? You ready to go?
Good. I'm getting all kinds of trouble here in my crafts and sewing room, man. I can't even tell you what. It's crazy.
Well, guess what time it is, Jane?
I can't believe that it's noon in Chicago. So Central Time, it's noon.
I know. And it's time for
education. We love education. All right, Blaine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, everybody. Our next guest, well, you love her. She's a legend in the industry and a self-proclaimed sewing cheerleader. Her enthusiasm is truly contagious. She's a teacher and author and a brother ambassador. She not only designs and sews and embroiders, but she can also style a garment. Here to share her creative genius with all of us, please give a huge SMP Nation hello to Joanne Banko. Hi, Joanne. Oh, we can't hear you. There she is. Hi, Joanne.
Happy Hoop Fest.
Happy Hoop Fest, Joanne. It's so great to have you back.
I'm so glad to be back. We're going to follow up on what we did on Tuesday and get a little more nitty-gritty information today.
Yes. So Tuesday, I'm sure everybody was here, but if you weren't here, Joanne did the perfect placement. And that was talking about where we're putting the embroidery on a garment. And today you're going to give us some tips and tricks for embroidering ready-made garments, which is a great way to either upcycle what you already have in your closet. It's a great way. You go to a thrift store, you get some hand-me-downs, whatever, and just give new life to something old.
T-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, all those kinds of things are so popular. And, one of the best ways to make use of your embroidery machine is to embroider on those items. And it's not hard when you know the tricks. So the title for today is Tips and Tricks for Ready-Made Embroidery.
I love it, John. All right, I'm going to let you start teaching and we're going to start learning.
Okay, very good. All right. So let's start out. I did talk a little bit on Tuesday about templates. So we're going to use templates a little bit today, but I encourage you to go back and watch the show on Tuesday and kind of combine the information there with the information here, tie it all together, and it'll give you some great guidelines. So templates are really one of my favorite ways to get perfect placement, because you're going to get a realistic preview of the design in life size, and it allows you to audition that design, whether you're auditioning it, just for placement, for measurement purposes, or for design purposes, like I talked about on Tuesday. So I really recommend, try to find a way to get some software and start printing your templates, because it will just make your embroidery life so much easier. So I did show that particular template on a t-shirt, and today I'm going to show you the blouse that it actually was stitched on. So this is a ready-made linen blouse, and linen is one of my all-time favorite fabrics to do embroidery on, whether I'm doing garments, blouses, or even like home decor. I love linen. One of the great things about it is it can be starched. So you can either use regular fabric starch or some of those starches that we're familiar with in the sewing world that we use to stiffen up fabric. And it will take that really, really well. Of course, it's you want to make sure your fabric is washable, but you can stiffen up the fabric considerably just with the starch. And then very often you can just get away with adding tearaway stabilizer on the back, because it is a woven fabric and it is stable. Now, how do I know if my design is going to match my fabric? Well, if you kind of look at this one, you can see that the design itself is a little bit soft and has a fair amount of open space in it. So that means it's not terribly dense. Now, we don't have time to get into, density today. I did have a few questions from Tuesday that I saw. People were asking, like, can you pick your design and your stabilizer by amount of stitches? Well, I'm here to tell you that the best way to match up a design with a fabric is a little bit of common sense and then testing. What is the saying? They say there are those who test and there are those who wish they would have. So I always say it's best to test. And what I did in the case of the blouse is I went ahead and I couldn't test on the blouse itself. So I went into my stash. Now, if you don't have this in your stash, go to the fabric store, buy a small amount of fabric that's very similar in weight and weave and, consistency to the fabric that you're going to embroider on, and then just simply stitch out the embroidery design. So I starched this fabric a little bit, added a layer of tearaway, which has all been torn away by now. And I prefer a light to a medium tearaway. If I need a little bit more substance to that tearaway, I will simply add 2 layers rather than using something too stiff, because even though most of the tearaway is removed, some of it does remain under the stitches. It's usually pretty well perforated, so it's really not, not fully there, but it still stays in there a little bit. So, sometimes a couple lighter layers are better than one heavier layer. That's just a little stabilizer tip for you. But once I stitch that out, and then if you really want to do a test, then you're going to wash it and dry it. Now, I've trimmed this piece small enough to show you today, but I would do it on, a decent sized piece so that you can try it out. And like I said, launder it and see what the effects are. I could see that with just a slight amount of pressing, my design came out beautiful. So when it comes to things like, special kind of garments like this of different fabrics, do what I said, go to the fabric store, find something similar and test it out. If we're doing things like, t-shirts and sweatshirts, I bet any money you've got a t-shirt or a sweatshirt somewhere in your closet or maybe even in the rag bag that you don't care about anymore. So that's a perfect place to practice and just keep using spaces on that t-shirt or sweatshirt until you don't have any space left. That's a great way to use something up and test your designs. Now, I will often do it in actual thread colors. So again, if I'm going to really try to test thread colors, I'll give you another tip. If I'm just testing for color on color, I want to see, do I like these colors on yellow? I will sometimes just go ahead and buy inexpensive felt. And felt is very forgiving. You hoop it by itself, you slip a layer of tearaway stabilizer underneath, you embroider your design, and you've got a really good idea. If it's a quality design, it's going to work well on that felt. and if you like that color combination. So if you can't find fabric that matches your actual garment and you want to do a test like that, felt comes in so many different colors. If not felt, then find some other inexpensive fabric that it has some stability to it and do your test on there. So there's another tip for you there. Now, if you don't care about color, like you already know what color you're going to be using and you don't care about, testing it out and using up your thread. I know we look at this and we go, oh, I just wasted thread, but you didn't, because you now have a sample for future reference. You also found out if you really like this, and you found out if it worked. So if you were to do this design on the ready-made and used your thread and it didn't come out right, now you've not only used up your thread, you have also used up your garment. So think about it that way. But if you don't want to use up thread, think about the threads that you have in your repertoire that are colors you don't use very often. And you can stitch the design all in one color just to test out the compatibility of the fabric and the design itself. So that is one of my best tips. So templates are tip number 1, and testing is tip number 2. So I'm going to move over to the table now and show you some different things on the table. Let me go ahead and just do a switcheroo on my camera. And the first thing that you're going to see that I have here is a guide sheet. So what I've done for you is I've actually, we only got a certain amount of time here, and I'd love to spend all afternoon with you, but Blaine has too many other great guests coming on. So I wanted to give you a lot of detailed information for what I use as guidelines for measurements on ready-made. So we're going to do a little bit more technique-wise today, but for measurements, I've actually created a guide sheet for you. And this guide sheet will give you left chest measurements for ladies and left chest measurements for men, and then guidelines for center front, and all other different common areas, even some of your home decor. So I'll have this posted with a link on the comments for this show, and you'll be able to go and directly download this. So when we look at a chart like this and we see left chest measurements for ladies, well, that compared to the men's is really quite a difference. And we'll talk again a little bit about unisex garments, which are a whole other thing. But if you're embroidering on ladies' garments that are more stylized, meaning they're a little bit more trim fitted, they're a little bit more form fitting for a lady's shape, then these are really good guidelines, because they're going to give you a very pretty placement. You can see from the sizes that an extra small has 6 inches from the shoulder, and an extra large has 7.5 inches. So that's not really a big difference, but it's enough to really make a difference on the actual garment. Now, once again, most of what I'm doing is not mass production. In my world, I'm doing more what I would call custom embroidery. I'm embroidering a lot on my own garments, or special garments for others. And in that case, again, I'm going to revert to my template. But if you're doing mass amounts, this is a great handy guide to have, and it will help you a lot. So I've provided that for you, and hopefully that will give you some good guidelines. So let's talk about one of my most favorite types of designs to do, and that is a neckline design. So here is a neckline design that I created actually in software. And in this particular case, I want to have a design that's very, very close to the actual curve of the neck, because I wanted to basically substitute as jewelry. That's another one of my favorite things to do with embroidery, especially on ladies' garments, is to just create something that will take the place of a necklace, find some pretty earrings that match with it, and you're good to go. You don't have to dig in your jewelry box for the right necklace and the right length and all that. So with this, in this particular case, we have a little bit of a problem, because if we were hooping this, I'll just grab a little bit of an oversized hoop, but if we were using a hoop where we required this size, you can see right away that I'm going to be hooping in an area where I have nothing. And that is a no-no when it comes to embroidery. When it comes to embroidery, your hoop must always be full, whether it's full of fabric or full of stabilizer, and then your fabric is attached to the stabilizer. You never want any gaps in your hoop. I bet there's somebody out there, and I could raise my hand as one of them, that maybe you've embroidered at one time or another on a napkin or a placemat or a corner of something, and you thought, oh, this is pretty close. It's, I can get my fabric in the hoop, and then you had some empty spaces, and what happens is your design gets distorted, because you need to have the tension that's provided by the inner ring and the outer ring of your hoop, pulling your fabric nice and smooth. And if you don't have the capability to do that, then you need to fill it with stabilizer. So that's exactly what I've done on this shirt. So I want to show you what this looks like inside out before I turn it to the right side. What I've done is taken one of my favorite stabilizers. And when we're talking about t-shirts and sweatshirts, I have a go-to stabilizer that I use again and again and again, and that is fusible cutaway mesh, also known as no-show mesh. Now, this does come in a non-fusible form. You can also find it sometimes in different colors. I tend to stock up on white and natural color. The natural color sometimes will look better on light colored fabric because it's a little bit closer to a skin tone, and that way when you're wearing that, it doesn't show as much through. But white is pretty much my go-to, and like I said, it does come in both non-fusible and fusible. If you're using the non-fusible version, then I highly recommend that you use a temporary adhesive spray made specifically for embroidery. And I know Sewing Machines Plus has plenty of choices for you in that regard. But I love the fusible, because really what this is a two-part fusible. It can fuse the first time just lightly. So you can see if I really wanted to pull this, I could pull this away, but it is fused enough that it's preventing my shirt fabric from stretching. And whenever you're working with knits or fine fabrics, lightweight fabrics, you're always best if your stabilizer is bonded to your fabric. You don't want any type of stretch whenever you're working with either a woven or a knit fabric that has some give. And if you're working with thinner fabrics, having that bonded just kind of adds an extra layer to that fabric so that it fits and more snugly, more tightly in the hoop. But so what I've done is I've actually just lightly fused this, and let me turn it right side out now. And you will see that I have purposefully extended this into the neckline. All right. So what's going to happen here is when I use whatever hoop, let's say I'm even using just a 4-inch hoop. If I want that design to be very close to the neckline, I'm going to be hooping this. Let me go ahead and slip this in. I won't worry about placement for now. We'll be doing that in a minute. But if I'm going to be hooping this, I'm going to be able to loosen that up just a little bit. There we go. That's screw loosened. Now I know some of you are probably already thinking, ooh, what about hoop burn? And I can actually see I've got a little bit of hoop burn on that shirt just from that little bit of hooping. If you're able to wash the garment, or if you're able to just spritz it a little bit, 99% of the time I have found personally that all goes away. If you're a little concerned with that, though, you're going to see in one of my next little tips and tricks, you can use an alternative method so that you don't have to hoop it at all. But I will tell you that I use my standard hoops very often and they really do provide a good holding power. But what you can see here is if the center of my design now was here, okay, right about where those notches are, then what would happen is I'd be able to still adjust that design so it would go right along that neckline, and I have got myself totally secure by having that additional stabilizer up in that area. So that's how this particular shirt was stitched, and that's how it came out so nice. Let me go ahead and show you one that's actually still hooped, because once you've got that hooped and your placement is perfect from your template, and I'll show you how I did that in just a minute here. But I again have a template here. I've taken that template and I have trimmed it very close to the design so that I can match that very closely with my neckline. Once I have hooped this, and I'm going to be hooping this with the t-shirt right side out, but once I have hooped it, then I'm actually going to turn this inside out. A lot of people call this nesting. And once you've got that turned inside out, then you're going to be dealing with all of the extra bulk. So you can see that with this one, I've already got everything clipped, big clips, little clips. I highly recommend these, but you're going to want to control all of that excess fabric as much as possible, because you don't want that to fall into the hoop when you're stitching. And we've all been there, done that, where we've had one of those glitches. But if you need to make a note, a post-it note, put it right on your machine. I recommend that you write yourself a note that says double check the underside every single time before you stitch, so that you can make sure none of this happens, so that you don't get that caught in there. I'm sure in the comments, if I asked how many have had that happen, we'd have a few that would say, yep, happened to me. So clipping helps a lot. I know different people like to use different clips, but I really love these because they work well for other sewing projects, and that will keep everything out of the way. So you can see that's actually what I've already done with this shirt. Now, I did do my perfect placement by putting my template on the fabric, putting my template grid that comes with the hoop in the fabric. And if you look, I am just a little bit off on this. So my true center point is right here. Point that with a pencil, as you can see. My true center point is here on the hoop grid, but my actual template and my placement for my design is here. So I will have to adjust that a little bit when I get to the machine. That's not a problem though. All of our machines have jog keys where we can go north, south, east, and west, and we can simply move the needle until it points right to the point of our center point that we've marked, or our template, and then that's where we would start stitching. So that's easy to adjust for. I will tell you, it's easier to adjust for if your design is slightly smaller than your hoop. So when you're doing something like this, there may be times when you would need to upsize your hoop in order to get that more accurate. Now, if you've got the opportunity for a camera, a projector, snowman marker, now you're in a different world. If I put a snowman marker right on the center of that template, and again, I'm a Brother ambassador, so I'm working with Brother machines. If I had that, let's get that stuck right, just perfectly placed, my machine will automatically, with the camera function, search for that snowman marker, and the center point of his little snowman belly is going to be the target point. And even if I'm a little bit off, my machine will adjust for it. But I want to make this available for everybody, no matter what kind of machine you have. So let's talk about if we didn't have that marker, and we would use the grid to make sure that we are nice and straight. All we need to be concerned with is that everything we do is perfectly parallel and perpendicular. So if you look, my spacing from here to here and here to here and here to here is perfect. It's just a little offset. So I'm still okay because I can adjust that needle position. And what I've achieved is the ability to have my design not be tilted, whatever. So that is very, very important. Okay, let's take something just like a basic t-shirt. And let's talk about how we would mark the position for this. So the first thing we're going to start off by doing is marking the exact center of the neckline. And then you can go down as far as you want, but sometimes I'll fold the t-shirt in half in several places because that's going to find my halfway point and mark it, you know, a little bit longer than what I actually needed. It kind of helps your eye follow that line. You certainly could use just a ruler to measure from point A to point B, armhole to armhole, seam line to seam line, and get that center point that way. A lot of our shirts, unfortunately, don't have side seams. So if you don't have a side seam, then you're just going to want to lay that really nice and smooth and flat on the table until you've got that edge that you know is actually what would substitute for the side seam. So my chart that I provided for you gives you two measurements. The measurement for the distance from the shoulder down and from the center over. So let's do one. And I'm going to go ahead and look at my chart. This is a medium size actual ladies shirt. So I'm going to go 6 inches from the shoulder. And again, you can use any ruler that makes you happy. I'm going to go 6 inches from the shoulder. I'm going to make a mark. And then distance from the center is 3 1/4. So I'm going to go 3 1/4 right there. And I'm going to use this as my parallel line with the ruler so that I can draw a perfect perpendicular line, just like that. And then use this line, and you could use a wider ruler if you need to, and get that line there. So I know that I want the center of my design. Let's say I was doing something like this. I want the center of that design to fall 6 inches down from the shoulder and 3 1/4 over. Now, again, if I could try this on, if this was something I was going to wear, I would definitely put my template on there, try it on, maybe even just put it on a dress form or a body form so that I can get a little bit more feel for where that should be. But that's going to make a big difference. And then when I'm ready to hoop this, I'm simply going to line that up again with my grid. And I'm going to make sure that template grid is in the upper half of the hoop. And I seem to have lost my 4-inch. Oh, there it is. So let me show you exactly how I would do that. Make sure you're using the top of the template with the top of the hoop. I've already added my iron-on stabilizer. I'm going to slip my outer ring underneath that shirt. Okay. And I'm going to simply line this up with my fingers. And again, if I'm a little off, I just want to be off from side to side or top to bottom, but I want to be pretty close there. Get that right in. I recommend when you're hooping any fabric that you use your kind of your idea of putting on a shoe when you do this. And you want to put the toe in first and the heel in last. Just like that. All right, so you can see I am just about perfectly targeted, maybe a millimeter or a two off, but I'm going to have really good placement with that, and I'm going to have really exactly what I'm looking for. Now, what if you want to work with sticky stabilizers? Well, there are two ways to work with sticky stabilizers, and we'll end with this today. One way is to use a regular hoop and sticky stabilizer that has a peel off sheet. So this is a protective sheet. When I score that and peel that off, that exposes a sticky side. I can then, use this on a hoop mat, which is what I'm using here, and I can see through that. So if I were going to do something like this, I could actually mark on the wrong side of my fabric, mark my template position on the wrong side, and then place that right along those lines. I'm going to show you on another piece that I've already got ready on a true sticky hoop. This is the dime sticky hoop. This is, again, one of my favorite ways to do awkward items like jean jackets. So let me grab my jean jacket and show you exactly how I would do placement for that. And we'll be done with this in just a minute. So I've got my center back marked. I want the template that I'm going to be using on the jacket. So I'm going to go ahead and transfer my markings. And I'm going to do this just simply with pins. I'm going to do it kind of quick today, but there's my marking there. There's my marking there. And then I'm going to eyeball this today, but I'm going to have my markings from the side to side. And once those were transferred to the back, I'm just going to do it with a regular pen today so that you can get an idea of what I'm doing here. Okay, I've got that. I would draw that then with my ruler to straighten that out. I can simply, from the wrong side, fold that, marked on my stabilizer, and then unfold so that I'm matching this line to the line I've drawn on the center of my sticky stabilizer. And I've drawn that just with a ruler. And then I would match this line, get that up there. I would match this same line right there with my stabilizer so that when I transfer this to the machine, I am already perfectly centered in an area where I normally would not be able to see. So I could do the same thing on yokes. I could do, buttonhole designs. Obviously, match your hoop size to your design size, and having that ability to use the sticky method really makes hooping really easy. So let me pop back over here, see if we have any questions.
Joanne, everyone is loving your demonstration and your session. I mean, you're so detailed and so great at showing us what to do. It's amazing.
Well, there's always more. That's the thing. I get started with this and I want to show you this and I want to show you that. And I want to show you that. And, there's always more. So there's always
I like it.
Come.
Test for the best, which is great. Is that right? Test for the best.
It's always best to test.
Always best to test. And your guideline sheet, you're going to put a link to that up in the comments.
I'm going to put a link to that in the comments. And I've also got a whole laundry list of links for my favorite products from Sewing Machines Plus that will help you with embroidering on ready-made garments. So I will also post that for everyone to see.
But people could go to letsgosew.com.
Absolutely. I'm going to have a blog this weekend where we'll do a recap of everything that's been done on Hoop Fest, and you can keep track of me there as well.
They want more. Letsgosew.com. You'll tell them about the chalk marker you're using and the stabilizer you're using in that list as well, yeah?
I will. Absolutely. Yes.
Perfect. Joanne, so great to see you. I love listening to you. I love watching you. I really appreciate all of this, and everybody else does as well. So thanks so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay.
Enjoy.
All right, everybody. Wow. Joanne Banko. Whew. She's amazing. Like, I mean, so detailed, so wonderful. Let's go sew.com. And I love that she's put a list of all of her favorite items from Sewing Machines Plus, Blaine. Come on.
Hey, you know, Joanne, she is a legend for a reason. She is awesome. And hey, if y'all want to see more of Joanne, we're going to have what we call Tuesday Takeover at Sewing Machines Plus every Tuesday, Jane, at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We're going to have a Tuesday Takeover. We're going to have a guest come in our studio and just take it over. And Joanne's scheduled to do that. And so you'll be able to see more of her on there. And then, our regular show, we have a regular live show that I'm going to be on every Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific time, that we have a lot of products, a lot of guests come on. So y'all make sure y'all mark those 2 dates down. Every Tuesday and every Thursday, come and see us at SMP.
If you want more, that's where you got to go.
Well, hey, if you want more, I tell you what, I've got an unbelievable embroidery machine we're bringing up now by SWF. And hey, we got Amber Bingham back in, and Amber she's the owner of Bingham Bliss. And Amber, makes children's clothing. That's what she specializes in. She has an Etsy store. She has her own website. And guys, I got to tell you, the reason we have Amber on the show is she is a customer of ours. And, I talked to SWF and I said, look, can we bring Amber in and let her do the demonstrations on the 12 needles? She owns 2 of them. And that way we get a perspective from a customer. And what better, testimonial for a machine than having a customer that uses it and has bought 2 of them from us. And they said, hey, we're all on board. So guys, y'all welcome Amber to the show. All right, you're muted, I think, Amber.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, we got you now.
Okay.
Oh, welcome to the
back.
show,
Thank
Amber.
you.
And I know today we're going to talk all about the 12 needle. And, guys, again, this is one of those machines that is just an awesome machine. But you know this thing firsthand, Amber, because you use it for your business.
I do. I have 2 of them, and they're amazing machines. And I'm going to be going over some of the basics that I went over Monday through yesterday. So I'm going to do like a recap and then answer some of the questions that we had throughout the week. And I'm excited to show you guys.
That's awesome. We're anxious to see what you got.
Thank you. Okay, so again, my name is Amber and I own Bingham Bliss. I make all handmade baby items, clothing. I do birthday t-shirts, and I use these amazing machines that you see in the back. This is the SWF 12 needle. I have 2 of them, and I talk a lot about why I bought another one or a second one, and that is because I just simply love the product that it puts out. It stitches beautiful. I never had an issue with just anything not looking better than perfect. So I'm going to show you guys about it. Yesterday, I had a lot of people saying that they wanted to see the screen up close again. So that's what I'm going to take today for. I'm going to show you guys around the screen again. And I'm also going to show you guys basically how it can stitch out. So hopefully you guys are interested in that. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the other camera so you can see up close and personal what the machine actually looks like. Give me 1 second. Okay, hopefully you guys can see this and it looks okay. So this is what the machine looks like when you pull it up to the front. This is just the starter page. So these are designs that I've actually have just saved into my interface. I don't save all my designs because I have a customized website where you can do personal names, the age number, all that good stuff. So as you can see, I delete them as I go. You don't have to. This machine actually holds a ton of memory. It has, let me get the correct information. It can hold up to 40 million stitch memory or 400 designs total in this machine, which is absolutely amazing. So you don't have to feel like you need to delete them. But as you can see down here on the screen, you can see my USB is in the back. I typically use my USB every day because, again, I do personalization and it's just easier for me to do it that way. I like the USB. But you can do a Wi-Fi connection on this machine. You can also hook it up to a computer. So I'm going to move along and I'm going to just show you some of what I do. On a day-to-day basis, if I get an order, I come to the machine, I turn it on. This is what it looks like. And then I just simply click my USB. Let's just say I'm going to give you this example again because I love this little rainbow. I'm going to add it. I'm going to save it. Now I'm going to go into my designs and it's going to be up here in the front. It would look exactly like that if you didn't already have this in your machine, but I already had it in here, so that's why it turned up right here. I have it right here too. I've done this example on this rainbow every day this week. It's just a good example because it has really thick satin stitches, and I just love the way it stitches out. So I wanted to give you guys a little example of what this machine can do. So just say I'm doing this design. You're going to go over to here, and you're actually going to click this check mark button, and then you're going to load your design. You can also save it to your machine and load it at the same time. That's no problem. Again, I don't do that because I customize all of my t-shirts that I'm making. So this is the screen that it comes up to next. And this is just basically showing you what your design looks like. You still have to go into the other features, figure out what size hoop you're using, the position of it, the dimensions, so on and so forth. So I'm just going to simply go over some of the features with you guys as what I would do on a normal day-to-day basis, just pulling up this design. So when I look at it like this, I see, okay, it looks good, but I still need to change my X and Y scales, knowing that I'm not using a hoop that came with my machine. If you use the hoop that came with your machine, you can simply just go into your frame icon on the bottom, choose the hoop under hoop. One of the other things I really love about this machine is it's so self-explanatory. Every little icon on here tells you what it's going to take you to. So you just have to click on it and explore the options that it has. So again, I'm using a hoop that does not come with the machine. So I've figured out a way around it. And the hoop I'm using is a Mighty hoop, and I don't have that directly in my machine. So I'm just going to choose my biggest hoop that I have, which is the 30. I'm sorry, go back. So the 30 by 30 is the biggest that I want to use for this. Actually, the biggest hoop that comes with this machine is a 14 by 9, but I don't need that big. So I'm just going to go one up bigger than what I actually need. That way my design fits in that hoop, and hopefully that makes sense. So once I click that button, I don't know if you heard it or not, but the frame actually recalibrated, and it just put the design in the position it needs for that specific hoop. And as you can see, while I'm in this interface right here, you can also choose if you want to do a cap, and then any of the other dimensions of the hoops that you have. So now while I'm in this particular icon, I always go to the position, which is at the very bottom left corner. And this will allow me to see where my design is placed within the hoop that I chose. So you'll see a green outline, and that's the 30 by 30 hoop. My actual design isn't that large because I'm using a different hoop. But when I created my design, I made it fit within my dimensions of the hoop that I know I'm using. So there's so much that goes into embroidery, and it's really hard to get that much into detail within 30 minutes and just showing you guys the different icons. But again, like Blaine said, there are shows every Thursday, so hopefully I'll be back on and I'll be able to explain more about different things with that. But going back to this, if you want to trace out your design, which I encourage you do every single time, even though I do this every day, I still trace my designs out, because you never know. You can have an off day and think, oh, it's fine, and then it's not. You never want that. That's my tip. Always trace your design. I'm sure all of us out there have done it one time or two, and you're like, okay, I'll never do that again. I've done that before. So anyway, you can choose outline, which will outline your entire design. I don't really like that function personally. I just like to see a square around my design on all dimensions, because sometimes, like, my B is going to curve out more right here. My rainbow's up higher right here. It's just personal preference, and it's quicker. So I just like to trace it. So what you're going to do then, and I'm going to show you guys the trace feature once I back out of this, so you can see the laser light. That was another question. Somebody asked if it has a laser light, and yes, it does. So when I move the screen back, I will show you guys that once I trace it out. But for now, I'm just going over these icons. So again, that's just the frame. You can change your dimensions in here if you want. You choose your hoop. That's that icon. So I've chosen my hoop that I'm using. So the next thing that I'm going to do is go into my settings button. This one allows you to change your X and Y scales. So again, I use a different hoop. It's not calibrated into the machine, or as a default in the machine. So I know I need to change my X and Y scales on this to make it fit within my hoop. So what I would do on a normal day-to-day basis is choose my X scale, and I always just either do 88 or 90% depending on the design. This one's a little bit larger because it's a rainbow. So I'm just going to do 90 on here, hit OK. You can see when you edit it that it changes to blue. That's how you know you've messed with it and changed it. You can always go back and readjust the dimensions afterwards again if you need to. Say you traced it and you didn't like how big or small it is, you just go back into here and redo it. That's as simple as that. You have to hit close and then you'll see it recalibrating. That's just changing it from 100% down to 90%. You won't be able to tell on this particular interface, but if you go back into your frame button and your position, you'll be able to see it's a little bit smaller. It doesn't make that much of a difference, but again, when you're using different hoops, it makes all the difference without not hitting the hoop. So the next thing that I would do is go into my needles. And just because this is an example, I'm just going to put in random colors because I don't have time to actually do this entire design for you guys. So this particular design has 6 different steps. So I need to put in 6 different colors for this design. So I'm just going to choose random colors. Like I said, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So those are the colors. Again, you would want to choose the correct colors to go with it. And I am so sorry I'm going through this so fast, but days 1 and 2, I go over it a little bit slower if you want to rewatch it. In here, you have the option to change your colors and set them. So I do a specific design very often. So on all of my embroidery machines, I have a black, a gray, a red, a blue, and a white, and I leave those permanently on my machine at all times. So I have those ones set in here permanently for infinity until I decide not to do that one anymore. But those are basically your basic colors. So it's good to keep basic colors on your machine anyway. So you can choose the way to set those in stone is you can click on your number. So whatever is highlighted down here is what is going to be chosen for that specific number. So that one I like to have black. So I'm going to choose this little arrow and I'm going to go all the way down till it gets to black. And then you're just simply going to hit the number 12 and then it changes it to black. You're going to hit save. Needles color has saved. Okay. You'll always get a lot of those icons that come up with a big blue box around it with an exclamation point or a question mark, whatever it is that you're doing. Don't be alarmed by that. It's just asking you again, do you really want to do this? And if you don't, you can cancel out. If you do, you can hit OK and it saves. So now you can see that I changed it was already black, but I gave you an example. Number 12 is black and it's permanently on there. Numbers 1 through basically 7, I don't really keep permanent. I kind of change those out as it is. But if I'm doing multiple designs in that one specific day, if I have a custom order for 10 t-shirts, it's the same one, like a birthday party, whatnot, I will go in and change my colors so that I can just pop those colors in, pop those numbers in. So I don't have to keep going back and be like, what number was that on? What number was that on? It's already there. I just know 1's there, 2's there, 3's there, and so on and so forth. If you're doing an applique project, this one is not applique, but say it was. This little stop sign down here, or little S with a red on it, that's your stop function. So if I wanted to stop after number 2, you just click that button. This is all touchscreen. So super easy, you just click and go, click and go. Say I want it to stop after number 4, I'm gonna hit the stop button. So it's as simple as that. Any numbers after that stop button, if there's nothing on them, it's just going to automatically stitch out. So make sure you put your stops in when you need to. I made the mistake when I first got the machine of not doing that because I didn't know about that feature. So that's a really good feature to know about. If you do applique, take note of that. That's your stop button. Okay, backing out of this function, go on to your float button. So this is where if you have a thread break or if you want to move forward or backwards at any time during your project, you're going to go to the float button. So say I am 1,000 into the machine or into the design, sorry, and I need to go back because my thread broke. you're going to go, so my thread broke on here. I'm going to go into my float button. Always click, again, it's touchscreen. I didn't know that if you just click on it, it changes to backspacing or backstitching. So you have to click on it in order to get it to able to go backwards. Stumbling over my words. So I want to go back 10 stitches because it had a thread break. And personally, I always go back 20. It's very little. You think 20 is a lot of stitches. It's really not. So I always go back 20 stitches when I have a thread break. You have to close out of the machine and then you can restart it. So you've fixed your thread. You're ready to go again. Hit start. So what I'm going to actually do is show you guys. I'm going to move the camera backwards so that you guys can see what I'm doing. But again, I'm just going to show you guys. Let's see here. We're going to go to my design. I'm going to hit, do you want to cancel the operation? Yes, because I want to start over. It's recalibrating. So I'm literally just going to go to my frame right now. I want to make sure that it's centered because I'm going to back out and I'm going to back out and move the camera so that you guys can see me trace it. So I'm just going to move this backwards really quick. Make sure you guys can see everything. I'm my own camera person. I don't have any help, so sorry if I'm moving. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see that laser light. It's right here in the center. So in order for me to trace it, you're just going to go into your frame icon at the very bottom where I showed you in the beginning. You're going to hit your trace feature. There's a play button in the side corner on the right-hand side of the screen, and you're just going to hit OK to trace it. This is going to show me exactly where my design's going, and I hope that you guys can see. Let's see if I can zoom in a little. See that little laser light right there? So that means it's not going to hit my frame. And this is just a very simple rainbow design, so it's not too big. So now it's back to center point. And the next thing I wanted to show you is just basically where I would hit start. I chose needle number 1, so that's why it traced it with needle number 1 on it. And then now I'm just going to hit start. That way you guys can just see a little bit of what it's going to do when it starts and how it actually stitches out. It's very quiet. It might be loud on here because I'm right next to the machine, but I can have all 3 of my machines running, but specifically the SWS are a very quiet machine compared to other embroidery machines. And it just stitches out beautifully. Let me see if I can get you in a little bit closer so you can kind of see how it does it. And all I have for stabilizer underneath this is a cutaway. I actually use just a classic cutaway from All Stitch. I've been using that from the very beginning, and I don't use anything else for my shirts. It's just one piece of cutaway. And as long as you have it hooped right, it doesn't mess up. So I'm gonna let it stitch out to be for you guys. And as you can see, it goes from very tiny on these loops to a little bit thicker satin stitch. And it just, the tension is just so amazing on this machine. Once you get your tension down, it stitches out so good. I've never had an issue with my tension on this machine. I'm gonna go over tension too in a second after I get done with the speed really quick. One pointer on, or one tip about tension is on this machine, if you can see, when you're threading it, if you can pull it and it's like tugging, it's way too tight and it's not going to stitch out good. And the way that, again, I am completely self-taught, so you can take what I say and run with it, or you can try your own things, but I just do trial and error. It's all trial and error on my part. So with the tension, I basically, if it's too tight, I will loosen it a little bit. And I just know that when the tension is good, when I'm pulling the thread from the bottom, I'm gonna stop this so you can hear me. It automatically cuts it and moves to the next one. Now I'm gonna stop it and see how, like, it's just so elegant. That's the good, Blaine, that's a good word for this machine. It's so elegant. It's quiet, it's peaceful, it just does what it needs to do. So I'm gonna zoom out a little bit on here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So with the tension, I'm just going to use red because it's a bright color. So say I'm threading this, and hopefully you guys can see that. If I'm pulling on this, and see how I'm just gently pulling and it's just coming out very, very easily. It's gliding. And I know that that's a good tension. If I'm pulling it and it's too tight, it's not going to work right. It's going to keep breaking your thread because it's going to get caught. If it's too loose, if I'm pulling it and it's really, really loose, then it's going to start doing nesting underneath. And I've had actually that before when I first got the machine. I'm like, what's happening? I realized it was my tension. So I fixed it. And the way that I fixed it was just going off of feel. And again, I don't know if that's the correct way to do it or not. That's just how I learned and taught myself how to do it. So I'm going to jump ahead because a lot of people wanted to see how it stitched out these really thick satin stitches on the rainbow. So in order to do that, I'm going to go over to my screen and see if I can zoom in on that so I can show you really quick. In order to move ahead that many stitches, I'm going to go to my float button. Just always remember the float button is to go forward or backward on thread breaks or anything like that. You want the float button. So I'm going to go ahead stitches. I want to go ahead, just say, let's see where that takes me. I want more than that. I want to go to like the big one. Okay, so we're on the big stitch. So I'm actually going to, whoops, I forgot to cut that. Hold on. What did I do? Let's see. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back. Okay, and I'm going to cut this. So if you want to cut it, you just hit cut. Whoops, I have to close out. Cut. Okay. I forgot to cut that, but that's okay. But since I forgot to cut that, I have to go underneath here now because my bobbin is probably really loose. Yeah. So just go in and change it or cut it, trim it, whatever you want to call it. Okay. So now let's go back. I'm going to go to float. I'm going to go forward 2 times, close. I'm going to move you guys back again. Sorry. And down so you guys can see. It's changing the color. So one thing I want to say is this is actually really beautiful, but I didn't even think about how I went forward that many steps and it didn't do the underlying stitches. So that's actually something I just learned right now as I'm speaking to you guys. I went forward that many stitches, meaning it thought that I had already done the underline and it just started stitching the satin on top. So it's actually really good for not having underlying stitches. I don't know if you can see that. It got caught right here, but these are really, really nice for not having anything underneath of there. So there's that. So I'm going to cut that. Where are we at on time? We're almost done. Okay, so I'm actually going to go back because I want to actually show you what it really looks like. So we're going to go back to the very front of this one, and I'm just going to show you. It just moves very nicely. Okay, so now I'm going to start it. Whoops, I forgot that. Hold on. See, you guys, everything happens to everybody. So it just didn't catch the bobbin because of probably what happened earlier. So let me just change my bobbin. Actually, the bobbin was out. That's why. So I can show you how I do this if you guys can see. I don't know if you can see on that. Here, let me move it out. Okay, so here's where am I at? Right here. I use the Magnaglides. So this is just a Magnaglide. I put it in. It has a little piece of thread. I don't know if it's focusing. You go down the bottom right here, there's a little slit. Pull it up through this little piece right here. And if you turn it facing you, if I can get a hold of it, it's hard doing it in front of a camera. and you pull this right like this and it's going clockwise, that means it's in right. Twist it back around, put it through your little piggy tails, pull it up, and then you're ready to go. So I'm going to pop that back in. Again, I trim my bobbin thread just a little bit. You want it like 1.5 inches, 2 inches long. That's how I do it, or what I've always done. So this is good. I'm going to put this back up in here. I don't like it too long, so I'm going to trim it a little bit, especially when it does a lot of thick stitches. So now I'm going to go back to 20 stitches. I'm going to hit start. So now it's doing the underlying stitches. I basically just want to show you guys how it stitches on the top of that. Oops. I know I'm running out of time. I'm hurrying. I'm moving it forward. There it goes. Now we're going to go on top of that. So pretend my rainbow is done. So now this is going to be the top layer. And you can go up to 1,000 on here. This about runs at 1,000 stitches per minute. My typical number is 800. So I don't like it to go so fast because that's when I tend to get thread breaks. It's perfectly capable of it depending on what project you're doing. I just tend to use 800. That's my magical number. So every single time it stitches the same. I don't have to run back and forth with thread breaks or anything like that. Unless I've actually personally threaded it wrong, running in a hurry, or I didn't change my bobbin correctly or something like that. So here, this had a thread break. I upped the speed on it just really quick so that we can finish through here. But I'm just going to show you guys how it's threaded on top because I know we're running out of time. So focus. Can it focus? There you go. So it just does beautiful work. So that is kind of like what I wanted to show you guys today. I know I had a lot of people asking, we want to see it actually stitching out. And it doesn't matter whether it's big thread or little, like big satin stitches or sketch stitches, whatever the case may be, it just really does a good job on the stitch out. So I don't know if you guys had any questions. I know I'm running out of time, or if you want me to show you something else really quick on it.
Well, hey, Amber, we are out of time, but I'm going to try to show everybody how they can get one of these. And thank you so much for being on our show. And I know you're going to be here tomorrow again,
Yes.
and we're going to do the 12 needle again. And but
yes,
got to say a big shout out to SWF as well, as SWF is one of our platinum sponsors. And guys, this is the SWF MAS 12 needle. And again, Amber made that thing look so easy to use. It is extremely easy with that interface it has. Guys, the regular price on this is $9,999, and we have a show special on it right now. We have a fantastic price on it. If you're in the market for a 12 needle machine, man, look no farther. You're not going to find any other machine on the market with this many needles, this many features, with this kind of price. Again, we have financing available, and we're going to ship it absolutely free to you nationwide. Now, let me tell you about some of the great features with this machine. And hopefully I'll answer a lot of the questions that you may have out there. Again, guys, we are going to give an unbelievable hoop package with this. You're going to get a double hoops. You're going to get a 4.7, a 5.9, and a 7-inch round hoop. We're going to give you a 9.4 times 9.4 square hoop, and then we're going to give you a 14-inch by 9-inch rectangle hoop. Now, not only you're just going to get those, we're going to give you 2 of each. So you're basically going to get 10 hoops right there. Then we're going to throw in that cap driver with it absolutely free, and we're going to give you 2 cap frames. So that's going to give you a total of 12 hoops total. And then, hey, You need something to sit that machine on. We are going to give you a machine stand to sit your machine on. A total value of what we're throwing in is $2,000 worth of stuff. Guys, this machine is very compact. It's going to run at 1,000 stitches per minute. It has the automatic tread trimming. It has the big, huge LCD screen. And I know that's one of the things Amber talked about when she first got it. She's like, hey, man, this thing is so big, it's like watching TV. It only weighs 85 pounds, so 2 people can easily carry this thing and move it around. That large sewing field is a 13 by 8 inch sewing field on this. And again, guys, this thing is just packed. And one of the, the screen on that is 10.4 inches, that touch screen. It has the USB port. It has the LED lighting. And one of the things also that I love about this, it has a 40 million stitch memory. You heard that right, 40 million stitch memory. You can actually have 400 design slots in this that it'll keep in the machine as a memory you can pull up. And again, the dimensions of the machine has a very, very small footprint. It's 32 inches wide by 34 inches deep. So again, guys, if you can just think about a 3x3 square, it's going to fit into very easily. And then the machine is about 30 inches tall. So it's an extremely small, footprint. And then here's the other thing that's so impressive with this machine. It has a 7-year manufacturer's warranty on it, and that is the best in the industry. So guys, again, great warranty, all those things. And then one of the things I didn't even mention, it has digitizing right in the screen. So you could actually, if you're an artist, you can draw right on the screen with a stylus, digitize that out and sew it out immediately. If you have a grandchild, you could get them to place their hand up there, trace their hand out, digitize it, and stitch it on something. So again, guys, this SWF is just loaded with features. And again, a 12 needle under $10,000 is unbelievable as it is, but we're even going to beat that price. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or you can go to SMPLive.tv and you can click on the icon with the 12 needle. It shows you all the products. Guys, and again, if you can't get through on the phone lines, you can't get through with the live chat agent, on that same page, SMPLive.tv, at the very top, it says request a callback. Hit that button. It opens up a page. Fill out your information. Hit submit. It updates real time in the call center on their screens. As soon as they get off the phone, they'll give you an outbound call. So, guys, again, SWF 12 needle. And we want to really, another big shout out to Amber Bingham for being on the show. And we want, shout out to SWF for being one of our major sponsors. So, guys, we're going to move right on along, and we've got another treat for you. We have Luann Hartley in. She is the education manager for Juki, and we're going to talk all about that Rico direct-to-garment printer. So, welcome to the show, Luann.
How are you this afternoon? Actually, it's still morning for you. It's afternoon for me.
Still morning for me, but afternoon for you. And hey, Luann, we are great over here. It's hard to believe it's already day 4 of Hoop Fest, but this week goes by so fast. But I know everybody absolutely loves this Rico printer, and you've got such a great demo. So we're so excited to see you do that and show us all about it.
All right, be glad to. So yeah, this is the Rico printer. It's the direct-to-garment printer, and that's exactly what it'll do. It'll print your fabric. It'll print on your garments, your shirts, your skirts, your bathing suits. You can print a wide variety of different type of fabrics: cotton, polycotton. One of our educators has been printing on Lycra for swimsuits and doing some of those. So you can use this for your home deck. You can use it to supplement your income, or just do things for your local community. There's a lot of this big sports going on right now. So there's a lot of things you can do for the sports community with the printer. It's very compact, so you could actually carry it with you to some of your events if you wanted to. You have your printer up here, and you have your heat set finisher down here. And the heat set finisher is about half the size of this. I don't quite have it tilted all the way down so that I can stay in the camera view, but it's very compact and easy. It's not that heavy. The heat set printer, I think, is 36 pounds, and the printer itself is like 53 pounds. So with a little help, it's easy. One just sits on top of the other. There's no bolts to screw in. You plug it. It's really a plug and play. You plug it in and you're ready to start printing. So the inks that this uses, this is a water-based textile ink, and it looks a lot like your home printer. There's your colors. We do not use white ink in this one. The white ink printers are a whole lot more money than what this one is. And when you're using white ink, what that does is it actually prints a layer of white, and then it will print the colors on top of the white. So you have a buildup of ink there. And that's why it gets stiff and hard. And ours is actually transparent inks, meaning that they are going to absorb right into the fibers of your fabric. So it's going to be very soft. This, by the way, is a flag. I ordered the blank flag just off of Amazon and printed it. A lot of Etsy shops are doing flags, and then you can put this in your yard. And you can't tell, but this is a very slick fabric. It's a polyester fabric. And as you can see, the printing was perfect. There's no running of any of the inks or anything. So they go right into the fibers. Also with that, if you're going to do it for children or even our shirts, if we're going to do it, it's going to be very soft. It's not going to be harsh or scratchy or difficult to wear. So these back are your ink cartridges. They're super, super large, and people always want to know, well, how many prints am I going to get? Well, that's going to depend on what you print. If you just print basic things, you're going to get a lot more than if you printed big, heavy things that have a lot of print in them. So that's going to vary from person to person. Also, whether you print on a t-shirt or whether you print on a sweatshirt, because when you select sweatshirt in the software, it is going to put more ink into the fibers because that's a thicker shirt. So you're going to use more ink there too. So it's going to vary, but I have gotten a lot of prints. I have not changed my cartridges since the first time I actually got the machine, and I've used it an awful lot. It does have a window right here, though, that lets you know if you're getting low on any of the ink cartridges, and mine are just now getting to a quarter. The other thing you'll notice, the black one is extra large, so you do get like a double. It's an extra large cassette that fits in here for black. And the software to use with this is where you're going to go design your stuff you're going to bring in and print. You can also use any other graphics program you have. If you do Paint or if you have another graphics program, you can do all your designing, bring in your photos in there, and just send them directly to the printer, or you can use the software that came with it. I'm going to bring this over closer and show you a little more today about the software, and hopefully get an angle where you can see on camera. So there, I think you can see that pretty good. Let me go back a little bit. So when you open the software, you're going to get some choices. I can just do Easy Designer. Remember I said this was plug and play. I can just do Easy Designer. If I go into Advanced Designer, that's where I can go in and bring all of my different pictures and text and all of that. And then there's one here called Load Saved Design. And actually, once you create your project, you can save it just so you can bring it back up quickly. So I'm going to go into Advanced Designer, and this pop-up doesn't want to go away down here. There. All right, so this is where we are going to tell the software what we're going to be working with. I can work with a t-shirt. I have sweatshirt here. And again, remember I said that's what it's going to determine the ink it puts into it. If I want to do a tote bag, you see it shows me the tote bag here. If I want to do a sleeve on a t-shirt, you can do that. You would use our smaller platen, and I'll talk about those in just a minute for that. If you want to do socks, the nice thing about socks is if I touch OK and it goes into my design screen, it's going to show me the area here that I need to put my design, because that's where the sock is going to be laying. So let's go back up here. I went to my grandson had a ball game last October. Of course, October is breast cancer month. And all of the cheerleaders had socks on, and they all had the breast cancer symbol printed on their socks. And I thought, that is a great way to use something like this for the community, or you could make extra money doing that too. I can go thin, normal, or thick, and that's going to tell it the garment thickness that you're using. So if you're doing something really, really thin, this will all tell the printer what it needs to do to get a successful print. So we're going to do a t-shirt today, and I'm going to do a little onesie, and I've already got it loaded in the platen, but I'll show you that in a minute. Down here, it gives me the option to use the larger one, which comes with the machine, or the smaller one, which is an optional purchase. And the smaller one would be what you wanted to get if you're going to do onesies or socks or anything really small, because the fabric has to lay flat. You think, oh, I'll just put a onesie in the big one. Well, all those seams and everything won't lie flat, and it won't let you print it. I can do portrait or landscape, and I'm just going to do portrait for today and touch OK. Here is my design field. Now, I've shown you during the week how you can go over here and import an image. We have illustrations built in. We have artwork. We have frames. We have text built in here that we can bring in and add personalization to the printed things. I can actually click camera, and it would use my webcam built into my tablet or computer. So you could have people stand in front of you, take a picture, and print it out right there in front of them. I'm going to go to import image for this. I can get it from a USB stick, a smart card. I can go into my computer and get my pictures that I have saved there. Or I could just plug my phone directly into my tablet and pull my photos directly from my phone and print from there. And you can also print from other smart devices if you have an iPad or anything like that. So I am going to get a design for today off of a USB stick that I'm using. So I'm going to go select my image. So my USB stick, I've selected that, and I'm going to, let's see, go back to the usable USB stick. I'm going to bring in it's a cute little fish, and it must be on the other USB stick, but I've already got it loaded in here, so that won't be a problem. But let's just go, let's see. Let's just pull this in and touch open, and it's going to bring the design in. Now, once my design is in here, I can enlarge it or reduce it. I can add lettering to it. I can bring in up to 20 different designs. So if you wanted a single picture of every person in your family that you wanted to print on one printing, you could do that as long as you only got 20 people. But you could also do 2 different prints. I did one where, I'll show it to you in a minute, it had lettering, and I used more than 20 letters. So I just printed the top half, deleted those, and came back and printed the bottom, the other 20 at the bottom. The nice thing about the printer is if you send it through and something didn't print right, or you want to add something to it, if you just leave it on the template or the platen and reprint it, it perfectly will line up to the previous print. So you bring this in. I can go over here. I can blur the edges if this were a photo and I didn't want those sharp edges. It will auto adjust for me. I can change my brightness. I can change my contrast. I can rotate. So it'll allow you to do all your editing that you need to do right here. And now we're ready to send it over to the printer. So we're going to click print and send it over. And I've already sent this because I'm using a separate tablet and actually have the printer hooked to my computer. So I've already sent it over to my printer. And these are the platens that you use. So I already have, this is the small one, and I already have a little onesie put in here that I'm going to print on. And this is the large one. And I've shown you how to put a t-shirt in here. You lift this up, and here's your surface. I'm going to show you how easy it is to do a sweatshirt and get a sweatshirt in here today. But the platen gives me all of my arrangement lines, and it has an R here, so it shows me where to put the neckline, do a portrait or landscape, so you won't mess up your shirt. So we're just simply going to lift this up. You're going to go ahead and mark your crosshairs on your sweatshirt, and this is a pretty thick sweatshirt. You're going to lay your sweatshirt down. Make sure you got the top where it needs to be. And make sure everything is lined up and flat. I'm working on a small space back here, so get everything like that. And then you're just going to tuck all of this in. So you got all this thickness, but there's plenty of room under here that you can get all of this tucked in. So the arms go over there. The bottom goes under here, and you get all this tucked in. There's plenty of room. Once you get that tucked in, you pull this down, and I could spend a little more time tucking this in, but you pull this down. Just make sure there's nothing sticking out on the sides here, and you're ready to print and click that in. The other nice thing is if you don't quite have it right, you can press down on here and get everything smoothed out on here. So it's easy to load even a big shirt in the platen. There you go. So that's loaded in there. Just make sure all this is tucked in before you stick it into the machine. So I already have one in here, and I have my design sent over. It just wants me to press the start key. I have my heater preheating here, and this does get hot, but not hot on the outside to touch. I have actually left mine on all day long and come back in here, and it's really, you can still touch it on the outside. When you open this up, it is hot on the inside, but they do give you a plastic top to put on top of it, so you can put that plastic piece on top. If it's not too hot for my hands will pull it right on out. But if you are sensitive, you can put that plastic on top. It keeps you from touching the hot part of the platen there. So this is going to print. It's not going to take very long to print. And then I'm going to put it into the finisher for a little, like 3.5 minutes. But let me just show you a few things. This is the little shirt. If you watched us yesterday, I was printing a shirt, and I think I had let my machine time out and it didn't print. It only printed like one piece. I just stuck it back in there and it printed right over it. So you could do small little things. Notice it doesn't have to be white that you're doing on here. Cute little baby things. I actually gave my niece one of these when she had finally her little girl. So this is ready, and I'm going to tilt the camera down so you can actually see, hopefully, a little better. Then I'm going to pull this open, and I'm going to put this, there's my design printed. Let me get my little reminder off my screen. And we're going to push this in here, close it, and pull this over. And in 3 minutes, it's going to heat set these inks. So we'll come back to that in just a minute. If you want to do things for different businesses, my son worked for this business for a while, and this was a great way to just customize their t-shirts. We did some masks with them and all of that, and this was just their logo. They just sent me their logo, and I printed it right on the shirt. Summertime's here. I've got 4th of July parties to go to and cookouts, so I made me a couple extra shirts. You see the one on the dress form over there also is a 4th of July. I was kind of like into that 4th of July patriotic theme when I started putting this stuff together. Here's placemats that I did, that I put wording on the fabric and then cut the fabric up and used it in my quilting. I've shown the quilt up here. You can do your memory quilts You can do garments. Here's the cute little shorts. And I think you can see this is a onesie back here. So it's got a little patriotic theme. So it's a nice way to, and when Christmas comes, you know, everybody likes the Christmas shirts and kind of likes to do different things for the holidays. So here's one I did for Easter. So this was a graphic, and I went in and brought in lettering that's in the software. You know, you got to put a picture of your dogs when you're doing things. I have grandchildren too, but I love to take pictures of dogs. And then at the bottom, you can see I personalized it with my name. So this could be a wall hanging or a table runner. And I did the same thing for the fall. I did this, of course, when we were all in the pandemic. So for Thanksgiving of 2020, welcome fall, and then autumn down here. And I also printed, see the little candy corn? I printed this too on just on white fabric, and then I could use it in my quilting. I didn't have to go search for fabric somewhere. All right, so we got 30 seconds left here, and then we'll give it the other 30 seconds, and you can see it finished. So I think I've shown couple of things. While I got a little bit of extra time. Here's another patriotic theme. This is a tea towel where I printed the lettering and then added the embroidery to it. We showed these yesterday in our presentation. So I'm now going to flip this lever over for 30 seconds. And all of this stuff is completely machine washable, wearable, dryable. It's really going to hold up for your laundry. And then I printed the balloons, birthday, and then of course I did embroidery for the happy birthday, but you could have printed the happy birthday. It didn't have to be embroidery. All right, so we're just about finished here. And I'm going to shut this down so I can set that up here. So I'm just going to open this up, pull this out, and then we're going to lift this up and we'll be all ready. We'll be completely finished. So here's my little onesie. And isn't that just cute? Unfortunately, all my babies are grown now. They're into things that are bigger than the onesies, but I'm sure there'll be other children in the family coming along. But isn't that just adorable? So there's really no limit as to what you can print. There's not a whole lot of limitations on fabrics that you can print. So it's really just a fun play, design, and just have some fun with it, because it just seems like there's an easy, quick way to get something instead of having to wait an hour or two to get embroidery to finish. So, all right, maybe we have questions. We hadn't had a lot of time this week for questions.
Well, thanks, Lou Ann. Another a great demo on the Ricoh printer, and we're going to tell everybody how they can get that. We want to thank you for coming on the show, and also thank Juki for being one of our sponsors. And guys, again, this is the Ricoh printer, and you know, this is that direct-to-garment printer, and so it's the R100, and the normal price on this is $3,950. Guys, we have a call-in special on it today. Great price on this. We have financing available, and we're going to ship it free right to your doorstep. Give us a call at 800-401-8151, or you can go on smplive.tv and actually click on the product and read up all about it on the product page. And we have live chat agents that can answer your questions and take your orders. But let me tell you a little bit about the size of this, guys. This thing is extremely a small, compact design, and it doesn't take up much room at all. And that's the great thing about this. It weighs less than 55 pounds, and it's going to print on 11 by 8 or 11.5 by 8. So if you can imagine a regular printer at home, what it's going to print on, that's about the size it's going to print on your shirt. And again, we have 3 different packages available. You can get a package with just the printer on it. You can get a package that comes with the dryer, and then you can get a package that has the dryer, and some extra ink and things. So we have the Home Crafters Bundle, the Business Startup Bundle, and then a Professional Bundle. So we have 3 different price points. Again, it starts at $39.50, but we're going to actually beat that price, and we have the financing available. So guys, give us a call right now if you have any questions about this Ricoh printer. I tell you what, it's so many things you can do creatively with this. And yesterday, Luann actually showed how you could use this in with your embroidery machine to create some extremely unique things. And so again, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we can take your order or give you some information. So let's bring Jane back.
Hey, Blaine.
So, hey, Jane.
Hi.
We're almost to the halfway point for the day. And so it is going great. It's going by extremely fast. And we got some really good things in store next up, don't we?
And we sure do. The day is flying by. We're all having so much fun, Blaine. And I can't believe that it's almost halftime. This is so amazing. All right, well, let's keep everything moving along here. My next guest is an Anita Good Design educator. And of course, as an educator, her mission is to create a hands-on experience and provide you with a product that is stitches above the rest. Yes, she is here to talk about new releases and how to become an all-access member. Please give a warm SMP Nation welcome to Brooke Berglund. Hey, Brooke.
Hi, everyone.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We are doing so great. We're super excited that you're here with us.
Yes, I am so excited to hop in and tell you all of the good stuff that I know. So,
all right. Well, let's get to it. I'm going to turn this over to you, and you're running the show, girl.
Yeah, that sounds great. Well, hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. I am Brooke from Anita Good Design. You may have seen me behind your tutorials for the All Access magazine. You may have seen me behind your live stitch outs or your seamstress videos on YouTube. I wear a lot of hats here at Anita, so I'm excited to share all of the knowledge that I know, including our All Access magazine and why we are such an amazing company. Now, Anita Good Design has been around for over 20 years now. We have a huge embroidery arsenal full of amazing designs. And when I say amazing designs, I'm talking about embroidery, I'm talking about quilting in the hoop, and I'm talking about our projects as well. Now, when it comes down to all the good things that we have to offer, we have amazing collections for each one, and I am here to show you some of those amazing things. So to start off, I have here our quilting collection that is Embellished Christmas that was released back in October of 2021. This is a great example of our quilting technique that we have here at Anita Good Design. Now you can see we used a different kind of color scheme for this one, which I think is a great way to play up and add a different Christmas touch. Now, the best part about our quilting in the hoop is we're untraditional. So that means we do everything in the hoop. We make it easy for you, which is why our designs are so great. When you're creating your quilt blocks, you will build in your batting and your stippling all in one. So instead of going through the quilting process and getting ready to back and bind, you won't have to worry about adding your batting in, and that's what's the best part. Now, what's also cool about our quilting is this project also comes with 3-dimensional pieces. So I can show you here that we have this beautiful poinsettia looking design that can either be hand stitched or machine stitched on. And this is just a great way to show a bunch of our different techniques. We also have a little bit of free motion in here as well. Just look at that awesome embroidery. It pops really well with this design. But yes, our quilting in the hoop is great as we try to make it as easy as possible. If you're ever in fear on whether you need to know more information on backing your quilt and binding your quilt, we also have a great few videos on YouTube where our seamstress Tammy teaches you all the amazing things. Now, when it comes down to some of our other projects that we have here, I have the 12 Days of Christmas, which is also really cool. We turned this little booklet into, we have all these like beautiful words. So on the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me. This is just a fun way to use our applique, our embroidery, and so much more. Now, one of the other collections that I have here is our Cherished Christmas Moments. Now, this is another example of what we have, which is a tile seam. Now, there's a lot of different techniques that come along with our collections, whether it's embroidery, it's projects, it's quilting. You will have a little taste of everything. So we have different varieties, which also come in our guide, which you will receive in your tutorial. And it'll teach you how to use each technique. So if it's a hand stitch, if it's three-dimensional or anything like that, we have an awesome guide which teaches you how to do all of this amazing stuff. Now, we also have, if you are a beginner, we have a book called Fundamentals, which teaches you all of the basics. So if you are new to embroidery and you're looking to start, Anita Good Design also offers this amazing book where we break down each individual tutorial and technique as we go. So you will learn free motion, you will learn standard embroidery, you will learn how to piece together a drawstring bag or make a zipper bag. And that's just part of the great education that we have to offer here. So while we have these amazing collections, we also have a ton of good educational experiences. So we have our binders that you can purchase online. You can join us for our live watch and stitch, or you can join us in person at events as well as join in on our tutorials. So I have a little Christmas theme going on if you haven't caught on to all my fun Christmas stuff. As we know, we love to do Christmas in July here at Anita Good Design. So you'll be seeing a lot of really fun things coming your way here shortly. But for the time being, I have a few more projects that I would like to share with you. So this one is our Jolly Towel Dangler. Now, if you've never seen these Jolly Towel Danglers, they come in different files. So here we have a Christmas cow. And while normally when we would embroider these on the bottom of a towel, they have little appendages that would come separately as freestanding pieces. So you're able to attach these with a little fun button and play around with all of your favorite fabrics as well. It looks like we used some minky in here as well as some felt to have fun with this one. And this is just also a great way to show you that while we have these collections that are based on certain projects, you're also able to get creative, have fun with it. And that's the best part. We set you up with these awesome designs and some inspiration, and then you are able to take it and run with it, which is why these designs are so much fun to incorporate in other things like this sweater. So again, this is our Jolly Towel Dangler, and this was released in 2021 as well. So that's another fun way that you can have some fun with it. Now, I have another one here, which I'm sure you all have seen before if you're a big fan with Anita. This is our Christmas blackboard quilt. Now, this is a good example of all of the things you can do creatively. So, for example, I have here our blackboard version, which has some fun colors that represent Christmas. So we have the white standing out just as if it was like a chalkboard. We also have some red in there, and then at the bottom, there's some green. But in case you love this design and you want to do something different with it, the best part about it is we show you how to do it in other colors. So this is the same exact collection, but it's just in red. And that's, again, the best part about all of these things is you have the ability to use whatever fabric choices you desire or your color of threads. We are just setting you up for the inspiration. So this is just another fun way of us showing you how you can utilize each collection in your own way. So again, this is our Christmas blackboard quilt. So that's another fun one. We have a lot of really great collections here. When it comes to quilting or embroidery. And one of the best things about our quilting in the hoop is our mix and match method. Now, if you are new to Anita and you are unsure what our mix and match method is, this means that you are able to combine other collections. So say that there's other collections that you liked. For example, I had Embellished Christmas down here that I just showed you in the beginning. If you wanted to combine Embellished Christmas with our blackboard our Christmas blackboard quilt, you're able to do that. And like what makes it so much easier for you is we offer a design size guide when it comes to our mix and match quilting. So our guide that comes in your tutorial will show you all the things that you need to know. So whether that you want a king size quilt or you want a queen size quilt, we will show you what the sizes are, and we will also show you how to mix and match your designs. So say this design size here, say this was a size A. If you were to match up your size from this collection with the size from the Embellished Christmas, you would be able to create your own combination of multiple Christmas quilts. So that's what's also amazing about our in the hoop quilting technique, is that you can mix a variety of collections and just have fun with it. It's a nice way to create an awesome Christmas combo. So here is another technique that we have at Anita Good Design. This is our paper piecing Christmas, which was released in 2014. Now this is awesome. You can see our paper piecing method is different than the traditional paper piecing. We actually use folded fabric within the design to create those fun elements that you see here within the cardinal and the tree trunk. So we have some speckled cotton. We have all different sorts of colors that we use in the bird. You can see we use some white, and it's just a fun way to add dimension and detail to your project. We actually have some really cool projects that we recently released called Paper Piecing Florals, which was really beautiful as well. That you can see we use a little bit of grunge in it. And our paper piecing aviary. So if you like birds, we have a lot of birds collections to offer you, but this is just a fun example of something else that we have to offer that you may see within quilting, you may see within a tile scene, or you may see it just like it is here on embroidery. Now, one of my fun projects that I've actually created here at Anita Good Design is our Christmas tote bag, and this is made with Anita's fonts. So this is another idea that you can use for any occasion. So whether it's Christmas, whether it's a different holiday, Anita's fonts is your go-to. Now the cool thing about it is it comes with over 1,000 fonts, and you have a variety of styles to choose from. Whether it's the style or it's the size, you can customize it to you. I even put a little AGD patch on the front of our bag, and I also have it lined with this fun present fabric, and it also comes with straps. So this is another good way for you to utilize our embroidery collections. Now, another one of our techniques, as I continue on with my Christmas, as we're almost in July, is free motion. And you can see that our patterns here connect as they continue on to create a free motion pattern. And this is great because you can utilize this in any aspect. So yes, we have this 3-piece quilt right here, but you can create your own pattern for whatever you choose to do. So say you want a pillowcase or you want a tote bag, you can create it using all this fun stuff. And while this is free motion, you can see that each block has its own element in there. So it looks like we have some Christmas mittens, there's a sleigh, and there's also some reindeer. So this is also a fun way to use some of the techniques that we have here. And again, if you're ever looking for the story behind each technique and what they involve, for example, I have here what we would have our bean stitching or our hand stitching technique that is done with the machine, which is super awesome. Our digitizers spend a great amount of time customizing each work, every thought process that goes throughout this thing. We really aim to make it the best as we can be. And so for our hand stitch technique, our digitizers work extra hard to create, if I can maybe put it up closer. They work extra hard to replicate that vintage hand embroidery. So of course, you know, normally for hand embroidery, we'd be using our needle and we'd be using thread. And for this, we can do it all by machine, create the same look and in a fraction of time. So this is our Negative Space Seasons, which was created in 2018, and we made a little pillow out of it. But with each technique, it is awesome. Comes with a lot of cool things. You probably can't really tell too much on the computer, but when we do our hand stitch technique, there is a variety of difference in our thread ply. So if it's thick or if it's thin, that's how we create contrast through the design. So here we have our little piece saying, but there's plenty of other different designs that you can utilize with this hand stitch technique. And the cool part about it is our website is actually customized for you. So if you're looking in particular for a quilting in the hoop, if you're looking for embroidery, if you're looking for a project, you can go ahead and head onto our website, and there is a category and everything is filtered out for you. So that is the best part about that. Now, while I've already discussed some of our fun Christmas collections, most of you know that our July All Access issue is coming out. Now, for those of you who are new to Anita and you're not sure what an All Access issue is, I have an example. I have a couple examples here in front of me, but I kind of just want to tell you what it's about. So our All Access magazine is customized for each month. And what that means is we release 9 collections with a few various designs inside of our All Access magazine. And if you are an All Access member, this means you would receive exclusive content within your All Access magazine. So that means we can release the 9 collections that month to the public. But if you are a part of our club, you will receive special goodies from us, as we love having you as members. So if you're new here, we have 3 different options when it comes to our All Access magazine. So I just kind of want to give you a sneak peek of what I have here. This is our July All Access. Now, normally this magazine is released on the 1st of the month, roughly around the 1st of the month, but I have it here right in front of me. This has some amazing collections inside of it. One in particular is our special edition. Our special edition is the Chef's Kiss, which I believe is $99. Now, this is a good example of how joining the All Access can help save. So for our top tier membership, it is $1,400 for the year. Now, what does this $1,400 include? This $1,400 includes your physical copy of our All Access magazine. You get all 9 collections released that month. You get exclusive content, which means you could have up to 2 collections that we only are offering you as our member. You may also see DIY with Anita, our latest one, which is Let's Talk Techniques. We also have Mix and Mashup and Coordinating Collections. So these are great little things that you get just for being a member with us. Now, what else do you get with this amazing offer? You also will receive a digital interactive PDF. So the best part about it is whether you are looking at these designs early and say you're about to head on the plane and you have your iPad in front of you and you're like, wow, Anita Good Design just released their magazine. I wish I was home so I could go through my magazine. Well, now you're going to have an interactive PDF, which means while you're scrolling, you can also click on links throughout that PDF so that you can get a hands-on experience with your tutorials without having your physical copy on hand. Now, if you do have your physical copy on hand, you will see all the amazing things that also come in this as well. As one of the tutorial writers here, I take your step-by-step pictures. I also write the instructions. You will be able to see some of the inspiration that we've created from those designs. You may even get to know a few of us along the way with our employee spotlights. But at the end of each book, you will have all of the steps listed for each design in that collection. So you'll be able to see what threads we use, whether that's Floriani, whether it's Madeira, or whether it's a gunneled thread. You will know exactly what we're using in that collection, and it'll have a step-by-step process for you. So I have here the July All Access, again, which is really cool. And I want to show you a couple of these little designs that I have before I hop into our other pricings. So along with the $1,400 issue, you also get, or the $1,400 club, you also get a $1,400 gift card. So aside from these cute collections, I have here the Gingerbread Town, which we've turned into ornaments. And I also have our Christmas Bible bookmarks. So these are just a little snippet of the collections that you would receive. But on top of that, you will also receive a $1,400 gift card, which means once you purchase that $1,400 All Access for the 12 months, you will also be able to purchase $1,400 worth of amazing products that are listed all throughout our inventory. So if you're interested in getting to learn more, you can check out our educational stuff. You can look at our classes. You can look at our fundamentals books. We also offer now sewing singles. I don't know if you've seen those yet, but the sewing singles are amazing. They're just individual designs that you can purchase at your size and your price point. So along with that $1,400 club, you get a $1,400 gift card, because we know that if you're brand new to the scene and you want to really get in that hands-on experience, say you purchase it now Well, your club may start on July 1st. So what we want is we want you to be able to get your product as soon as you purchase it, which means if you want to use that $1,400 gift card for those past collections, that means you can get that hands-on experience right away up until we finally release the month of July. So that $1,400 is a great way for you to explore all of the fun stuff that we have to offer. Like I said before, for this issue, we have one collection in here, which is $99. So if you think about it over time, each month we meet together and we try to aim to make sure that our magazine is between $400 and $500. So we want to make sure that each month it is the same price. That way we know at the end of the year of your full membership that you're receiving up to an 84% retail value. So that means when you're getting this $99 offer, it's like it's 84% off in retail value. So that's the best part about our full membership. Now, say you are a recurring customer and you're like, well, Brooke, I don't want that $1,400 gift card. What are my options? So I have the second option, which is $9.99, and that is for 1 year. You get the same things as you would with our All Access magazine. You're going to get all of those amazing designs. You're going to get all of the exclusive content that we have to offer you. You're going to get your DIYs with Anita. You're going to get all of that fun stuff. But the only thing you will not be receiving is the gift card. And we know that as a recurring customer, maybe you don't want that $1,400 gift card. So we're making this price point so that you can still access your physical copy. You can also access your digital interactive PDF, but you don't have to worry about the $1,400 gift card if you choose not to. So that is our second option. We also offer another option for $4.99. Now, this is almost exactly like the other two memberships. So for $4.99, this is our digital version. This will go for 1 year, just like the other ones, and you will receive all of that fun stuff, all of the fun knowledge that we have to share in each and every magazine. The only thing about this one is you will only receive it digital. It is a digital interactive PDF, which you will receive for all three of your price points. But for this one, you will not receive a physical copy. And that's the most important part to note is this booklet could be yours for the other two, but for the $4.99, we do not offer the physical copy of the book. But what makes it amazing as well is that digital interactive PDF. So whether you are walking around the house or you're not home, you will always have that digital interactive PDF on hand to take care of you. So that's what's best about that one. Again, for this one, you would not get the gift card. But that is basically what we have to offer for our All Access magazine, which is a lot of amazing things. We work really hard here each month to come up with the best collections and make sure that everything is perfectly digitized and tested and prototyped and all of that fun stuff. We really love picking out these collections for you all. And yeah, the All Access membership is a great way to go. So I guess I could also mention actually, you know what? Here we have, this is a good example. So as I was saying earlier, we have some amazing education. And one of that education includes our fundamentals. And so this is a great beginner book that you can purchase on our website. You will get a physical copy of the book and all of your designs will be digital. So this is a great way as well for you. If you're just starting out, this is perfect. I mean, it has almost every technique that we have. It's got cut work, loop fringe, tile scene, watercolor confetti, hand stitched. It has all of that fun stuff. And on top of it, we've been releasing videos for our fundamentals so that you can stitch along with us, which is also great as well. And yeah, that's our All Access. That's a lot of stuff that we have to offer here. I guess I could open the floor to any questions that we might have. Take a look over here.
Hey, Brooke, great job.
Thanks.
That All Access is so fantastic. I mean, there's so much to choose from, and you're giving everybody sort of like 3 different options on how they want to become part of the All Access membership. Is that right?
That's right. We have 3 different options to choose from. We want to include everyone, so we make it work.
Yeah, and a lot of people are like, hey, I just got the digital and that's what I love and that's what I want. And other people are just like, I gotta get that magazine.
Absolutely.
I want to hold it in my hand and flip through the pages.
We got to collect it.
You gotta collect it. That's so much fun. Now, I'm not, some people know this, some people don't, but Anita Good Design is housed all in one city. They're all together in Charlotte. So from start to finish is how you get all your designs from conception to consumer.
Yes. So we do everything here. And the best part about it is we don't really necessarily believe in freelance. Our owner loves that we can all be hands-on. So in the beginning, I started off on the creative floor, then I got to writing, and then I got to understanding the basics of everything. And that's how we all work together. We get to talk to each other every single day. We get to come to each other if we see an issue or we need something fixed. Like, we're all there to work and complete the magazine all in one. So it's a very hands-on experience.
Yeah, it's really fantastic. And again, you've got so many good options for everybody. Let's recap those one more time because we've got a couple of minutes that we can go through. And if you all have any questions, please feel free to put them in the comments box. We love that. That also gets you into the raffle, if you know what I'm saying. If you got a question, but everyone's loving your presentation, Brooke. They said you have a very smiley and happy demeanor and personality.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I love it too. All right, so number 1 is getting the magazine, actual holding on to the book. That is, you also get a digital version.
Yep.
And then you get a 12-month membership, which starts in July.
Yep.
And then with that one, it's $1,400, right?
Yep. That one, you get that $1,400 gift card along with it.
And the total price on that one is $1,400, but you're getting $1,400.
Exactly. So.
And can they use that $1,400 on anything?
Yes. So they can use it on educational purposes. They can use it on our binders. They can use it for anything on our website. Yeah.
So it's kind of like you're spending it, but you're going to use it anyway.
Yeah. You're kind of getting it in a sense. So
yeah, it's fantastic. Okay. Option number 2, review that one for us. It's a 12-month membership starting in July.
Yep. And so basically what you would get with that one is the physical copy of the book. You'll get the digital version of the book as well, but you just will not get the gift card at the end.
And the thing is, that one brings out to about $83 a month, which is awesome because if you were going to go buy everything individually, you'd be spending way more money than that.
Yes, and that's where that whole special edition comes in. So the special edition Chef's Kiss is coming out in July. That's already $99 alone. So for that $83 a month, you'll be getting all of this amazing material.
And just imagine the creativity. Imagine what you can do with all of those designs and all of that great education. Okay, and then option number 3, which is probably a really great option if somebody's already familiar and they have a lot of the designs already. So let's go through that one.
Yeah, so that one is $4.99 for the year. And you will not get a gift card in the physical copy of the book, but you will have that interactive PDF that allows you to click and gather all of your necessary files.
That's great. And I just saw a question go by about, can the gift card be used to buy a secondary year? Huh.
So that is one thing that that it does not work on. So our gift card does not work on your all access membership, unfortunately. But the lucky part about it is that for the only time you will be able to purchase educational purposes with your gift card, because normally educational is an exclusion. So with this one, they can have fun with it.
Yeah, and everyone really, they just love, they're saying $1,400 is a fantastic deal. And that's sort of where everyone is leaning, is seeing all the information come through. But really, I love the idea that you're giving everybody what they need, because everybody has different wants and needs, and you've given us all of that to be able to be a member in All Access. Now, let me ask you this. If somebody's a member already and it starts in July, would then it just get pushed to start on another date?
So basically when you sign up, it'll be the next month. So if you sign up this month, you will start in July. If you are already signed up and you would like to renew your membership, you can contact our customer service team and they can set that up for you, even if it is a few months ahead of schedule.
Well, Brooke, I mean, really great. You're so thorough. Everyone is got all their answers or all the questions answered, and so do I. Thank you so much for joining us today, everybody. We love and need a good design, and we just would like to say thank you to Brooke. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for everything. I also want to point out our coupon for the Hoop Fest 22. If you want to use that coupon on the website, it's 50% off your order. So,
and I know that expires on June 27th.
It does. Yes.
I only know that because that's my birthday. So otherwise I might
happy
forget.
Early birthday.
Thank you so much, Brooke. All right, everybody, be sure to select the all access membership that fits your needs the best with Anita Good Design. And you can do that at smplive.tv or call 800-401-8151 if you have any questions about any of the information you've seen on today's show. So far, day 4 of Hoop Fest. I'm going to bring my friend Blaine back in, and we're going to keep the party moving on. Hey, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane, it's official right now. It is halfway through the day on day 4.
That's
and
right.
We got a great second half of the day. I know we're coming right up. We got Barb Lewis with Baby Lock coming up. We're going to talk all about the Pathfinder. And then we got an educational session with you and Deb Donovan all about hooping. So great stuff coming up. And we got some great demos this afternoon as well. So, hey, we're going to jump right into it. And, you know, Barb Lewis, she has been a national educator with Baby Lock for over 10 years. And we're so happy to have her part of the show. And, you know, Baby Lock is one of our platinum sponsors. We sure do appreciate them. So welcome to the show, Barb.
Hi, thank you so much. And yes, I love Baby Lock.
I know you do. And, you know, I know this Pathfinder is one of your most favorite embroidery machines, too, because it does so many things packed into a small package.
Wait till you see it, Blaine. Have you got any left, by the way, from the other day?
Actually, I was going to say that, you know, Kyle's checking right now. I think it's either 4 or 5 left from the other day. So we're about out.
All right. And you can get more in. Can't you get more in?
Yes, we can get more in. So there's 4 left in the warehouse right now that we can ship today. And but the only way they can get that, Barb, to get the Hoop Fest pricing is if we sell out today, they will have to get on the list of a pre-order. So if we sell out, and they're going to have to say, well, get me, you know, pre-order it for me to lock that Hoop Fest pricing. But we can get more of them in. But yeah, we've sold down to 4 left. I can't believe it.
You can ship them anywhere. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. We can ship it free shipping nationwide right to their doorstep.
Well, that is so great because I'll tell you, this machine is one to love. And we're going to talk all about it.
We're excited. So we only got 25 minutes to cram all those features in. So get at it.
Okay. The thing about this Pathfinder is that you can use it right out of the box. It is so user-friendly to use. I mean, if you've used a Baby Lock, you're kind of familiar with how easy they are to use. And the nice thing about it, too, is that Baby Lock has an education program that is to beat all. If there is a 4-year available for this, if you want to learn more, then you can go on and just watch it in your jammies if you want to. And maybe at midnight one night, you're trying to do something you can't remember how to do it. You can go on the website, onto the Baby Lock education program if you've purchased it, and then you can learn all about it. And then you can sit down and you can do it. This machine is so wonderful. If you're a newbie to embroidery, this is the one for you because it's really easy to use. And look at this hoop. Look at this. This is huge. This is 8 by 12. There aren't many designs that you cannot stitch in an 8 by 12. It is wonderful. If you're a seasoned embroiderer, you can still love this machine. If you have a sewing machine already, you just kind of want to dabble and get into embroidery, this is the one to get because you will not outgrow it. There are so many things on there. You will love it for a really long time. And maybe you already have a combo machine or you have an embroidery machine. Have you ever wanted to sew 2 designs at once? Now you can. With this machine, you can. It's easy to travel with. I'm sitting here looking at it, so I am loving every minute of it. You can travel with it. It's easy to travel. You can take it to your quilt retreats. You can take it to the cabin with you. You can take it anywhere. It's that easy to use. Sometimes we have these really big machines that are just too heavy. This one's not. You can do it. And it has features that sometimes you will only find on the top of the line machines. Like it has the 8x12 hoop, which I really love. That's a great size to work with. It also comes with a 5x7. It will stitch 1,050 stitches per minute. And there are 263 built-in stitches in the machine. But with a USB, you can take any design you want to this machine and it will still stitch it out. You can still edit it. You can still rotate it. You can still size it. All those things with anything you even bring in. It has 19 different fonts. 19. Plus, it has 140 frame displays. What do you need a frame for, right? Well, if you're making a quilt label and you want to put a cute little frame around it, some flowers, some geometric, anything, you've got it here. Enough, though. Let's go to the machine. I want to show you this machine right now. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Look at this. See how big that is? Look at all the space we have right here so that you can stitch and stitch and stitch. I'm going to bring it a little closer so you can see it a little bit better. Right here, we have a 7-inch color touch screen. So you don't ever have to go to anywhere else but right here. I love it. Let me take you right here to the fonts first. Remember I told you we had 19 different fonts? Not only that, if I pull up a font, I can see the whole alphabet. I don't have to scroll through and look for the letters. They're all right there. There's my uppercase. There's my lowercase. There's my numbers. And then I also have all of those other ones that I oftentimes use. And I'll go back to there. Not only that, I'm going to bring something in. I can make it large, medium, or small. And you think, well, that small is so tiny. Will I be able to read it? Yes, you will. This is the font that I usually make my quilt labels with. I really like that. All right, let me go back here. I want to show you some other things that we've got in here. I'm going to go right into here. Actually, let me go back one more. Look at this. This is not only the fonts. These are huge monograms. Let me show you one I have already stitched out right here. This one right here, all I have to do is add a few borders. I've got a pillow. Isn't that great? It's got this cute little floral design going on. So pretty. I love it. And right here, all the letters of the alphabet are there, right there for you. Now look over here. Remember we talked about how big we have right here, but look at the lighting. You will never have to sew in the dark. Is that amazing? And let me show you the whole reason, the single reason I bought this machine. I got my thread down here, put it up there, one touch right here. Is that amazing? That's called the Never Miss Needle Threader. Now in embroidery, you're going to be changing that thread a little bit, right? Probably a few times. And if you've got that Never Miss needle threader, you don't have to worry about it. You can just simply thread that thing up and you'll be happy. I'll tell you, I love it. That's my favorite part. And that's really why I bought this machine. All right, let me go to some designs that you are going to really like because I love them. All right, let me show you some of the editing capabilities. You see how easy I'm just moving through things. And this is a touch screen. I can use my finger to move it around. I can use my stylus to move it around, or I can bump it with this. If I just want to move it a little space, I might want to use that, but let me move that up there. Let me show you something it will do. We're used to using our programs on our computer where we can copy and paste. Look at this. Now you don't realize it, but I've just made another one and I've got it right there. Not only there, I can rotate this. And I have just created a brand new design. I'm not sure what it is, but there I've got it. And if I don't like it, if I decide maybe I don't really want that, I can delete it. Do you see how my screen here is telling me everything to do? That's how easy this is to use. Okay, right here, let me go to another one because there's a few in here I really kind of like. As far as the editing features, you'll really, really like. Right here, I've got this cute little car. Up here in the corner it is going to show me what I'm going to be stitching next. If you can see that, there's a little window right up there. This is what my whole design will look like when I've stitched it out. But it'll tell me what I'm stitching right now. Right now I'm doing the windows and the headlights. If I want to go to the car, there's the car part. What if I don't want red? Look how easy this is. I want to go to blue. No, actually that's green. I hit the wrong button, but that's green. If you want a green car, you can get a green car. If you want a blue car, you got a blue car. It's that easy. I keep saying it's that easy, but it really is. All right, what if, once again, I can copy it and I can paste it. Maybe I want to put 4 cars on there. I can do all of that. I can delete it. See how easy this is to use? I can rotate it just like I did with the wheat. I can rotate that little guy around any way I want. I can go on there and make him bigger. Let me move him down a little bit so he has more room to grow. I can make him bigger. I can make him smaller. I'm going to go to the bus because I think he's kind of cute. And see, it tells me everything I'm doing. If I forget what I'm doing, I can still do it. I can make a mini bus. Let me show you how that's done. I'm going to take the size. Once again, I'm going into the size window. I can squish it up till a tiny bus. I can stretch it out to be a long bus. Or I can make it squishy, down flat, or I can make it really tall. And once again, I can just make the whole thing bigger or the whole thing smaller proportionately. And there I go. See how fun this is to use? Let me show you another thing I can do. If you wanted to do a border, this has a border function that you can duplicate it. I can make more down, and they will duplicate it exactly as I have it on my screen. And there I have a border of just a bus. You can do that with any design in the machine or anything you bring in. And if I don't want it, I can take it off. It is that easy. Do you see how easy it is to move around and do things in here? And once again, I can change the color. In my little window, it's showing me that it's a yellow bus. But if I want to change the color, I'll go here. Maybe I want a red bus. And I want to push that harder. Okay, let me go to, I'm going to reset it. I'm going to make it blue. Oh, actually, there I went green again. I can do blue. I can do red. See how easy that is and how fun? And I like how it's right up here so I know what I'm stitching right now. And as you're stitching out, there'll be a little green crosshair that'll show you where in that pattern you even are. It just makes it so much easier. All right, what if I wanted to add somebody's name? Maybe I'm putting this cute little bus on a backpack for my son at school. I can go right in here. I can add his name. You just have to know your alphabet, right? There I go. And there is the name. Now, once again, I can move this around where I want it to be. Maybe I want the words above it and this below it. Now I've got my words up there. Let me show you something else you can do. If the letters are too close together and I really just can't see them very well, I can space them out. Or if I want them closer together, on top of each other, I can even do that. And I can array them. You see how easy that was? And I have changed the whole thing. And I can put it right down here, right on the bus. And there I've got my backpack already finished. All right, let's close that one out. I want to show you. See how it's asking me all the things I want to do? I like that about it. All right, I want to go into here. Remember I talked about the frames that you can create? Well, I've got this cute little design. There is a little lamp and a hat and a telephone and a makeup box and a perfume. I'm going to show you, let me set it, that I can make my own frame. I'm going to take this one down here, and now I'm going to rotate that one. So now it's upside down. I'm going to once again duplicate it. You see how quick and easy it is to move around? Now I want to move that one. I'm going to move this guy down so he's not so squished in there. And I'm going to, once again, I am going to duplicate, bring this guy down, and now I'm going to rotate him. I'm going to rotate him the other direction. Do you see I have just created my own frame, and I can stitch that out. I can add words in the center if I want to. And there I've got a cute little label of some kind. There I go. I love that. But I want to show you something that I love to do. Actually, let me take you somewhere else for a sec. Remember I talked about the frames? Here are the frames. Do you see there are so many frames? There's 140 in there. You can have circles or squares or diamonds. And there's an oval and a rectangle. Do you see all the different shapes that are right here ready for you to use? Now let me pull one up that's kind of cute. Okay, let's do this one. Let's just pick one in there. And I'm going to set it. And I want to make this bigger. Look how big that gets. And see that frame? Now I can add words in there. And I've got maybe a label of some kind or a name tag. You could make name tags in here. Let me go back and let me show you. Actually, let me show you this. Let me go back over to here. I'm going to go, there are some such cute things in here that are built in right there. And this is a cute little utensil, but looky right here. Here's a chef. Now, if you want to do that guy, you can make him bigger. You can add your husband's name and put it on an apron. And so he can do all the cooking, right? Let's go for that. I like that. All right, next I want to show you something fun that it will do. And there is a whole category in here of this one. Right here. This is what I would stitch on the top. So this is what your design would look like when you're stitching things in there. But this machine has something called bobbin works. Now, if you're familiar with that, when you're sewing, bobbin works is where the party's on the bobbin. And it is on this side. So right here, I've used a heavier thread. So this is going to be the right side of my fabric. I would actually hoop it with my wrong side up. My stabilizer is sitting right here on the top. You can't see that, but that's got stabilizer on it. So when I stitch this out, this stitched out like I would normally do an embroidery pattern. But on the back side is where my right side of my fabric is. And I have decided this is what I want to have show. So it has this beautiful, and I've got a variegated 12 weight in there right now. You could do a sparkly thread. You could do so much. That is so fun. Let me show you where those are found, because those are right in here too. And there are a whole bunch of them. Let me just scroll through them. And it wants me to put a hoop in, so it's not going to let me bring them up. Bring them up. But let me show you. Look at all those different designs that you can do bobbin works on. And these are specifically made for bobbin works. So it changes the tension. It changes everything that you'll need to change. And you can stitch that out. All right, I'm ready to show you something really fun that I love to do. The other day, I created these napkins. I had these napkins, but I wanted to put our name right there in the bottom. And I wanted to have it perfectly placed. Well, I didn't want to sit and measure and fuss and put things around where they needed to be. So the Pathfinder has a perfect placement stylus. Let me show you how that works. I have a napkin here that I want to put in a roll bin so that I can serve them at Thanksgiving. And I want it to say rolls right here. Okay, how am I going to do that? You really can't see very well from the lighting here. I know that. I've got a crosshairs built in right here. In 1 minute, I'm going to put it in the machine and you'll see that really well. On this 5x7 hoop, I have put some sticky back wash away stabilizer. And I am going to slide that in right there. And I've actually created my design already. So let me go into here, and I've saved it in my machine. You can save it on a USB. You can save it on your computer if you want. I saved it in my machine, and there I have written rolls. That's exactly what I want it to be. And now I'm ready to embroider that. But it's going to tell me where I have it right here that it's going to not want to stitch it very well, and I want to put it in the right direction. So I'm going to take my crosshair where I've done that with my friction pen, and I am going to, you know what, I may not be able to hoop that really perfectly, but with my crosshairs right there, let me show you what I can do. And I'm just pressing that down to my sticky back stabilizer. I want you to come right over here so you can see that really well. And you can probably see my crosshairs. All right, so I've got it right where I want it to stitch. But as you can see on my screen, it's going to stitch this direction. I don't want it to stitch this direction. I want it to stitch this direction. So right here on my screen, I have a little icon that looks like my stylus. I'm going to touch that. It is okay to revert my design. I want to say okay. And my carriage will move, and I'll say okay. And right here is asking me to center my design. I'm going to say right there in the center, I'm okay. Now it's going to ask me to touch the center point. You see how it's got the crosshairs right there? I'm going to go over to my machine, and I'm going to touch right in the center of my crosshairs. It registered that. Now it wants me to touch the direction that I want this to sew. First of all, look right there. My rolls are going this direction. When I touch this, it is telling it what direction I want it to stitch. Look what happens to my rolls. It moved. Now I have perfect placement in what I'm going to do. I'm going to bump my little, so I have a little pinpointing dot right there. And now I am ready to stitch. All I have to do is put my foot down. I have my thread in, because you saw me use my never miss needle threader. And I'm going to stitch that. It is going to put that perfectly on my crosshairs. See how it moved? So while it's stitching, let me talk a little bit about what's going on my screen. I hope you can hear me really well, because right here on my screen is telling me how big my letters are. Is telling me the placement on my design is on my hoop. It is telling me right up here how many stitches that I'm going to stitch, how long it will take, and what color I have. There's a lot of information. You know, there's more information on this screen that you may want. It even tells me what time it is. I love to know what time it is. Sometimes I lose track of the time when I'm stitching. So we're going to watch the stitch out for just a minute. It's like watching fish in a fish tank. And it will cut my jump stitches. And it's going to go right onto the next letter. I don't have to do anything. I just watch it. So I could go fold the laundry or do the dishes, but no, I don't want to. I want to watch this. It's telling me I have 3 minutes left. And watch, it's going to cut that jump stitch again. I don't have to go back and trim anything up. See how beautiful that is? Now I just have 2 more letters to go, and you're going to see that that is perfectly centered on what I've got. Actually, I've got 3 letters to go. But it's telling me I'm down to 2 minutes. It kind of keeps track of it for me. I think that's pretty cool. So if you had this machine, you'd be stitching this out today. It's that easy to work with. That's what Baby Lock has. They're so user-friendly on their screen. It tells you everything they're going to do. And the icons are so easy to understand. And even in the machine, it has a place where you can go if you have a question, then it'll answer it for you. There you go. We're down to just a few seconds left. And you notice that I didn't have to rethread my machine at all. It just if I wanted to change colors, I could definitely do that, but I don't really want to. I can already see that that is perfectly centered on the edge of my napkin. I love that. And the best part's coming. Watch this. Now, we already watched what was sewing over here, but you got to watch what happens over here. All right. See that smiley face? It's telling me that I'm finished and I've got it done. So I'm going to pull it out there and let you see how perfectly placed in my crosshairs that is. Is that great? All centered perfectly. That's perfect placement on the Pathfinder. That's a mouthful, I know, but that is what it does. And this is wash away stabilizer. It will just wash away, and I've got a great little napkin. Isn't that great? Okay, who wants to buy a Pathfinder? I know I do. Actually, I already have one. I'm going to pull that out of here. And I'm ready for Thanksgiving. Look at that. Is that great? I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Does anybody have any questions that I can help them with? I know you want us to bring it to you, deliver. Actually, we can. That is exactly what's going to happen when you purchase your Pathfinder. They will ship it right to your house. And knowing that you're going to be able to take it out of the box and be stitching that afternoon, isn't that fun? And if you've got more than one project and you got your other embroidery machine, you are all set to go. I hope there's enough for everybody today. I'm just so excited. I want some of those hot rolls. I'm really excited. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, hey, Barb, thanks so much. And we sure do appreciate you coming on the show today. And we want to thank Baby Lock for being one of our platinum sponsors. But hey, I'm going to tell everybody how they can get that Pathfinder. And again, guys, this is the Baby Lock Pathfinder embroidery only machine. And again, guys, the normal price on this is $42.99. And we have free shipping right to your doorstep nationwide. And here's the great thing about this, guys. This is an 8x12 embroidery field, which is absolutely huge. And it's got the LCD color touch screen on it. It's a 7-inch screen. It has 260,000 colors that you can see in that display. It's a never miss automatic needle threader. It has the needle beam for perfect placement. It has the sensor pin for the embroidery where you can use that to assign and design the positioning and placement. It has the enhanced stadium lighting, the USB port on it, 263 built-in embroidery designs. And guys, the list just goes on and on. You're going to get 2 hoops with this. You're going to get that huge 8x12, and then you're going to get a 5x7. And again, guys, we have some great pricing on it right now during Hoop Fest, and you don't want to delay on this one because, guys, we only had 4 left going when she started, and those will probably sell out today for sure. But guys, we have great pricing. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit our webpage at smplive.tv. Just click on that Pathfinder icon and it'll take you to the product page. You can read more about the features and stuff. And if you have any questions, we have live chat agents standing by right there as well. And guys, we have 0% interest financing available for you to make those low monthly payments. So if you are interested in this one, if you want a great embroidery only machine, this is the machine for you. So don't delay. Give us a call today. So guys, we're moving right along. Let's bring Jane Klaus back in.
Hey, Blaine.
Jane
Klaus in a new blouse. Oh, hey, I guess we're going straight to me. Okay. Well, guess what, guys? Our next presenter is very important, and I got to do a good job on her intro, or SMP will never have me back again. If you're an avid viewer, oh, hey, Blaine.
I don't know what happened. Everything went black.
Everything went black, and I just started going with it.
Well, hey, we're on the downhill side of the second part of the day. And it's all time for education again. And I know you've got a special guest, so I'm going to let you get at it.
Yeah. Did you hear what I just said?
No.
I said I better do a good job introducing her, or you guys will never ask me back.
That's exactly right. Because our next guest is the guru of sewing, embroidery, and quilting. And she's the walking encyclopedia of sewing machines as well. So
great. Well, let's get right to it then. I got to do a good job here. If you're an avid viewer of the Sewing Machine Plus lives, or even if you've binge watched some of the shows, then you know our next guest. She's a member, and we know this, of the Sewing Machines Plus team and a guru of all things sewing and embroidery. She is a fantastic teacher, let me tell you that. And she just can't wait to share her insight with you. I hope we can open the book, the encyclopedia of all those machines that she knows about. And she's here today for some education to talk about hooping techniques. Please welcome Deb Donovan. Hi, Deb.
Hi, good morning. Actually, it's afternoon out here now. It's been such a busy day. We've been on the chat all morning answering all your guys' really good questions. So that was nice to take a step over here and walk out of the chat room and come over here and tell you about embroidery hooping today.
That's right. Hooping techniques, Deb. You are a guru. So let's just let the education begin and I'll let you run with it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So we're just going to roll with it. We've already had some really great education talking about stabilizers and different kinds of hoops and how to position things. But today I'm going to talk just strictly about the embroidery hoops, not about positioning or stabilizer or really much of anything else, because hoops are super important to the success of your embroidery. So here we go. I have on the table in front of me kind of a representation of the standard hoops that you'll get with most embroidery machines. They're going to be plastic for the most part. They've got a way that you can attach it to your machine. You have an inner piece and an outer piece, and then there's a screw where you're going to be able to tighten and loosen. This one happens to be from a Janome 400E. I have an SWF hoop here, same thing. I've got a hoop inner and I have a hoop outer that are, so they all have the same basic types of features on them. I'm going to put these to the side and really focus in on one that I can handle a little bit easier today. So what I have in my hand is actually a Brother Baby Lock hoop. And if I'm just going to kind of take these apart and show you all the different features that are built into the hoop for a second. Of course, you've got your inner and your outer. So I'm going to pop those two apart. On your hoop outer, you have where it's going to attach to your embroidery machine. And this is going to be different depending on what brand you have. I've got a screw attachment at the bottom, and maybe there's also one at the top for you to tighten and loosen the outer hoop. And then some of the hoops have a little mark up at the top to help you know what top center is on the hoop outer. This one also has a couple of little bumps right here where my thumbs are. And I'm going to show you what those are for in just a second. If you go to the hoop inner, then the hoop inner has a matching little triangle mark at the top on this brand, which is going to line up to that triangle so that you can make sure you always put your hoop inner in right side up, because sometimes they're not exactly symmetrical, right side up to upside down. I have two little marks here and two marks here on my hoop. And if I draw a line between those, that's going to get me the physical center of the embroidery area on my hoop. Sometimes the physical center and the actual center of the hoop are not exactly the same thing. because the hoop has to leave space for the embroidery foot on it. And then the other thing that I have on the back of this hoop is a couple of little notches. And these notches are going to match up with the bumps that are on the hoop outer, so that you can't ever take your embroidery hoop inner and press it all the way through to the back side. It's got to stop on it so that you're never going to be able to over hoop. Now, everybody's probably noticed when they first got their embroidery hoops that the sizes feel really weird and wrong on them. I have my 4x4 hoop from home with me right here, and you can look at it and just tell that this hoop is not 4x4. If you put a ruler on it, it's going to measure a little bit larger than that, because we've got space for the embroidery foot to travel at the back and on the side of the hoop, so that the embroidery foot never contacts with your embroidery hoop, because then that's going to cause problems for your machine. So I guess my first tip to you is to remind you that this is your embroidery machine. It is your hoops, and I've lost my Sharpie, but you can use a Sharpie on your embroidery hoops. I've done it on most of mine from home. I don't know if Roger, if they can see this or not, but I've taken a black Sharpie to my embroidery hoops. I have the size of the hoop in inches and in millimeters. I wrote it right here on the arm. I have highlighted all the centering marks that are on my hoop to make them easier to see. I've marked the triangle positioning at the top and the bottom. And I even took the time to put the grids in there. And I've got a couple of marks in these corners so I can see what the actual embroidery area is on the hoop. If I have something that's really close to the maximum size of the hoop, then I know I can get it positioned within these little crosshair marks that I have here and make sure that I'm going to be inside the embroiderable area on the hoop. If you make a mistake, a little bit of isopropyl alcohol will take them right back off. But I have to tell you that having these marks on my hoop, I don't use them every day. But when I want those marks to be there, I really appreciate having that little extra boost to help me get everything aligned how I want it. When it comes to picking the size of your embroidery hoop, you are going to want to pick the size that is closest in size to your embroidery area. If I'm doing something that's 3x3, I should choose my 4x4 hoop if I have it, because that's going to be closest in size and the stabilizer and the fabric is going to be the most well supported. If I go to a 5x7, it's probably okay, but I certainly would not want to use an 8x12 hoop on a 3x3 design, because the stabilizer and the fabric is not going to be as well supported. So my embroidery won't be quite as good. So that was tip number 2, I guess, is use the closest sized hoop that you can. Now, the third thing that I always like to point out is when you are hooping, you have your hoop inner and your hoop outer, and you have your stabilizer, and you have whatever it is that you're hooping. So you have 4 things right here that you need to get all lined up. And sometimes when I put the stabilizer and the fabric and the hoop, the hoop starts sliding around on the table for me. So I like to kind of take that out of the equation. And I have a dime hooping mat. We have a couple of them at the store. I have one at home. It's soft, it's silicone, it's non-slip, and it has grid markings on it that you can see, nice heavy ones in the middle and lighter ones out to the side. So when I put that down, my hoop is not going anywhere. I can't get this hoop to slide on my mat unless I really lift it up and try to move it. It's not going to unintentionally be sliding around the table on me. So I have one of these. I like it because it's so soft and flexible. I can kind of like flop it out of my way and then flop it back in my way. I don't have to worry about it getting creased or anything else. It does say not a cutting surface on it, even though it looks like it could be. The other thing that I like that they did on this is I've got the dark black lines in the center, and the rest of these marks use the center as 0. 0 is not in this corner like it would be on a cutting mat. 0 is in the middle. So if you're trying to center something and it is 10 inches wide, now, well, if it's 8 inches wide and you've got it lined up and 9 inches on your hoop, you don't have to sit there and say, okay, half of 8 is 4. So 9 plus 4 is 13 and 9 minus 4 is 5. If it's 4 inches is half of the center, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4. I've got 4 going in each direction. So you really don't have to sit there and do any higher level math. You just have to take the size of your embroidery design, cut it in half, and then you'll know that you can center right off of there and be able to get that embroidery design in your hoop. So now I'm going to loosen up the screw on my hoop. If you're like me, you never know the last thing that you did in any size particular hoop. So I'm going to loosen it up. Actually, I'm going to switch hoops now. We're going to use my hoop. All right. I'm loosening up my hoop screw. You know, I never know what the last thing I did in there. It could have been a terry cloth towel. Sometimes I'll do quilts, tote bags. It could have just been a single piece of fabric. So I like to loosen up the hoop screw because my goal when I'm hooping is to be able to focus on one part of it at a time. The hoop mat is going to let me not worry about the fabric slipping or about the hoop slipping. Loosening the screw means that when I try and layer everything together, I don't have to worry about having to hold everything in place and loosen the screw at the same time. Now, I'm going to put stabilizer in there, and I'm going to put my tea towel right there. And this time around, I'm really not paying any attention to where I've hooped it. I just want to make sure that I've got it in there because I loosened up the screw. It went in nice and easy. And so now I'm going to tighten up the screw. Like I mentioned, this one has a pivot on it, so I can just kind of tilt it up and tighten it. If your hoop doesn't have that feature, then slide your hoop to the edge of the table so that the screw is off in air. That means you can leave the hoop flat on the table, tighten up that screw as tight as it needs to be. When you've got it hooped properly, you're going to look at the back, just make sure your stabilizer is fully covering the back, that it didn't shift on you. Make sure it's drum tight. And now you're going to put your thumbs behind there, and I'm going to pop the two pieces apart. So you're probably wondering why I popped them apart, and that's because I want to do one thing at a time. First, I put the mat down so it's not going to slip. Now I know that the screw is the right size. Doesn't matter how many times I do tearaway stabilizer and a tea towel, I'm not going to have to touch that screw again. I have set the hoop for this combination. Now alignment is going to come into play. So here's my towel. And I would mark on it exactly where I wanted it to hoop. You've got a variety of marking tools, friction pens. I'm a big fan of chalk. I've got the yellow chalk out today, hoping you'll see it better. There's the white chalk. We've got pencils, water-soluble markers, disappearing ink markers. You're going to use whichever one works best for the project that you're working on. I also do like using the print and stick papers, like you've seen a couple of times earlier this week. When I'm marking my centers, I like Quilter Select rulers. I'm a huge fan of these rulers because they don't slip. If I put it down the wrong way, then it kind of slips on the fabric. But if I put it down with the side down, that's supposed to be down, then it really doesn't want to move. So it'll stay in place and I don't have to worry about it shifting as I'm trying to make my marks. So I'm going to just mark this up real quick. I can make those marks as long as I want them because this stuff's going to disappear when I'm done with it. The longer the marks are, the easier it's going to be to get everything lined up. All right. So there's my mark that I'm going to try and line it up to. I think Roger can see that. Now, the next thing that's going to happen is your hoop inner. You're going to put it on your hoop outer and just make sure that you can get everything hooped properly. It does want to slide around a little bit on here, and I'm not a big fan of things sliding around while I'm trying to work with them. So I actually have my home hoops all have a double-sided sticky tape on the back of them. I just put fresh tape on so I can peel it off. It's double-sided, it's water-soluble, it's 1/4 inch wide. I put it on the back of my hoops because with a standard hoop, it'll slide around on me. But when I put the sticky tape on the back of the hoop, when I put it down in place, it really doesn't want to move around. So it's going to stop my fabric and my hoop from sliding against each other when I try and add the stabilizer and the hoop outer to the mix. So let me line that up where I would like it. Marking, there you go. Line it up to all the lines, just press it down a little bit. And it is gonna pretty much stay in place and not move around. Because I've got the double-sided sticky tape, that's gonna be Floriani's Stitch Perfection tape or Dritz's, I know what it's called, Dritz's Wonder Tape on there. I actually have a huge roll that I bought at an event a long time ago, and it's probably going to last me the rest of my life. So now I'm ready to put it all together. So my hoop outer, I'm going to center that with the marks that I've put on here. I've got my stabilizer. I don't have to touch my screw because I already set that. So here's my stabilizer. And then I'm going to actually turn it sideways so that you guys can see it a little bit better. Usually I do it front to back, but. And now it's checking to make sure that the stabilizer didn't shift on me. Find the top of your hoop. I usually use my left hand, I'm right-handed, to press it up into there. Check the bottom and make sure everything's lined up. And then I will walk my hands down the side of the hoop and press the corners in. And from there, I'm drum tight on the back, which is tight as you want to be. And I am centered on the front. So if you're going to use a regular hoop, those are all my little tips and tricks. Sometimes I use all of them. Sometimes I don't use all of them. Just depends on what I'm doing. And that all works great for a tea towel. But if you're going to do something a little bit more complicated, like this is a dog bandana or a jean jacket or a quilt, then sometimes those aren't the right choices for all of those things. You guys should know by now, I bring you all my hoops from home. This is my 8x8 monster snap hoop from my house. I have the rulers that I've put on it. I know not everybody does, but I like to be able to find centers and do little quick reviews of things. These are centering rulers, which means that 0 is in the middle and they walk out from there, just like the hoop mat does. So for a quilt, these hoops are really great because you can take them apart quite possibly. Wow. It's a really strong magnet, guys. Okay. Usually I can slide them right off. I guess I should have tested that before I got here. So this is a quilt that I grabbed from the floor. It is already finished and bound, but monster snap hoops are great for things that are weird to hoop, like quilts. You don't want to get hoop burn on your quilt, so you really don't want to hoop it. You really don't want to put any kind of stabilizer on the back of it because then you'd have to pick it all out again. So a monster snap hoop is going to let you align your square, take the topper, line it up with the edge of the hoop, drop it down, and now I can take this to my embroidery machine and do my quilting on it without having to worry about any stabilizer or anything. The batting that's in the quilt is plenty of stabilizer for me. This is no fuss. This is no muss. It will handle the thickness of your quilt, so you don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff with it. I also have in my arsenal of tools sticky stabilizer. And I know that you just saw sticky stabilizer in the Pathfinder demo a minute or two ago. But this stuff is great when you have something that is going to be really challenging to hoop. So sticky stabilizer, this is a tearaway. It's kind of like contact paper, right? You have to peel the release paper away to get to the sticky part. So I'm going to peel the release paper away and use a hoop that is intended to be used with sticky stabilizer. I'll peel that away. And this is a dime sticky hoop. I'm just going to lay it right on top there. And now I've got my stabilizer all hooped. I don't have to do anything. There's enough area here on the sides that you don't have to be super precise on the back. I can see I'm off by a little bit right here, and I'm off by a little bit over here, but there's plenty on there. So the sticky stabilizer is going to stay where I need it to be. And then that is going to make it a whole lot easier to do something like this itty bitty baby bib, because the binding on it, on the edge of it, is going to be really challenging for me to try and get in an embroidery hoop and get equal tension and tautness all the way around. But if I have sticky stabilizer and a sticky hoop or a jerky hoop, I can fold it in half, find my centers, stick it down, and I can take that directly to my embroidery machine and not have to worry about anything shifting, about the hoop inner popping out because I'm dealing with 1 layer of terry to 3 layers of terry. I can just stick it on, grab it, and go. This is a tearaway stabilizer. It will disappear somewhat in the wash. There are also wash away versions of this stabilizer as well, if you really don't want to have to deal with picking anything out from the backside. And I think sticky stabilizers are great for anything at all that you're going to do like this. Also good for things, this is actually what you just saw in the Pathfinder video, but here's my little dog bandana. I can lay it right in place like that, stitch it and go. Let me tip it up so you guys can see it. Get it centered, get it positioned, and go. I do have to say that when it comes to sticky stabilizer, I like a little bit of comfort. I want to be confident that it's going to do what I want it to do. So when I am using sticky stabilizer, I do usually go and put a basting stitch around the outside of your design. If your embroidery machine does not have a basting stitch, there are tons of them that are out there that you can download. It's just going to give you a box that's going to go around the outside of your design. You can get one for a 5x7, one for a 4x4. It's just going to make sure it's give you that belt and suspenders, right? The sticky stabilizer is holding it down, but the basting stitch is just going to be one more level of security to make sure that nothing weird is going to happen while you're getting that embroidered. So the other brand of sticky-ish hoop we have are the jerky hoops. Jerky hoops have been around for a long, long time. They have the same mechanism on the side to attach to your embroidery machine. They are 1/4 inch thick aluminum, so they are not going to flex or shift on you at all. And we're going to do the same thing with the sticky stabilizer. I cheated. I prepared all the one corner on every piece of stabilizer ahead of time, so I wouldn't have to pick and find the corners. Stabilizer, jerky hoop, press it down, and now I'm ready to go. I don't have to do anything else with it. I love all these extra hoops. I like use my regular hoops quite a lot, but sometimes they're just not the best tool for the job. Because if you can imagine trying to do this jean jacket on a regular hoop, the felling and stuff that's right here is going to make it more challenging. But if I wanted to do this, I'm going to put it, I like to look at things in the orientation. I'm going to put them on the machine so I know my rotation. So this is my arm. So this is the outside of my machine. So if I wanted to do the yoke on this jacket, I can center it up, stick it down, take it to my embroidery machine, and it's all ready to go. You might wonder about the extra material that I kind of have around here. Depends on the project. Sometimes you're going to be absolutely fine and it's all going to stay away from your workspace. Sometimes you might feel like it might want to flop into your workspace, like maybe this collar on here. So I've got some things that I have at home that I'll use for that. I have the big Wonder Clips, the jumbo Wonder Clips. If you don't have those, an old-fashioned binder clip sometimes will give you what you need. These come with the Kimberbell clear blue tiles, and it's a grown-up version, I guess, of a snap bracelet that the kids used to have. And what I can do with these are gather up that extra material, get it under control so that it's not going to flop and end up someplace that I don't want it to go. So you can use binder clips, or you can use wonder clips. But the idea is to make sure, because if you don't know where that fabric is, it's going to end up someplace that you don't want it to go. So that's why I use jumbo wonder clips, clear blue tiles, binder clips, anything like that, to keep this all out of my space so that I have everything that I need in my embroidery area and nothing that I don't need in my embroidery area. And I also would put a basting stitch around this one as well, just to make sure that nothing's going to shift and nothing's going to get out of my way. It's also really quick and easy to re-hoop things when you're doing this, because when you're done, I'm going to peel this jacket off. It will have left a hole behind, and I can really just take another piece and stick it to the back of here if I don't want to pull the whole thing off. You can layer 5 or 6 layers of sticky tearaway stabilizer on here before the back gets kind of a little bit messy. And then you just peel it off, throw this away, and put another piece right on the back. So I think I only had 30 minutes. I could probably go for a lot longer than that, but did we have any questions?
Hey, Deb.
Hi.
Fantastic information. Yes, we have a couple of questions here, and we'll see. I just kind of write them down as you're talking, and I grab them off the feed as we go. So let's see. Do you line up to the grain of the fabric?
If I can, yes, I do.
But you don't have to.
No, you don't have to. The stabilizer is going to keep the fabric flat and in place, so you don't have to worry about embroidering on grain. Embroidery stitches don't go with the grain anyways. A good embroidery design has stitches that are going in multiple different directions so that you can get better shading and on the design.
And adding the rulers to the magnetic hoops, they want to know what the rulers are made out of? Is that just a tape measure?
It's sticky tape.
Oh.
So when you buy a Monster Snap Hoop, it will come with these rulers in the package, and you just have to peel the backing off of them and stick them on. I generally use a Sharpie to mark the center and then very carefully lay them out to the edges and work center out.
Okay, so those are already in there. People wanted to know how can they could DIY their own hoops with their own measuring tapes, I think.
You know, we do have at the stores a sticky ruler tape. It comes in a Scotch tape dispenser. So there are products out there if you want to DIY some of your other hoops.
Great top tip right there. Talk about storing snap hoops.
So I'm going to tell you that I don't do what they tell you to do. Candace does what they tell you to do, and Dime does what they tell you to do. But I don't generally store them with the plastic piece in the middle. I don't even know where my plastic pieces are. Usually what happens is I can just slide it up so to get it off, and then it'll pop right off for me. I had a little tactical malfunction earlier, but I haven't noticed any degradation of my magnets or anything. And I've had my 5x7 and 8x8 sticky Monster Snap Hoops for more than 5 years.
Okay, so I'm trying to, you don't do what they're supposed to. Candace does, but the way you do it, just fine. So
it works for me. So I do what works for me. I'm a little bit of a rebel sometimes.
You are a rebel, though. We love that. That's good. Okay. You talked about using the clips. You know, that was laying on top of the jacket was laying on top of the sticky adhesive. But if you're nesting a shirt inside a hoop, does that technique work on a regular flat hoop, a magnetic hoop, a snap hoop? That hooping technique of nesting or rolling the fabric in, does it matter what type of hoop you're using?
No, you can do that in any hoop. You can do it on a traditional hoop, a monster hoop. You can do it on the sticky hoops. Dime actually makes a tool for those, which this is the one for the Monster Snap Hoop that they actually make for it.
But we're zooming in on it, Deb. Hold on.
So this is a hoop clip from Dime. This is one that's designed for the Monster Snap Hoops, which is what I have right here. There is a plastic version of it for a regular snap hoop, and you can put it on your hoop between the inner and the outer, or in this case, the upper and the lower.
Can you guys go to that on a one shot so they can see it up close?
Can you get in?
Yeah,
closer,
they
Roger?
just got me out of the feed, Deb, so they can see it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. There we go. So this is a separate piece that goes between your inner and your outer, or your upper and your lower. And what it's going to do is keep anything that's outside of your hoop from being able to fall to the inside part of your hoop. It's called a hoop clip from Dime, and they make them for the multi-needle or for the Monster Snap hoops, as well as for the regular plastic hoops that you get straight from the manufacturer.
Awesome. Deb Donovan, you're a rock star. Thank you so much for all of that great information. Everyone is just going to I got to rewatch this. It was so great. By the way, favorite line of the whole segment, basting stitch is like wearing a belt and suspenders.
I don't want anything to shift on me. I will do whatever it takes to stop things from shifting on me while they're embroidering.
And we all agree. Deb, thank you so much for taking time. We know you're slammed busy over there, so we really appreciate your coming in for the last half hour.
I was happy to do it.
Great. Awesome. Thanks, Deb. Wow, that was fantastic education from Deb Donovan. Hooping techniques. Love that. If you have any more questions, go ahead and put them in the comments. She's right there at the headquarters, so they can ask her and they can answer you back. I'm going to bring Blaine back in now. Hey, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane.
That was fantastic.
Deb did a great job as usual. And but hey, we're going to continue this thing. We're keep going on. We have got Janome in the house, and we're going to talk all about the 7 needle, which is an MB7, and we have Mitzi Red coming in. Mitzi's an educator at Janome and owner designer of Red Homestead. So Mitzi, welcome back to the show.
Hey, Blaine, great to see you again. Hope you guys are having a great day.
We're having a great day. Good that you're back. And, everybody loves the MB7. And I know all the Janome fans out there are, all of a sudden they're turning up the TV and they're all paying attention because this is a lot of people. This is on their wish list, and we have them in stock, ready to ship. So I'm going to let you get going on it because we only have about 25 minutes.
You got it. So I am so excited to be back with Everybody's Day on Thursday. And you're probably wondering, why in June am I wearing a jacket for this event? Well, I promised you guys on Tuesday I was going to bring back some new samples. I have been playing with this machine non-stop since it has come into my studio. And honestly, I've only had it about a week and a half. And I didn't have a whole lot of experience with multi-needles, but this machine is so easy to use. I absolutely love the MB7. And I'll even tell you guys, I think my husband realized it's staying in my studio because he overheard me with customer service last night for Sewing Machine Plus ordering the cabinet it goes on. So we know it's not leaving after we're done. But anyway, back to why I'm wearing a jacket. So I had so much fun over the past couple of days making up samples and doing everything with this machine. It has literally just blown me away, not only how easy it is to use, but it's so fast. And so, we're here in the summer months. And so I thought I'd bring you some samples of the things that I love during the summer. So 2 big things I love come summer months, July 4th, and it is baseball season around our house. So let me show you the back of this jacket, because when you see this, I think you're all going to sit back and be like, wow, I am going to need this in my house. Let me turn around. All right, everybody see that? How gorgeous is the stitching on this? So this was actually a design that I downloaded a couple of nights ago before this was even going on, because I just loved it. This beautiful downloadable design you can buy online. And this jacket was actually pegged for a whole nother use, and that I couldn't wait to put on here this morning. So, we talked the other day, and I'll show you some other samples in a little bit, about what all you're going to get with the MB7. And this is a perfect machine if you're wanting to just get rolling with it, you want to start getting into a multi-needle, maybe you want to go and start a small business, start doing some craft shows and events. The holidays are going to be crazy and right around the corner. We're like halfway there. So it's going to be no time at all. And you have the opportunity to come in and make these items in your house for a fraction of the cost compared to where you would do if you wanted to go have it sent out. I mean, think about it. Take a jacket like this, put it in a store with that kind of embroidery work on it. It's over 50,000 stitches. That's going to cost you a pretty good chunk of change to purchase it. And the jacket itself was like 20 bucks. I found it for like $20. And then the design was $3. So seriously, I'm out my stabilizer and some threads. It was super easy to do. But come in and think about those gifts and everything and those craft fairs. And, you know, do you want this just for yourself and your home to make your own stuff? Do you want to start your craft business? And that's one thing I love about this machine. I mentioned on Tuesday also when we're talking about it, but this machine only weighs just a little over 40 pounds. So when you look at the overall footprint of it, it's really pretty easy to get it in and out where you need to go. It doesn't take up a whole lot of space. I've got it just sitting on a basic cabinet right now until my new one gets here, which I'm super excited about. But it's not that big of a machine, but still you're getting over a 9 by, let's see, I believe it's a 9 by almost 8 on the largest hoop size, because you're getting 3 hoops automatically with it. The design on the back of my jacket actually fit into that large hoop size. So you can think about that to give you an idea how big the hoop is, and we'll look at those too. But with it itself, it's super easy to use. I mean, the screen is very nice and intuitive to get into. If you don't have experience with a multi-needle, you're not going to feel like you can't dive in on it. It's that easy to jump in with. So when you look at it here, the space-wise that you have, I was just pulling up a design because I've got something else I'm going to do in a little bit with some cool little koozies for drinks and coffee mugs. But you've got a really nice clear screen on it. You're able to bring in, these fonts are already even built in here. You've got like 10 different fonts and monograms so you can do with it. You can pick your different hoop sizes. Changing the colors is super easy. So let's say I want to do some color changes. I'm just going to jump in here. So we'll take the letter is. What if I want to change it over to, I don't know, let's go with the number 1 I have on my spools right now is a white, but I want to take it to the number 7. I can easily just scroll through that, and pick out which one I want to do, whether it be the letters, however I want to go with. Let's say I take that number 1. I want to take it all the way to my 7 needle, which would be a nice bright red, and I can do that. Now, I'm just telling you what needle I'm going on. Obviously, it doesn't totally know the colors, but I can even change that too. See, it's moving over. It knows I'm going to go with the 7 needle first. It's not a loud machine, very easy to work with, and you're really going to enjoy getting to play around and learn this machine. So making any of those adjustments and changes, you know, easy to get into the grid here, which is going to be your where you're making most of your changes at, to come in. Like I talked about changing those colors, right? Well, what if I want to do life? Let's do that in a bright red also. I can easily dial and change in to fit whatever color scheme I'm wanting to go with. And looky there, it changes automatically on the screen. So you have a lot of intuitive designs you can do on this. It's a really nice 5-inch screen. I want to show you here too. Now I know I put my head over here for that 7 needle because I told I want to do the number 7 first, but it is adjustable too. So you can certainly take this and put it to wherever you need it to be at, so that you're easily able to see the screen and make the adjustments you want to make with it. I've had so much fun playing with this, getting all the designs. Now, some of the things I want to show you that are really neat on here, and I'll let you come on this side in case since it's tucked away behind, but you can see I've got my start stop here, and I've got my scissors on the computer screen, but I've also got on the front of the machine as well. So I can, you know, where it's most easy for you to reach if you need to do the snips or go ahead and start stop. You've got tracing out your lines. You can move your hoop around, move it forward, move it, you know, back. Bobbin winder, right? We're used to not seeing these actually on the machine. A lot of your multi-needles, you have to have a separate bobbin winder, but this machine actually has it. So if we go around on the other side of the machine here, I want to show you, it's actually a built-in bobbin winder we have. So right here, you're going to put these nice big jumbo bobbins that we have made for this machine. Goes right on here. You're going to pop it up. You've even got the button to hit for the bobbin winder right here. So when you talk about and think about how easy it is to use this machine, it's incredibly easy to do. The thread path up here, which I want you to look at, it is a 7 needle, so 7 threads, but you notice we have an 8 on the back. Guess what? That's my bobbin thread. So I'm able to just grab the bobbin thread and already have it wound and ready to go on that to wind my bobbins up. Now, it also has, which is something really nice that a lot don't have, you do have your sensors in here. So if there were to be a thread break, it's going to stop and it's going to alert you that there's been a thread break. But when you follow the path of bringing in your threads, it is super easy design. It doesn't take a whole lot to get it wound and put through there. You're just following your path as you go straight in. Now you see this kind of flexible, you know, here spring-wise. Well, what it allows me to do is when I take my threads, and I'll just grab that yellow one so you can see it. Let me just grab my tweezer since I'm working from afar. I'm going to actually open my tension. So I'm going to pull my thread here. and I can just go ahead and pop it right in there, and my thread is now out of the way. Now, I mentioned about opening my tension just then. Let me show you on the top. When it comes time to thread this, you want to do the same thing like we do with any of our machines. You can easily open those tensions up and close them so that you're making sure you're in your thread path really nice and really, really easy. So let's talk a little bit about what you're getting with this machine, because that's what everyone wants to know is, what can I get with the machine? What does it come with? What accessories are available? And I can tell you that Blaine has got some awesome, awesome sale options for you guys. So we're going to come over here to my table, because I want to talk a little bit about what you're getting with the machine itself too. And then we'll look back some more. Now we're going to look at all these crazy samples in just a little bit, okay? But I want to show you this large hoop. This is the hoop I did with that butterfly that's on my jacket. So look at the size of that. Like I said, it's a 9, I'll give you the exact measurements, 9.4 by 7.9. Coming in on the M2, that one is a 5 by 4.3. And the M3 is a 2 by 2. Now these 3 hoops, are going to come automatically with the machine. You've got bobbins, all kinds of screwdrivers, needle packs, your basic accessories. Now you saw I have the big cones up there on my machine, but what if you don't have the big cones? You got more of a standard size, a little smaller king cones. It's got the correct felts and everything to put those on there too, so you can use whatever size that you have. So you're not limited on that in case you don't have the big sizes like I've got on mine. I'll tell you what, I have gone through so much embroidery thread this past week playing, I'm going to have to start refilling in no time. But I talked also about like some of the accessory hoops. So if you look over here, these are accessory or aftermarket purchases you can make. These are all your monogram, because what I didn't mention to you was you can actually do 2 and 3-letter monogramming in there. Look at that. Did that the other day real quick, added my initials in there, put the little bars around it. I mean, it was done within minutes. So you can really have a great time personalizing those gifts, whether it be for summer weddings, holidays I mentioned are coming up. You know, I mentioned the fact that the machine is so small, you can take it to craft fairs and stuff with you and really personalize those items right there to give that person an immediate gift ready to go for them, no extra time. It's done in seconds. I mean, something like this alone just took a couple minutes to get it knocked out. And that's what's really exciting about with this, and being that it's portable to take it along. Now, one of the things everybody wants to see too and talk about is the hat hoops. So I did this hat the other day. I mentioned it's baseball season. So of course we're in the baseball era. It's time for plenty of caps on that. But then this is the really neat hat hoop that you can get with it. And I think Blaine's got a pretty good special going on with these hat hoops when you purchase your machine. But with it itself, it's easy. You just put your hat in, you clamp it down, and I've got a sticky back stabilizer. So I just did a sticky back all across the back of the hoop. So it secures my hat really nice and well. And then I'm ready to get my design brought in and start stitching. You know, the hat you saw over there, it took about, I think it was maybe 15 minutes to do. And I've got a customized hat. Which is really great, because I'm going to show you some of the other customizable items that I've been playing with and going with that I'm having such a good time with. Now, also coming up, I mentioned like, okay, it's wedding season, holidays and all that. I showed these on Tuesday, but what about doing custom towels? Now, I did some fun ones. This one's a BLT, so it goes, the husband's getting it this weekend for Father's Day, because he makes some pretty good BLTs around here. This one's a pecan pie recipe, you know, that's out, that you can download also. I download a bunch of my designs, but the pecan pie recipe also is available for you. And then let's talk about some of the built-in designs. It's got over 50 built-in designs already. Now, most of y'all who know me know I am a quilter. That is my main specialty of what I do and what I love getting to teach. It's got quilting designs already built into the machine also. So take a peek at that. What about those quilt as you go? So you've got a lot of gorgeous quilt designs already built in with those 50 designs that you can do right away. Take your quilt pieces, once you finish piecing them together, get them up there and done. It can be stitched out while you're working on the next block ready to go. So it's going to save you a lot of time being able to have that going while you're piecing and moving on to the next block. Tons of beautiful, beautiful designs that are available in there. This is one of the gorgeous ones that changed up some of the colors, because it was like real light colors and I had bold colors on there. But beautiful stitch outs, been very clean every time I've asked it to do anything, whether it's been on the faux leather, the quilting. anything at all, I've got beautiful stitch outs coming along with it. All right, a couple of others. I showed these guys. Oh, well, let's go back to this. We're talking about quilting and doing it. This is done quilting quilt sandwich, one of the quilting designs that are in there. I then just took it and put it in one of the wooden embroidery hoops. It'll hang beautifully up on a wall. Gives a nice little decorative to it. So there's that one. Talked about doing bags. Oh, I love coming in with doing these bags. So fun little design I downloaded as well. And super easy to come in and do these, because it doesn't matter if I want to do it on the flap. I could have done it on the inside, because when you have that multi-needle option and the way the hoops work, you can get into all those hard to reach spots in order to get those things hooped that normally we would struggle through. So I love doing that one. That's fun. That may end up going to one of my fellow crafty educators. We'll see. I'm kind of getting partial to it though at this stage. I love the little scissors design on it. And then this is also one of the designs that was built into the machine as well. So I played with this one and did it on the gray. Same colors I had up there as I was playing with it throughout the week when I was using the red, white, and blacks, which happen to be, you know, Janome colors anyway. So might as well play with some of those. So got that on there, doing the bags. But here is the fun part. So I mentioned that, of course, for us, it's baseball season. And not just because I live out here in Baltimore. We got the Orioles, right? I know we're all over the U.S. Y'all don't hold it against me. But most importantly is my kid's baseball team. And we absolutely love our Badgers that he plays on. And so one of the things I brought in was the little cozies or koozies, whichever way you want to call it. So the owner of the facility where we work out and their team is the Badgers. And yes, I got permission to take the logo and digitize it. And it stitched out perfectly on that. Now, my kid's number 7. So here's his. So at the game, when they start running out their big water bottles, we always have a cooler full of the smaller water bottles. So they can each grab theirs, put them in here. And we know nobody's drinking after each other, because 13 boys on a baseball field in the heat. Goodness knows we don't want to share too much then. And then I went into the second one. His best friend Gabe's on the team with him also. So Gabe's getting one tomorrow. We head to tomorrow night's game. And, you know, we're going to be working through the whole team. I got quite a few to do, but we'll be getting through it. Now, today is our last day of school officially out here in Maryland. But let's think ahead of what's going to be coming up. Well, we're going to want to really be nice to those teachers as we get into the next season, especially since I'm going to have a 7th grader. I'm going to owe those teachers a lot for what they're getting, right? So I was playing with it. This is also one of the little koozies. That's the baseball, but we were playing with it. I'm like, it takes a really small bottle with the size. And actually my husband said, wouldn't that be a cool pen holder? And so I threw a bunch of markers in there. So you can always put your teacher's name on there and personalize it for them, and then come in and fill it with it. I got to tell you, one of the best things about when I was doing these, for the whole design, like the design's in the machine, I brought it up, I added the numbers to it, and put my hoop on, ready to go. I used the M2 hoop. This actually medium size is what I used. And the whole thing is stitched out in 8 minutes, I think is what it was, doing the whole name and the number, or the Badger's name and the number. I took it to my straight stitch machine. All I had to do was seam these 2 sides, done in under 10 minutes. Cost-wise, I want to say where I got the blanks was maybe around $1.25. So it's just my thread and stabilizer at that point, which I got plenty to play with. And I've got really cool gifts for the team. You know, we're going into tournament season, so we want to make sure these boys have a really good and stay hydrated. So it's going to be easy to do those, or for our coach. So there's a lot of options for you. And that's why I want you to think about what all you can do with this machine. Now, I'm going to turn it off here because I want y'all to hear it when it starts up. I kind of like hearing it as it goes. So just turn it off, power off, no big deal. And you're going to see when it comes on, one of my favorite things, you see how dark it is right now? Do you see it light up? You've got 6 LED lights on here. It's going to ask if once it wakes up, where I want to go back to. But you've got 6 LED lights that are all nice and bright here on the machine. You've got your bobbins easily available to you right here. So it's going to take a little bit to wake up because I got my USB device in there. Let me power that off and take that back out. But you've got everything is ready and easy, accessible here to go with. So it's just a really pleasure getting to work with this. Like I said, because of the lighting on the machine, you've got great accessibility to it. You're going to see what you're working with. I mean, come down here and take a look at just these lights alone. And what it's going to do is it's always going to put the lights right above your needle area. So you're going to get a really great view of what's going on with your machine and where that stitching is out. And I don't know about you guys, but all the lighting is the better for me. See, now it's going to say, you know, keep your hands clear. We're going to move the carriage into position. And it's going to ask me if I want to resume that last pattern. And if I do, like, for example, when I'm making all these badgers, so I could actually just say, okay, and it would take me back to whatever my last pattern was. Like, for example, if I had the badger stuff pulled up. So remember, coffee is life is what I had up there. And that's actually going to go on one of the little coffee koozies. But all I've got to do is do the embroidery, put the right sides together, stitch them out, just a little 1/4 inch seam, and then I'm ready to cover and do my coffee mugs. It's going to save you from getting all of those paper mugs that you get, you know, when you go get our hot drinks. So you're not going to have to worry about those anymore and adding more, you know, recyclables or more trash in the environment, because you've got these ready to go and you're going to be able to reuse those for a long, long time before they wear out. So it's very easy to come in and work these designs and come through with the machine. I'm telling you, as someone who does not have a whole lot of multi-needle embroidery experience, I've got plenty of machines in here, really, or regular domestic machines. This has been so easy to work with. So if you've been nervous about whether or not you're ready to dive in on a multi-needle, you do not have to be afraid of this machine. You know, we've got a wonderful instruction book that's going to take you through everything with it. It's in the box as well. Very easy to get out and put together. I was finishing a quilt the other day and I told the husband, I'm like, I need it unboxed. And I mean, he had it unboxed and set up, the thread spools on it in just no time at all. So it's very easy to put together. Like I said, shipping alone, just for when it was shipping in to me with the box and everything, was only 50 pounds. So the machine is in that, you know, low 40-pound weight, or right around 40 pounds. So it's very portable, which it makes it a big advantage over a lot of the other machines that are out there with it. So it has been a very, very popular machine for all of us. I am absolutely in love with what I've got here. It's going to stay. I'm not letting it go back to Janome. I've decided I'm going to have to keep this one. But, you know, you can see I've already got tons of projects ready to go. So I want you to think about how much fun you're going to have with it. One thing I didn't mention the other day that I do want to tell you before I let you go is the speed on this machine is up to 800 stitches per minute. And you know what the coolest thing is? It can be stitching at 400, 500, 600. And in the middle of the design, I can change the speed up or down depending upon where I want it to go. And it'll adjust it immediately in there for me. I don't have to stop my design. I don't have to make any changes or wait till that one's finished and go in the settings. When it starts stitching out, I literally have that option available to change it right then. So like this jacket, when I was stitching it out on, I think it was like 600 stitches a minute, it was going to take like 115 minutes. If I bumped it to 800, it went down to like 84 minutes, I think is what it was. So you're able to really adjust that depending upon the time frame that you have available. So especially, like I said, if you're at those craft fairs with it and you need to stitch out a name or a monogram really fast, you can really bump the speed up. And it's solid. The machine's not going anywhere, so you're going to love that as well. So just some last minute highlights before I toss it back over to Blaine, because I know I'm going to forget these with it. Format capability is .dst, .jeff, .jeff+, our normal Janome format. Mentioned you've got the extra large bobbins on there. They're giving you about 40% more thread on it than what we're traditionally used to. So they are lasting. It took just over one bobbin, just slightly over one bobbin to actually do this butterfly. 10 fonts for monogramming. 2 and 3 letters that you can do for your monogramming. Same 10 fonts you can use for writing, like I did there. I was switching out between 2 different ones. It's got, you can program it for jump threads, cutting. I mean, I'm just looking over the list of everything because there's no, I remember it all during this, but it is just, it's really easy to go with. It's compatible with Tajima hoops as well. So you've got a large hoop option. So it's a lot of fun. So Blaine, you said the other day that these things have been selling like crazy. You've been having a lot of the MV7s going. How's that going still? Because I know you put another order for them. You got more coming.
Yeah, so we do, Mitzi. And, you know, again, this is one of our, you know, by far our most popular Janome machine. And they have been flying off the shelf ever since Hoop Fest started, just because of the price we're offering this week. And we had to actually call Nancy, our rep, and put another order in just because we were getting low on them again. But again, great demonstration. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and we sure do appreciate Janome being one of our sponsors and all the things they do for us. But guys, we have got to tell you how you can get this. This is the Janome MB7 7-needle embroidery machine. And again, guys, the regular price on this is $6,599, but we have a great show special on it right now. Again, this has that 5.7-inch LCD screen on it. You have 60 LED lights, and Mitzi was showing all those great lights to cover that needle area. You have 50 built-in designs, 10 fonts for monogramming, 2 and 3 letter monogramming. You have a maximum embroidery area of a 9.4 by 7.9, and we're going to throw in 3 hoops when you get this. You're going to get the 9.4 by 7.9 inch hoop. You're going to get the 5 times 4.3 inch hoop and a 2 inch by 2 inch hoop when you get this. It has programmable jump thread trimming, flexible stitch travel, auto return post thread break. There's so many things this thing does, guys. It's unbelievable. And again, this is a package all under 50 pounds. So you're getting a ton of features built into a very small package. And again, we talk a lot about going to, flea markets and trade shows and things. This is very portable that you could take and do embroidery right on site and sell embroidery products. If you had some blanks, you can make custom things for people. And again, guys, this has a very, very small footprint on it. So it's not going to take apart any room in your quilting area or your shop. So again, guys, can't say enough about the Janome MB7. This is by far one of our most popular machines by Janome. And again, these things sell out every single month. We just got an order of them in, and we're selling so fast that we had to put another order in because they're limited, a lot of times of how many they're getting in with this. And I know Janome's been kind of behind on the MB7s all year, but we had some that came in and now they're selling. So if you want to get one of these, now's your chance, and you can also save some money on it. So we're also offering 60 months 0% interest financing. So give us a call, guys, at 800-401-8151, or go to smplive.tv and look at you can click on the today's products and click on that to get to the product page and read all about it, see if it's something that you would like to have. We have live chat agents also that can answer your questions and take your order. And again, guys, if you can't get through on the phones or the live chat, we know it's extremely busy day on the phones. When you first go to smplive.tv, at the very top, it says request a call back. You hit that, fill out the information. It gets updated real time in our call center. They'll see it on their monitors. As soon as they get off the phone, they'll actually give you a call back. So, hey, let's bring Jane back, and we're going to keep moving on, Jane.
All right, let's do it, Blaine. How you doing?
I am doing great. Hey, this thing is winding down extremely quick. So, hey, and we got one more day left. I can't believe it's already to the end of the show almost. But, hey, we still got some great products on special, and we got some great demonstrations. And I know this next one you've got is a really good one.
That's right. I wore my Brother Blue just for this next presentation. We're talking about the Brother NS 1750D, and our presenter is a Brother sewing educator and a true expert when it comes to all things sewing, quilting, embroidery, and teaching. She's the bee's knees, people. Welcome back to the show, Heather Banks. Hey, Heather.
Hey, Jane. You always get me laughing when I come on.
That's the goal, Heather. I got my Brother Blue on just for you. And you were with us earlier. We were talking about the ScanNCut, and I just, I'm still like stuck in everything you talked about. So I showed you I had this fabric right here, right?
Yes, I love that.
And I was worried that it wouldn't cut. And look at how perfect.
Oh, Jane, that is beyond perfect. Nice work.
And look at all the detail in this image, and it cut it perfectly. Thank you, Heather Banks.
I am so happy. That made my day. Nice work.
Thank you. So listen, you were working on a project, which got me inspired to start my own project, but now we're going to finish it using the NS 1750D.
That's what we're going to do. We're just going to take this sort of start to finish in a little bit of a rounded way, but we got this because, machine applique is so fun, and we just might as well get in here and figure out how to do it at the same time we're learning about these new machines. So let's get started, everybody. I'm talking about the NS 1750D, Disney machine. Now this is all three. It is sewing, embroidery, and quilting. So you can do all three with this machine. It's only 15 pounds. So this is a great second machine. This is a really, really great travel machine. So if you like to sew on the road, in the motorhome, in a hotel, put it in the back of your car, I do that all the time, then this machine could be for you, even if you already have a larger machine. Additionally, if you are looking to get into machine embroidery, this is a great machine, and you can get the sewing side of it in addition to the embroidery side. So let's move over and look at the machine, and we'll go ahead and complete, in addition, the project we were working on earlier. All right, here we go. So this is, let me get this out of the way. This is the NS1750D. It is currently set up in sewing mode, and you can see the little Disney plate here. We can easily switch this over. So I purposely wanted it to be in sewing mode so that you could see how easy this is, because sometimes we'll say things like, I don't really want to switch to sewing or embroidery because it's too much work. But I promise you it is not. Here we have just the basic sewing compartment that comes with most sewing machines. What you get here is an amazing sewing table in the box for free. So all you have to do is pull off the compartment in the front, the storage compartment, and then the sewing table slides on from the left into place. And now when you're piecing or quilting something, you have that additional space, and there's no need to order, that extra table from someplace else, which we sometimes have to do. So I love, love, love this feature right here, and it's in the box. Now I'm going to take it off so we can look at the embroidery feature, the embroidery arm. Before I do, can't forget to show this. It comes with a very large hardcover case. It's not going flat because I have the thread piece up here, but I mean, this is a really nice feature, and you don't see this a lot anymore. So I had to say that comes as well. All right. If you have an embroidery combination machine, meaning sewing and embroidery, you need to turn the machine off before you put the arm on. So I've turned it off, and I'm going to slide the arm on, and voila, it's ready for embroidery. This machine stitches a 4" by 4" embroidery hoop right here. And I'm going to show you some things that I stitched with it, because you can certainly do a lot with this. And I remember hearing once that there are more 4 by 4 embroidery designs out there than any other design. All right, this is back on. I'm going to flip my machine on, and I'm very quickly going to thread this so we can start using it. This does include, and it's a little hard to see there, a needle threader that's very easy to use. I am now at this point in my life completely reliant on a needle threader. So I'm going to show you how easy this is to thread one-handed. Once I get it through the take-up lever like this, I am going to lower the presser foot, and then I'm going to bring this around the front of the machine. Let's see if I can get that a little bit closer. Wrong way. There we go. Oops. Little bit too close. All right. Bringing this around the front of the machine through this notch and to the side, and then I'm just going to trim off the thread. And you can see it's sort of hanging here, and that's all that you have to do. And then I'll press the lever over here on the side, come up, and it's threaded. So it's really foolproof. It works every time, I have to say. It is a very consistent needle threader, and I feel like that's really important anymore, honestly. So many of us really need to have that kind of needle threader. While we're here, and you can see it, there is a flash drive inserted over on the side, because this machine does allow you to bring in designs and save them out of your machine. Anything except Disney. You cannot save Disney designs. Okay, here we are. Let's revisit what we were doing this morning. If you happen to have caught it, get that glare off, then you'll know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, no problem. We'll catch you right up. So I'm going to go right here to this category. Before I do, let me just hit the Disney so that you can see the Disney designs that are built in. I happen to have this one stitched out for you, so you'll be able to see it in more detail. but it has a lot of Disney diversity. So there's old Mickey, new Mickey, Winnie the Pooh, and all of these fit within that 4" by 4" hoop. And you can stitch these out. You just can't save them out of the machine, but you certainly can use them within the machine. Let me go back to the main screen. All right, we were talking machine embroidery. So I'm going to pick this category and scroll through until I see the design we were working on. Down here somewhere, there's a freestanding lace, some little kid designs. Aha, this is what I was looking for. The birthday cake or wedding cake. I think it could be either. So this is the design we used earlier. And the white sections in the cake and the stand are actually fabric applique. We cut those out on the ScanNCut. So now we are going to embroider this so you can see the full process. Let's press end edit and then embroidery so that we are in the correct screen. Excellent. Now the first 2 lines that are embroidery, we don't need these because they actually, Brother has something where we could cut out our embroidery file by hand if we stitched it out first. And we don't want to do that. We cut it on the app or on the ScanNCut. So I'm just going to move us to the next one. All right, here we go. This is going to be our placement stitch. And right here, you can see that the placement stitch is for the platter. Perfect. Let's go over and hoop our fabric. Okay, here we are with our 4" by 4" hoop, and I'm going to simply loosen this up all the way so that I can easily get it in. I have a piece of cotton fabric and fusible cutaway stabilizer. Now I did fuse a piece of interfacing to the back of my cotton fabric. This is optional, but it is something you can try sometimes if you get puckers or wrinkles. Because it's just a dense design, I find that a little bit of interfacing, a woven interfacing on the back really makes a nice difference. So I've loosened up my hoop, and I know that throughout Hoop Fest, you've seen us hoop many times. You're all pros at this point, but I'm just going to place this in top to bottom. I think Joanne said toe to heel, which I thought was great. And then I'm going to tighten this up a little bit. I'm going to make sure that this is nice and flat, and I'm just going to tighten this up until it's pretty tight, fairly tight, just by finger tight, nothing crazy. And then I'm going to pop it out and then put it back in. And as I'm putting it back in, since it's already pretty much in place, I can just make sure by pulling at all of the corners that I have it nice and taut. And that looks wonderful. It's perfectly hooped. Let's go back to the machine. Before I do really quick, it does come with the plastic insert for centering your designs. And many people have shown how to use this today, but I think it's important to note that you will get this as well. All right, I'm going to go back and put this into the machine. There's our design, and here's the machine. All right, going to slide this in. Now this particular hoop, you're able to just slide it into the side, try to get my hand out of the way, and then pop it down. So you heard that click. Instead of sliding forward, it comes straight down. So there's a little bit of a difference from others. All right, so now that we have it in, I'm going to go ahead and press the, as soon as I get that glare off, oops, wrong one. I'm going to go ahead and lower the presser foot. As soon as I lower the presser foot, the green light pops up and we can begin stitching. Now what it's doing here, and I'll show you, is it's stitching out that placement stitch. So whenever we have machine embroidery, we always have a placement stitch to show us where to put our fabric applique. This is just going to take a moment, and I'll take it out and show you how this works. All right, perfect. Now to take out my hoop, I'm just going to push down on this lever and see how it just easily pops out, raise the presser foot, and slide it out. And I've purposely used a red just so you can see very clearly that we are going to put our fabric here. Now this is where the ScanNCut and embroidery machine just become invaluable. Let me show you. So right here we have our hoop. And if this were normal, if this was just me going about embroidery, machine applique embroidery the normal way, I would take my fabric for my tray and I would place it on top and I would do what's called the placement stitch. And I would go all the way around and put this in place. Let me show you what that looks like. So it would look something like this. I'm going to hold this closer, where you can see that it's been stitched down. This would be kind of traditional normal embroidery. After we stitched it down, we'd come through with some scissors and we would trim around the entire thing. So here's the thing. Is it doable? Yes. Is it necessarily time consuming? Yeah, it is compared to the other options that we have. So instead of trimming like this, I can simply take, and this is the mat where I cut these out. Let me show you. I went back a step for people who missed it this morning. I cut out my tray on the ScanNCut, and there it is. And I'm going to go ahead and take it right off my mat. There is the tray already cut out. And we're just going to put that directly onto our fabric. Let me go ahead and take out the other one so we can just set this aside. Here is the top to the cake, and there's that piece. So, I mean, we're talking some pretty good time saving in not having to trim, plus you're getting perfect results. So I'm going to place this down on top of the placement stitch and see how it covered it perfectly. You can see the tiniest little bit of thread sticking out around it. Now, because I have a fusible iron-on the back, I can just, oops, my finger moved. I can take this and iron it down, and then I can go to my next step. Now, you're maybe thinking, what if I don't want to use fusible? You totally do not have to. You could use glue. You could use a glue stick. You could use a little bit of spray, but see how perfect that is? I mean, you cannot cut results by hand that perfectly. So let's take it back to the machine, and I'll show you what it's going to do next. But basically, what we are doing in our next section is we want to do the finishing stitch. Actually, I'm going to wait on that. Let's go back to the machine. Okay, I'm going to place this back into our machine. We have our first applique in place. There we go, popped into place. And I am going to take it to our finishing stitch. Now, I don't want red, so I'm just going to take that out really quickly and come up with a gray. And of course, this machine is very, easy to thread. You can do it one-handed. When I get to the bottom, I lock it in place and then cut off the thread. Oops, cut off the thread, go behind the needle. There we go. Oh, for some reason, I am coming at this wrong. Hold on. Okay. All right. Got our needle threaded, and I'm ready to start stitching. Now, again, like I said, this is our finishing stitch. So we are stitching the plate stitching right now. And I'm going to go back and let you kind of get an idea of what that looks like before we go over and see how it looks finished. Oh, yeah. So somebody was just mentioning how much they would like to have it cut by ScanNCut, so you don't have those little pieces of fabric that poke out under your embroidery stitches. And that's pretty much one of the most common problems that I see that we can avoid with this. Now, here's an example of what it looks like after it has been stitched out and I have the finishing stitch, and then I have placed my next piece on top. So I want you to get the idea of how to move from one stage to the other. We placed our applique down, and then we did our finishing stitch. We're done with that piece. Then we go to the next piece, which has the tack down stitch or the placement stitch showing us where to go. From there, we go to the next stitch, which is the white stitches right here. And basically, I'm just sort of showing you the process. The next stitch would be the pink finishing stitches around the fabric. So you can see how step by step the applique fabric is covered by the fabric stitches. And then the very last stitch is the red decorative stitches. So one by one, we can get through the applique using, and it's just a much faster process when we're able to use the ScanNCut. All right, back we go. All right, I'm going to stop this and show you basically what we have, and then I'm going to move to the next piece. So I raise the presser foot, lift this up, and then you can see here, although it hasn't been finished, actually I'm going to go to this camera. There we go. Although it hasn't been finished, you can see the satin stitch, the final satin stitch, and then the actual applique. So notice that I did not increase the size of the applique because this is going to completely cover the edge of the fabric. So this is something you can do very easily with this machine. All right, what else can we do with this machine? Well, one of my favorite things, I'm going to go back to the home screen. Actually, let me show you a couple things that you can stitch out. Here we go back. So here is an example of some of the designs that are built into this machine. These have all been constructed in a 4-inch by 4-inch hoop, and they're all Disney embroidery. And you can see they're just really cute. And you can, there's just so many more than this. This is just a few that I've stitched out. So here's an example of some of the built-in Disney. Here are a couple examples of designs that are also built in using, again, that 4-inch by 4-inch hoop. Just so cute. And I was just so happy with the results that I got using the built-in Minnie and Mickey Mouse designs as well. So this is just something that would be a very simple, easy project, but you can do with this machine. So let's move those aside. Now I mentioned that this is a sewing machine as well. So I'm bringing out some of the feet, but I wanted to mention that you do get an assortment of feet. Let me come a little closer because this is sewing. Now we are focused on embroidery here to some degree, but you will also get all of this variety of feet. So you will get a normal, a monogramming foot, a blind hem foot, a zipper foot, a regular sewing foot for piecing. You will get a button attaching foot. You will get an overcasting foot. So if you do not have a serger, but you like to finish your edges, you will also get a buttonhole foot. So all of these feet are included with the machine because, again, you can sew, quilt, and embroider with this machine. Perfect. Let's go back to the machine. All right. So we're back at the machine, and I'm going to pull up something else that you might be interested in, and that is the ability to do monogramming. So I'm going to come here to our fonts. So you can see that there are 10 different fonts built into this machine. Now, monograms are a very common thing that people love to do with their embroidery machines. So let's put up a monogram. I'm going to make it about a medium size, just a variety of letters. Set those on the screen. So a monogram, of course, would have the middle initial larger, maybe spread out a little bit more and centered. We can do all of that with the font editing that we have. So I am going to press right here. It says font edit. Excuse me. Let's spread these out a little bit. Okay, that seems pretty good. Then let's make the middle one larger. So I will go to, I'm going to go to, to this screen. We're going to move over from the L to the B. And we'll go to the B, and we'll make it just a little bit bigger, just enough to identify it as a monogram. Now, the only thing I'd say is still missing here is that letter B isn't centered. So if we press OK, and then we're going to use the knife tool. So the knife tool will allow us to cut between each of the letters. And now we can edit each of those letters separately. So I will select the letter B, and then I'm going to move it down and center it like you might see in a more traditional monogram. Excuse me. So that's how easy this is, honestly, to be able to use the built-in fonts to do monograms which is such a really common usage for machine embroidery. All right, excuse me. So nice tool. You can see that you have a lot of editing options. We can always combine and add. So I'm going to go ahead and add to this. So if you want to personalize something, maybe with, excuse me, one of the Minnie or Mickey designs, going to pull up, let's try this one. Might be big for the whole hoop. See how they fill up the whole hoop? They really do. Let's see what else we have. How about this design? Perfect. And I'll set that on the screen, and then I'm going to move it up. And I really like this combination because it actually kind of looks like it's sitting right on top of the monogram. In all honesty, I think that's pretty cool. Now let's go ahead and take this to the end and press embroidery. And then you can see exactly how it would stitch out. Now with this machine, you do see how many stitches are in each design, how long it takes to stitch out, and the number of color changes. So really a lot of things you can do here. You can move backwards and forwards, change colors. So I love this a lot, and you can get a lot of use, I think, out of this. We haven't shown yet, let me go back to the home screen. I haven't shown you exactly how you could get the cake design out of the machine and into the ScanNCut. So I'm going to go back to that design. Okay, back through again. Oops, I went a little bit too far. So here we are back at the cake design. Now, when you have an applique and you want to open it up in the ScanNCut, how do you get it there? What do you do to get it out of the machine? All right, so what we need to do is use this little pocket. So I'm going to press the pocket key, and notice I have two options for saving. One is to the ScanNCut, or sorry, one is to the machine, and one is to a USB drive. And that's this button right here. So I'm going to save to the USB drive. And now I'll take out my USB drive, and this will go straight over to the ScanNCut, and I'll plug it into the ScanNCut, and I will instantly be able to access my cut files. So actually, I mean, it just does so much. Let's head over to the sewing side. So what that was telling me was that, let me push the sewing menu. I can't have the embroidery machine on when I'm looking at the sewing stitches. So I'm going to press OK. I'm going to quickly turn this off, remove the embroidery unit, and turn it back on. So just keep in mind that when you are removing and turning on and off the embroidery arm, then you need to turn your machine off. All right, perfect. Here we are on the sewing side, not embroidery. You'll see that it does tell us which foot we want to use. We can make changes to the width, the length, anything you would normally expect to see with a sewing machine. So here you can see as we move through the stitches, some of my favorite are the ones that say P, and that is for piecing, so that you can get a perfect 1/4 inch foot or 1/4 inch seam allowance. So that's one of my favorites. The Q is for quilting and decorative stitches. So you can see then that we'll move back to the other, or back to the beginning. So all of this is part of this machine. I'm going to go back to the front of the machine. Something we didn't really talk about is what is here on the front of the machine. Most of the buttons here are for sewing. This is a reverse. So for sewing, this is a needle up down. This is a scissors button, and this is a sewing speed. And it's kind of common, people will say, oh, I have a speed button here so I can adjust my embroidery. But actually, this is only for sewing. You wouldn't be able to adjust your embroidery there. And then it has a start-stop button. And you can use the foot pedal that comes with the machine, or you can use this button to sew. And honestly, I frequently sew with the start-stop button. So that kind of gives us an idea. Now, one tip I would have, and that would be when you are doing, let me move this forward. When you are changing your needle, and I know I didn't just do it now, but when you are changing your needle, there is a button here, and it has a picture of a presser foot with 2 arrows. If you press that button, this will lock your machine. So notice now I know it doesn't matter what button I push, this machine is locked. And the idea is now I can't accidentally press needle up down. I can't accidentally press something on the screen while I'm changing a needle or while I'm changing a foot. So this is actually a very, very nice safety feature. You'll see it on many Brother machines. And if you weren't sure what it was, then that's what it is. Let me show you the back. On the back is the important part for quilting. And on the back side is the button for dropping the feed dogs. So you can absolutely free motion quilt with this machine. You just need to be able to, you just need to turn around or even just reach back here and turn off or turn down the feed dogs. So you can see this really is quilting, sewing, embroidery, all three, all in one. There's a lot of features on this machine. It is 15 pounds. So it is not a heavy machine. Let me just sort of pick it up here. I'm not super heavy, but 15 pounds and a small footprint. And again, I would have to say the sewing table for me was one of the features that really sells me on this machine when it comes to sewing, because you really can get so much accomplished when, as you all know, when you're sewing, piecing, doing garment sewing, having this little bit of extra space over on the side. Oh my goodness, it makes a huge difference. Excuse me. Yes, 15 pounds. Someone was just asking about that, and it is very light to take to a quilt group. So if you are in a guild and you do volunteer work and sewing where you would like to have a small machine and not have to bring in a really large, you don't have to bring in large suitcase and, you know, etc., then this could be the right machine for you. And I will come back here to the screen. But I have seen a lot of people ask really great questions, so I appreciate that. So that gives me the opportunity to talk a little bit more about this machine and what you can do. So whether it's a travel machine or whether you're new to embroidery, you really get the whole package with this machine and you don't have to give anything up. So I love it. And I really just love that it has 125 built-in embroidery designs. And oops, I have this written down. I don't want to forget and say it wrong. 125 built-in embroidery designs. 45 of those designs are Disney plus the 10 fonts. So there's really sky's the limit and you can have a really fun time with this machine. And we'll see if there's any more questions. Dropping the feed dog was one.
Hey, Heather.
Hey, Jane.
Fantastic demo. I mean, people are going crazy. Yeah, feed dog was one.
Mm-hmm.
You brought in your ScanNCut file and you worked on this machine. One of the questions was, would that ScanNCut file work on another brother machine?
Yes, you can do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I know we're talking about this machine today, but so many people have different machines and they're like, I love this feature and I want to do this.
Yes.
Love it. How many stitches again?
How many embroidery? 125 built-in embroidery designs. 45 of those are Disney.
And it stitches out 850.
Oh, true. I had to write that down because it's never something I can remember, but I'm pretty sure I have it. 182 built-in stitches. Is that what they were wondering?
I think it was like stitches. Well, no, that's good. Okay. I just keep writing down questions. It really, I love the idea that it's compact and portable. It's lightweight. It's sewing, it's quilting, it's embroidery. That generous workspace. You said it. That was what sold you.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. You know, it's funny how sometimes it's the little things, because this machine does so much and, you know, maybe other machines do similar, but when you have the opportunity to throw in those little, what do you say, Jane? More
is more and less is a bore.
That's right. I mean, this machine is more is more. I mean, you're getting the hardcover case, you get the table, you get to embroider, you get to sew, you can lower the feed dogs and quilt. I mean, to me, those little things keep adding up on this machine.
And it really does. And then you take it on vacation and take it to the clubs. The question was, how many stitches per minute is what?
I believe it's 850. Sorry, I don't think I some of these things we have a lot of things to remember, and I try to make notes, but I do believe it is 850. I'd have to double check.
Well, hey, Heather.
Hello, Blaine.
Surprise, surprise.
Did you mean to have Jane?
Well, I think her system crashed or something. She went away, but there she is. She's back on now. So let's bring Jane back in to talk to you.
So I don't know what happened.
You know what? It's this hour, because a similar thing happened to me Tuesday.
I'm like, all of a
Time of
sudden, I
day.
was like looking to read the thing, and it was like, it said log in, please. I'm like, what do you mean log in? I'm right here. We're just having a conversation. I don't know if you covered how many stitches per minute, but
I believe it's 850. I'd have to double check. I want it.
I think it's 850. Yeah, okay. I think so too, because I didn't write it down either. But Heather, great demo. I'm going to just review all the great features of the NS1750D for everybody and tell them how they can get it. Because what do we say? More is more and less is a bore.
Less is a bore.
And so that means you need to have multiple brother machines, because this is the one that you can take on the go while you have your other one sitting in the sewing room.
Absolutely. Perfect.
Heather, you're awesome. It's so great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
All right, everybody. That was Heather Banks. She is a brother educator and telling us all about the amazing brother NS1750D. So let me tell you how you can get that. We'll put the full screen up so you can see the beautiful picture of it and all the details. And I'm going to tell you. It is a sewing, quilting, and embroidery machine. It's doing all three in one portable machine. She talked about it. 15 pounds only. Perfect if you love to bring your machine on the go, wherever it is that you go. Look at that price. Okay, special Hoop Fest pricing for you. So that price, $699.99, slashed in half, or not in half, slashed for special Hoop Fest pricing. We'll get to that in a minute. 181 built-in stitches, 10 styles of one-step auto-size buttonholes, 4 sewing lettering fonts, 125 built-in embroidery designs, and that includes 45 Disney characters, 140 frame pattern combinations, 10 embroidering lettering fonts. You got that color LCD screen. It's a 3.2 inches. You got the auto thread cutter, the advanced needle threading. We love that. It's a 4x4 embroidery area, generous workspace. And because it also sews, you get a bunch of sewing feet. You get the zigzag foot, the monogram foot, overcasting, zipper foot, blind stitch foot, buttonhole foot, and the embroidery foot. So much going into a little machine there. It is a beautiful machine with that great workspace. Sewing, quilting, embroidery, Hoop Fest special pricing. Get it today. Call 800-401-8151 or just head over online, smplive.tv for more info and to find out what that special Hoop Fest pricing is. Because you know Blaine, he's always giving us a special Hoop Fest price. So that is the NS1750D.
Hey, I'm going to try, Jane. I'm going to try to give him a really, really good price on these because, hey, at $6.99, that price is already a bargain. And we're going to beat that for the Hoop Fest special. So
for all three of those things, yeah, that's amazing.
I know. I mean, you're getting a great little machine. So, well, hey, Jane, we're going to keep rolling this out, and we're going to actually transport all the way to Wisconsin. And we are going to go to the Aero headquarters, and we've got Lynn Mayers back, and we have Harley Thomas, and we are going to talk about some more Aero cabinets. So welcome back to the show, guys.
Blaine, thanks for having us again.
Hey,
I'm Harley. This is Lynn.
I'm Lynn.
We're going to go through some cabinets again, Blaine.
We're excited. Hey, man, the cabinets are flying off the shelf, and chairs are flying out of the warehouse. So
yes, they are.
We're ready to see, because I know we've been covering a lot of different things. But what are y'all going to do this hour or this 30 minutes?
This is going to be a 30-minute powerhouse again of small spaces.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about cabinets that have a compact footprint for your home that you can use in a multi-purpose room. You might have it in a bedroom. When you have guests come over, put it away. So we're going to cover a breadth of product. I think we only have 4 and a chair. So 5 things, Blaine. So I told Kennedy to get ready.
Get my second win. And again, everybody that's watching out there, that you say, "Well, I don't have room for a cabinet." Now we're going to show you that you do. So y'all take it away.
You got it. Thanks, Blaine. Appreciate the intro.
Thanks.
So Lynn and I are going to cover 4 different cabinets and a chair.
Right.
So
we're going to do the Wallaby, the Bandicoot, the Judy, my favorite, the Kiwi, and our chair.
And the featured chair today this afternoon is the cosplay chair. So we'll do a close-up of the fabric later. It's really cool.
It's fun. It's super fun.
So with that, Lynn, I'll have you start talking about
the Wallaby.
The Wallaby.
The Wallaby is one of our signature cabinets from Kangaroo. Absolutely love this cabinet. it has a couple of really key features. There's 2 colors it comes in teak and ash white. It sits on the heavy duty casters, so this cabinet can be moved around. It has an amazing quilt leaf off the back. It's 25 inches. I could lift that up, but I'm not sure you could really see that, but it's 25
they'll
inches.
See it.
All right.
I'm going to show how big it gets because it gets awfully large.
So you have a wonderful workspace here. So I'll talk about the other most important thing is
it's about 6 feet by 5 feet when we get everything up.
Right. But that's the 5 feet going from this left edge here, which
Correct.
gives you wonderful left side support for those larger projects. And then I don't want to get too far ahead of me because I have to focus on this 3-position hydraulic lift. It is like the thing that sells these cabinets are these 3-position hydraulic lifts. Goes into a storage position, a flatbed position, which is where we can move our project smoothly over the surface of our cabinet.
You can actually show it right now what flatbed
You're gonna make me sit down. I'm not going to get up off of this chair.
No sitting.
No sitting. All right. So I'm going to sit. I don't know if you can hone in on this, Ethan, but here is your flatbed position. The whole surface is flush. The insert, which I think is non-negotiable, I'll take this out, will fill in the space. And now I'll get out of the way. We'll fill in the space between your machine and the edge of this cabinet. So again, I just think it's a non-negotiable because this is what gives us that ergonomically correct position for our wrists. It allows our projects to flow smoothly over that workspace without snagging or dragging. And it just completes this wonderful work surface that you have to sew on. So 6 feet by 5 feet. The quilt leaf itself adds another 25 inches. The magic will happen when we fold this down. But before we fold it down.
And we have storage in the doors.
Exactly.
Lots
There's room for
thread
33
storage.
spools of thread. And it has that amazing cubby. So again, tools, notions, things that you like to keep close. It also, what are you doing? Has a drawer, a soft close drawer underneath this left side.
What's
here.
that light on top, Lynn?
Well, funny you should ask. We didn't even rehearse this.
No, what is the light on top?
We really didn't rehearse this.
So-
This is the daylight light. I absolutely love daylight. It is an amazing illumination for your work field because if anybody's been like me where you struggle to see, this will do it. And this comes free. Did I say free?
Free.
With the Wallaby cabinet. So daylight light, I can't say enough good things about them. It's also compact. So I actually have one of these that I use with my handwork. So I want to show the drawer underneath here. It has a cubby for a serger or just even another project box.
It works really well because
Yeah.
you've got room for your serger you can put there, plus the soft close drawer.
Right. the
And
soft
Pockets
close
is
drawer.
hiding in there.
Pockets is hiding in
Kennedy,
there.
Pockets is hiding in there.
He makes his way around to all of our kangaroo cabinets.
He does.
So we have that. And so we do have place for the serger. We have the 33 spools of thread. We have the really deep cubby and that 3-position hydraulic lift. Again, I showed you the flatbed position. We're going to go into the
The
storage.
Wallaby is a great cabinet.
I love it.
It's a great, I know you love it.
Yeah. It's
the one we're giving away in the prize package, actually.
get out.
For
We're giving- I
Sewing
didn't
Machines
know
Plus.
that.
This is their prize package. Yes.
Am I eligible?
No, you're not eligible.
Oh, wow.
Blaine, I don't think she's eligible.
Nice try. So here it is in the storage position. And then for you garment sewers, we're going to bring this all the way up into the free arm position. So your arm of your machine is free and you can do hems. I'm trying to think what I did, waistbands. So I'm going to put this all the way down into the storage position.
So did you start here when we started selling cabinet number 1 since we've sold over 2 million cabinets?
Well, seriously, I'm old. I'm not that old.
Okay, I was just checking. So I'll probably get hate mail now. Write in the comments if you're unhappy about my comment about age. So we've sold over 1 million cabinets, most of them ready to assemble, which means they come out flat pack in 3 or 4 boxes and you assemble them. They're pretty easy to put together. You saw Sarah here yesterday. Sarah's been writing the manuals.
She does an amazing job.
Lynn has put many, many cabinets together.
I have, and Sarah has made my job so easy. Those
So
instruction
easy.
manuals, I am super impressed with her.
The Wallaby's
So-
available in what colors, Lynn?
I said,
You
teak
did?
and white. You
I'm
did
just
not
trying to
have
hit
your
it
listening
again.
ears.
Well, I'm a guy. What do you want? My listeners.
So we do have a wood well that goes over the top of this also. So again, when we have that quilt leaf popped up in the back, you have 25 inches of that. You've got 1.5 feet here. So you've got a really large workspace with this wood well that goes over it. And I'm in the process of closing this down. And here's where I think the magic happens, because you have guests coming over. You need to convert a spare room into an entertaining area, a sleeping area, whatever. It goes from 5 feet by 6 down to, what does it have? 3.5 by 2.5, I believe. Catch me up on that. I'm pretty sure.
I'll tell you exactly what it goes down to.
3.5 by
front
2.5.
to back when it's closed, it's 42 inches wide and 19 inches deep. So it's not even 2
So it's
2
1.5.
feet deep.
Yeah, it's like 1.5. Okay, I stand corrected. And so again, and it locks. Again, the important thing about that is if you have little fingers that like to get into your things, you can lock this cabinet up. It's nice and secure. It's a nice home-friendly footprint.
Heavy duty casters.
All those things, a 3-position
Lifetime
lift,
warranty.
My favorite, lifetime warranty. An amazing cabinet for the price, and the footprint is
Enter
awesome.
to win the grand prize at SewingMachinesPlus.com for the show.
And I should say the lift opening on this, again, I would say
Yes.
measure your machine, but it accommodates 90% of those machines. So like even your 11-inch throat space, this cabinet will do that, because the lift opening itself, I think it's 23 3/4 by 12.5.
That is correct.
So see, I got that number right.
Then here, I'm going to put this out for you.
All right, this is our Bandicoot. So we'll say goodbye to the Wallaby.
I'm actually going to move the Wallaby back over on that side.
All right, so we're going to say goodbye to our Wallaby.
Say bye, Wallaby.
Not for long, not for long. I love the Wallaby. He's not going to go too far from me. And we're going to bring up the Bandicoot. The Bandicoot's available in 3 colors. We've got gray, we've got teak, and we've got ash white. I've got the gray here. It's one of our new colors. I think it's really beautiful. So this one is going to open up to, correct me, Harley, but I'm going to say 5 feet by 1.5.
I like how Lynn guesses at the size. Do you guys like it that Lynn guesses at the size? I think it's kind of funny, actually. Open, yes, it's 60 3/4 by 17 3/8. So that would be just over 5 feet.
All right, I'm going to go into my victory stance. Yes.
You can do your victory stance.
I love
yes, you
these
can.
cabinets, and I love talking about them. And I go to the shows, and
I
I get to meet
know.
all you wonderful people out there. I mean, this job isn't a job. I love it. So again, this also has your covering for your
Yes, it
lift
does.
opening, because it also has that 3-position hydraulic lift. So much the same with the Wallaby. It has a nice compact footprint. It sits on heavy duty casters. This happens to come in 3 colors: your ash, your teak, and your gray. So the Bandicoot is great cabinet, very convenient for everything. It also has that 3-position
It's
lift.
a slightly smaller opening
Slightly
than the
smaller.
Wallaby.
Right. I think it's in,
So we
it's-
call it our A10 opening. So
Right.
it's 20 3/4
Mhm.
wide and 11 inches
right.
front to back depth.
So again, it's important to measure your machine.
Let's show them how to measure. We're going to pop it up.
I can, yeah. So here it is in the storage position. And I'm going to move this up. I'm going to bring it past that flatbed, and I'm
Sure,
going to bring it up
you
into
bet.
free arm. So when you measure your machine, you want to go from the edge of this bed, or it's like, here's your throat space. You want to go from this far end past your, I think they call this the flywheel. I just call it my
Do you not
hand
use
wheel.
it? You just call it your hand wheel?
No, it might be a flywheel, but anyway, now you can write in the comments, Lynn, it's called this, but you want to measure here, and you want to accommodate for the power cord. So that's like another 1.5 inches. So basically from this edge to this edge, and you accommodate for the power cords. If your machine will fit into that 20 3/4.
Yes.
It fits into that footprint and 11.5 deep, I believe. You're going to be golden with this. So absolutely perfect. The thing that it has also is the storage. Now, it doesn't have 33 spools, but it does have room for 20. So you've got 10 on each side door, which I think is great, because who doesn't love thread? And then you have the—
Can you have enough fabric? Are you done buying fabric, by the way?
No, my
Are you ever
stash is
done?
growing. We don't want to talk about that. That's our dirty little secret.
that's
That's
not
not
the
going
right
to
one.
fit the wrong
That's the wrong one.
opening. Mhm. No, we do not talk
Oops.
about my stash. Some of you out there can maybe rival me, but I keep adding. And it's pretty bad when we have some fabric around here and I can look at that and I go, oh my gosh, that's Alexander Hendry. It's the Gasleys. So you also have 2 shelves here. So again, I like to keep inspiration books around because I don't know, it just rejuvenates me. It's like, oh my gosh, I can see it in this fabric. I can do that. So I do keep some reference manuals and inspiration books. So you do have 2 shelves for that, or extra notions. You have 2 deep cubbies. So again, whatever you need close at hand, it's convenience, comfort and convenience all wrapped up into this beautiful little package.
Very space saver. It's really a great size.
Right.
Again, when it's open, it's
5 by
just
1.5.
over 5 feet wide.
But when it's closed,
it is only 30.5 inches.
okay, so I would translate that into a little over 2.5 by 1.5.
Right.
I
That's
don't
what
do
I would
inches
do
very
too.
well.
So that's the Bandicoot.
So this is the Bandicoot.
Blaine has a great smoking hot price on this one. So low he can't even talk about it. So they're going to have to call to get the special.
Wow.
And it's an amazing special.
Yeah, this is a great little cabinet. I mean, what makes this one is that compact footprint. It also is wonderful with the 3-position lift, comfort, convenience in this nice little bundle. You've got room for thread storage, cubbies, reference manuals, et cetera, et cetera.
I think I know someone at Sewing Machines Plus that has this cabinet. Someone's wife has this cabinet. We won't say who. All right, let's just move this off to the side. We're going to bring up the next cabinet.
Okay, so that's the Judy, right? So
That's the Judy.
We said goodbye to the Wallaby. We're saying goodbye to the Bandicoot.
Bye, Bandicoot.
And J-hooks.
I'm going to put Bandicoot over there.
Okay, I want to just close this up really quick.
You got it.
And then we'll bring in the Judy. So a slightly smaller footprint, but
We did say the Bandicoot comes in 3 colors, like 3 times, right?
I think I might have.
I haven't seen any questions yet, so that's good. That means we
It's
hit
gray,
all the
white,
stuff
and
we're supposed
teal.
to answer because we're always afraid we're going to miss stuff.
Okay, but we're going to take away one color. The Judy comes in teak and ash white. It has a slightly smaller footprint than that Bandicoot.
It does.
but-
It is only, when it's closed, it's only 25.5 inches, so just
So
over 2
2.5.
feet
Yeah.
by 17.25.
Yeah, so I want to say, like 2 feet by 1.5.
2 by 1.5. Yes.
Right. And this one offers you a lot of the same comfort and convenience that the Bandicoot does with that slightly smaller footprint. So what you have here.
And this is in the Aero Classic Sewing Furniture line.
Right.
The other cabinets we've shown you are in the Kangaroo Sewing Furniture line.
So we have the same size, which is really important. This is the same size lift opening as the Bandicoot. Right. So we showed you how to measure. It's 20 3/4. Correct me, Harley.
That's
by
correct,
11
by
and
11.
a half. Okay. So
And it holds 55 pounds.
Yes, all of the lifts do hold
That you're showing
55
today.
that I'm showing right now are 55 pounds. So that's going to accommodate all of the machines, as far as I know. They all would.
Yeah, the
fall
big
within
Solaris isn't going to fit in that. It's too wide.
No, then we're
But
going to
that's
talk
okay.
about those larger ones, and we'll do that later.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
We're going to say with small footprint.
That's right.
I'm going to keep you on
Tomorrow.
track. Tomorrow. So we do have that insert that goes with it. It doesn't go with it. It's an additional, but I said for me, it's a non-negotiable. You need that to fill in that space. We're going from storage with the Judy. I'm going to bring it up into a free arm so you can see that. It exposes the arm of the machine right here. And I am going to bring it down now. And now it's in that wonderful flatbed position. Again, ergonomics, comfort, convenience, a smooth surface that your
So in comfort, so longer. That's the whole theme. That's the whole theory.
I'm pretty sure
that
I
your
know that
fabric is
catchphrase.
nice and smooth.
So in
Nice
comfort
and
is so longer,
smooth.
and we do kind of baby our projects. We want to make things go smoothly because there's so many times when we sew a seam together that we don't get it right. We don't get points to match. We don't get our seams to match up, and we just want to. So we want to make sure that we have all the other things in place so that we can minimize those mistakes.
That's
A
right.
Flatbed sewing surface will help with that. Believe me. And this, again, you do have some storage in here. So convenience, you can put your rotary cutter, your scissors, your seam ripper, things like that you want to store. It'll fit into this nice deep cubby down here.
And you might have an accompanying storage piece along with this, or this is designed to be in a multi-purpose room.
Yeah.
Or if you could be an entry-level cabinet.
Right.
It'd be really great for that.
A second cabinet.
A second cabinet,
don't like to
absolutely.
give of our machines, and we have the first one we've ever sewed with. That might be me. This is a great little cabinet, and I've got mine set up for my granddaughter. So yes, this is a wonderful cabinet.
That's right. Your granddaughter, you have one set up so she can come over and learn with
yes,
with
I'm
Gigi.
teaching her. I got my grandson, but he's a little bit farther away. But yeah, absolutely. Heavy duty casters, teak and ash white. The Judy is an amazing little machine. I'm a machine, an amazing cabinet. It fits a lot of your machines. Again, measure your opening.
You could put a serger on the side panel if you wanted to.
You could.
I mean, you could do that. It won't. The serger, I guess you could if you lifted it up in the.
I actually was talking to somebody about a serger. You could use this as a serging station.
You could. Yeah,
you could.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's deep. It's 20 3/4 by that 11 and a
by
half.
11 and a half. So if your serger fits
really,
in there, it really would be a great place to keep it instead of going up.
Absolutely. So yeah, you could simply do that. I don't happen to have a serger that's next on my list, but we won't get into me. We'll stick about you guys because it's all how you sew, what makes sense
Jared
for you.
says
and
tired of using the dining room table.
Absolutely.
Lynn
Jared,
used to use the dining room table.
I did.
No pockets. Well, that's true.
That's
this one
true.
does not come with pockets.
No, this is
That's
in
why
the
you don't
arrow.
see them there.
So we're going to fold this down because I've got another cabinet to go through. So Judy, that's pretty much it. We've got the 3-position lift. We've got a nice compact footprint. We've got storage in the door. We've got heavy duty casters, teak and ash white. Judy pretty much offers you everything you really need for a convenient small footprint.
It's a really great cabinet. It's one of my favorites. Sewing Machines Plus was sold more than anybody else in the country of the Judy cabinet last year.
I like Judy for just for the compact features of it. I have to admit, I'm kind of more partial to the ones with the quilt leaf, but these are amazing cabinets for your.
It all depends on what you do. So
what
they're
you
all
sew.
a little different in what you sew and how you sew.
If you don't, it absolutely are in your needs, and anything is better than the dining room table. Anything is better than the dining room table. So here I go with the Kiwi, and I guess I would have to say, I love this. It's a great complement for any one of our cabinets. So if you look at the Judy, you look at the Bandicoot, you look at the Wallaby.
Set it right to the side.
This is the same height as our cabinet. So it is a nice seamless little flow. I can sew 95% of my block construction on here. So I'm not talking my initial cuts for those big projects, but I'm talking 95% of my block construction.
Okay.
I can do it on here. Sit it right by my sewing machine. When this is completely opened, it is 3 by maybe a foot and a half.
Just under 3 feet. It's 34 3/8 inches by 21 1/4. So if you get your piece of paper out and are drawing the diagram like Blaine's going to ask you to do later, draw your room and then he'll tell you the sizes, and then you can manage and try to figure out, how am I going to get all these cabinets in that one room? You know the answer to that.
Wheels.
2 rooms.
Oh, I
or a
was going to
she
say heavy
shed.
duty casters because these will move around
That's
so
what
you can
Jane's done.
configure them.
Jane's definitely done that.
Well, what we have here is the Kiwi, a great complementary piece to any one of the cabinets that we've shown you. It has a dedicated pressing surface, a dedicated cutting surface. So again, when I talk about 95% of my block construction, I can do it on here. I'm simply sitting at my machine. I've got to cut the dog ears off. I've got to cut those half square triangles. I have to do a little bit of pressing so I can move on. All can be done here. It has 4, we're going to move this back so you can actually
move
see
it back just a little
all
bit.
these wonderful drawers. I can't
Ethan, the
talk.
cameraman, is going, why are you moving stuff?
Because we have to show these drawers. So I'm going to lose my, oh, there we go. Now it's up. Now I can move it a little bit more forward.
He'll zoom in.
Okay. So we have, again, pressing, and we have cutting, and we have 4 drawers.
What's secret about the top drawers?
Harley, this is where the magic
I'm trying to
happens.
help you.
I keep
Okay, the magic
telling
happens.
You. I keep
You know, you
telling
could do this without me, actually. I'm
No, I
probably more
need
of a
you.
distraction.
I need comic relief.
Okay, good.
So here we go. This has 2 dedicated thread storage drawers. So, and these are removable. So if you have thread storage in a different location, we can never have enough thread storage, but these can be used for any kind of need that you have. So they're typically, we have our thread storage in here. So you have 2 of those. But again, you don't need that. Move on and you can put something else in there. You have a third one for whatever else.
Soft close drawers. Full view.
Full view.
Or full extension to some. So it comes all the way out. You can actually see what's in there, not have to bend over.
You don't have to worry about what's in the back of your drawer.
Right.
You can actually see them. These will come out. I am looking at the back of this drawer right now, and you can see everything. So I'm not even going to tell you what you can put in here because I'm sure your brain is already going, gee, I could use that.
I could really use a kiwi.
Well, I love the kiwi. This drawer down here, Pockets is hiding.
He's just hiding in there.
Again, running amok.
Slam that drawer, Lynn. Slam that drawer.
All right.
Look at that. Soft
close,
full view drawer.
What
Wonderful.
What I love about this back or this bottom drawer, the deepness of it, I can put my iron in there. So if I do want to fold this down to its compact footprint, which is 1.5 by 2.
You mean when it's closed?
When it's closed.
When it's closed, it is only 17 1/8 wide by 21 1/4.
So am I correct? 1.5 by 2, right about in there.
Sure.
So
I'll give you 1.5. That'd be 18 inches. We're at 17 1/8. So I'll give you 18 inches. That'll work.
So anyway, when you do want to fold it down compact, you have people coming over, multi-purpose, your iron can fit in there. Anything you like to keep upright. Like I have my best press and I have my tools all in there. So how am I doing?
We are doing wonderful. Now we want to talk about the featured chair.
Okay.
Do you want to sit in the chair or you want me to sit in the chair? Because I'll run the camera if you sit in the chair.
I'll sit in the chair. But I am going to say goodbye to the kiwi now. So
bye, kiwi.
I mean, they're all my friends.
They can stay there probably.
Okay.
It's probably fine.
They're not going far. So Wallabies over there. We've got the kiwi behind us. Bandicoot, Judy, all really great cabinets for those small.
Because we have to get back to Blaine so we can tell everyone about the great deal. So
all right, back to Blaine. But we have, not yet, we have the chairs. This is called Wicked Cosplay. What I think is so fun about it, it has skulls. And I know it's like they're subtle. They're really different. So they're they're a little bit
step back
edgy.
a little bit. It's just kind of a cool, almost looks florally.
And let's show you this, because this is another cool little feature. It has the two little, I don't know if you can see that, two little eyes. There it is. And
It cut in the base, right?
Yeah, cut in the base. All of our chairs, 18 to 22 inches, so they are adjustable.
Adjustable height,
A 5-star base, so that it's very, very sturdy. You can't, I cannot tip over. I had an old office chair that I did tip out of very frequently. Not this. I can drop things on the floor and I am stable. So 5-star base, 360 spin. You've got this
look at that spin.
Amazing lumbar support right here. So again, muscle memory, it trains you to sit in the proper ergonomic position. And you have, wait for it. Here it is, your hidden storage.
We're going to get a new candy bar.
Well, the Hershey, I mean, I'm kind of partial to Snickers, but this isn't bad.
It's not bad. You know what's bad? We're not giving Blaine enough time to talk about the great deals.
Okay. So then I have to get going, and we are going to turn it back to Blaine.
We are going to turn it back to Blaine.
Chair. Love it.
Blaine, what do you have for all our listeners? We've talked about the Wallaby, the Kiwi, the Judy, and the Bandicoot, and the Wicked Cosplay chair.
Well, I'm going to take a big, deep breath, Harley, and go through every single one of them because they all got some great pricing on it.
Yes,
and
they do.
Again, thank y'all so much for the demonstration.
Thanks,
Thank you, Lynn and Harley. And again, thanks Arrow for being one of our sponsors. But guys, we're going to start in. We're going to show you all about that Wallaby. And this one, it comes in the white ash and the teak in the colors. And it is a great looking one. Kyle is putting it up right there right now. The normal price on this is $15.99. We actually have a show special on it. So you have to call in to get the price. And we're also going to throw in that free D40 smart lamp with it, which is $125 value. But guys, let me tell you, again, we're going to do our little exercise. Draw your little triangle on your notebook, on your piece of paper now. And I want you to draw a big triangle, or not a triangle, a rectangle. I want you to draw a big rectangle and then a smaller rectangle on the inside of it. So that smaller rectangle is going to be your opening for your machine. So on that outside rectangle, here we go. The closed dimensions are 42 3/4 wide by 19 inches deep. So it's not very deep at all. And when you close this thing up, it's only 42, just a little over 42 inches wide, almost 43 inches wide. When you open it up, it's going to open up to 70 inches by width and 59 inches deep. Again, guys, these things are only about 30 inches tall. And that opening, it's an A7 opening. And so that opening for your machine is 23 3/4 inches wide by 12 1/2 inches deep. It's a hydraulic lift in there, and it's going to lift sewing machine all the way up to 55 pounds. And again, guys, this thing has, it comes in the 2 colors, and I can't say enough about this. This is a great, great cabinet. Call us now, right now, at 800-401-8151. If you look at those measurements and it'll fit in your room. Again, you got to think about it. If you're stowing it away all closed up, it's not taking up much room, and it's made to where you can roll it out into the center of the room and open it all up and have plenty of room. You can go right now to SMPlive.tv and just find today's products and click on that Wallaby 2 cabinet. It'll take you right to the product page. If you have any questions, we have live chat agents on the website as well. And we are all going to be shipping this free to you nationwide. And we also have 0% interest financing. All right, the next one up was that Bandicoot. So the Bandicoot, it comes in oak, white, and gray. And again, guys, this price is $9.99 is the normal price. We do have a Hoop Fest pricing on it. Special, you have to call in, and we're going to do free shipping. We have 0% financing available as well. And again, guys, if we're going to do our little rectangle exercise, the dimensions when this thing's all collapsed and closed up is only 30.5 inches wide, 17 inches deep. And when you open it up, it's basically doubling. It's going to be a 60-inch wide cabinet, 7 inches deep, and it's going to be about 29 inches high. That opening for your machine is going to be 20 3/4 inches wide by 11 inches deep. And it's a hydraulic lift. It's going to support machines up to 55 pounds. And when you're measuring your machine, remember, you gotta allow for the hand wheel all the way to the other end of the machine to make sure it will clear when it's going up and down. Okay. And the next thing we had was the Judy cabinet. And then that Judy only comes in white. And it is $3.99 is the regular price. We do have a show special on it. And again, guys, it is the 3-position lift, hydraulic lift. It's going to have the storage with it as well. And again, guys, let me give you the dimensions on it. When this thing is all closed up, it's 25 1/4 inches wide. It is 17 1/4 inches deep. It's going to be 30 inches high. And when you open this up, it's going to open up to 50 3/4 inches wide by 17 1/4 inches deep. So again, guys, it is a great, great cabinet. It's not going to take up very much room in your sewing studio at all. And it only comes in the white color now. This one's only in white. And then last up was that Kiwi cabinet. Now that Kiwi is an awesome little accessory to go with it. It's going to come in the gray, the ash white, and the teak. And again, this Kiwi, it has the ironing pad on it. You're going to get the cutting mat with it as well. It's $4.99 is the regular price. We do have it on special again. You have to give us a call for this. Free shipping nationwide plus 0% interest financing available. And when this is all closed up, it's 17 1/8 inches wide by 21 inches deep. So it is an extremely small little cabinet, like one of those small file cabinets. But when you open it up, it's going to open up to 34 3/8 inches wide by 21 1/4, and it's about 30 inches tall. So again, guys, all great cabinets from Aero. And then last but not least was that chair, the hydraulic lift chair. And the one they were featuring today was that cosplay with the skulls on it. But we got 10 colors to choose from. The normal price on these chairs are $2.99. Hoop Fest pricing, we're going to beat that price. Again, you got to give us a call. It is a call-in special. But those chairs, they raise from 18 inches to 22 inches. They have a 360-degree swivel, a weight capacity of 300 pounds. It has that star base on it with the casters. So it's going to give you great support. You're not going to have to worry about falling over if you're having to pick something up off the floor. And that seat, the width is 18 inches by 16 inches deep. So it's got a great big seat on it, great lumbar support. And again, another great product from Aero Cabinets. So let's bring Jane back in.
Hi, Blaine.
I have to take a big, deep breath after all that. Man, that was a lot of products.
Me too. I was like, geez, I want them all.
We are. And hey, you've got a great a product coming up next. And a good buddy of mine is going to be teaching it. And can't say enough about her, but we're going to let you introduce her and go in with her products.
Well, that's great. Thanks, Lane. I am honored and privileged to introduce her. Your good buddy, Ashley Jones, is an inspiration consultant for Dime. She is a licensed teacher and runs her own embroidery business. She is here to share her fine-tuned techniques when it comes to embroidery. Please welcome to the show, Ashley Jones. Hey, Ashley.
Hey, Jane. So very nice to meet you, and I'm glad to be here.
It is lovely to meet you too, and I'm happy that you're here. I love your backdrop. It's just so fun and bright. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. We could all use some brightness every day of the week, right?
Absolutely. Next to your sunny disposition, and then we add the brightness into it. Okay, I'm losing my tongue here. I'm going to let you run with it and take it away, Ashley Jones.
Okay, thank you so much, Jane. So, hey, everybody, I'm Ashley Jones from Dime, and you guys probably are familiar with Dime's Snap Hoop Monster. That is our most popular magnetic hoop, makes hooping so easy, and Eileen actually shared that with you guys on day one. So, I'm actually going to take it a step further. I'm going to show you our sticky hoop, which is another Dime hoop, but I'm going to compare it to the magnetic hoop so you guys know the differences. So, if you have questions along the way, make sure you're asking. I love to answer your questions. So I've got my hoops under my camera. So if we could head over to my shared screen there, then I'll be able to show you my hoops. So there we go. So I have on this side my Snap Hoop Monster. That is Dime's magnetic hoop. It is a hoop that attaches to your embroidery machine the same exact way that your standard hoops do. So the machine recognizes it. But instead of having an inner ring that we have to recess, this actually has a magnet that magnetizes to the metal base with your fabric in between. And that holds it in place for embroidery. Now, right now, because we're not stitching, mine has this protective shield. It's how we store the magnetic hoops just to make it easier to separate. Now, if you have questions on Snap Hoop Monster, I'm happy to answer them. But Eileen did a fantastic demonstration on Monday during Hoop Fest. So you can definitely check her out over there. But I'm just kind of want to show you some differences, but then I'm going to focus on sticky hoop. So sticky hoop is a flat metal hoop that does not have a top. So it still attaches to your embroidery machine the same exact way that your standard hoops attach. And it is meant to be used with adhesive stabilizer. So sticky hoop is useful for any adhesive stabilizer that you need to use for embroidery. It does come with adhesive stabilizer, and I'll show you that in a moment. So that's the differences in what we're talking about. So Snap Hoop Monster and Sticky Hoop. Now I'm going to set Sticky Hoop aside just for a moment and show you that Snap Hoop Monster also comes in not only the version for the single needle flatbed, but we do have Snap Hoop Monster for multi-needle embroidery machines. That's your Baby Lock and Brother multi-needle embroidery machines. It works the same way, only our magnet is actually underneath. So Snap Hoop Monster for multi-needle, you can see that this is definitely looks like your standard hoops. It fits into your machine the same way. The magnet can actually go underneath or on top, depending on what you're using it for. And if we have time a little bit later and anybody has questions, I'll maybe show you that. But I just want to show you the differences. Now, sticky hoop is meant to be used with adhesive stabilizer. The reason, and I know some of you guys are thinking, well, it looks just like this, so why can't I just use the base of my Snap Hoop Monster? Well, the reason is because Snap Hoop Monster has these really nice suede strips on the back. Those protect your embroidery machine from the metal hoop going over the bed of the machine. Okay, so these suede strips have a purpose. If you go sticking adhesive stabilizer on the back here, you risk damaging these, and then it won't be as nice for your machine. We want to keep our really expensive machines looking great, right? So if I flip Sticky Hoop over, you can see that Sticky Hoop does not have these suedes. It's a solid metal base that is meant to receive adhesive stabilizer. So that's the differences between the two hoops. Now let's move on to Sticky hoop here a little bit more. Now, when you get your sticky hoop, it actually comes in a ton of different sizes. So I see somebody already says, looks like Sharon says, are sticky hoops for all brands. We do have sticky hoops, Sharon, for Brother, Baby Lock, Pfaff, Viking, Bernina, and Janome. So check with Sewing Machines Plus. You'll let them know the model of your machine, and they will let you know the availability. Also on their website, when you select a hoop, there is a compatibility chart down below. And so you can look to see all the different sizes we have for the different machines and the different models. So make sure that you're paying attention to the model. So when you receive your sticky hoop, it looks like this. And you can see the sticky hoop in this package does not have these rulers. So in this package that's all together, you're going to get your sticky hoop. And on the back side here, it actually comes with 25 sheets of a pre-cut stabilizer that are pre-cut to fit the size hoop that you're getting. And it also comes in the package with the adhesive rulers that you will apply to your sticky hoop. And that's just going to help you get things lined up in the hoop. Okay, so let's apply our stabilizer here to the sticky hoop and kind of play around with that. Okay, so I'm going to grab a piece of the stabilizer that came with it. You can see that it is the absolute perfect size, so I don't have any waste. Now, if I I certainly could cut pieces off of my roll, but this is such a time saver. So for sticky hoop, you're going to separate your two pieces of your stabilizer. This is our release paper, and this is the sticky part. And I'm just going to set that aside. I'm going to flip my sticky hoop over, and we're actually going to apply the stabilizer to the back of the hoop. How easy is that, right? So now my sticky hoop is ready for my item, whatever I want to embroider. So you're going to use sticky hoop for things that are hard to hoop or you can't get in your hoop. So let's go over a few of those. So for instance, this coaster, this is a fabric coaster. This would not fit all the way in the edges of my standard hoop or either my snap hoop monster. That was my smallest one, which was my 4x4. So putting this on adhesive stabilizer was imperative. So it's perfect for my sticky hoop. I stick that down, take that, embroider it, and then I'm going to rip it away. This is a tear away adhesive stabilizer, so it is going to rip away from your item. Something else that you might want to use for your sticky hoop are things that are like napkins on point or things like this. This is a little drool bandana for a little toddler. And so you're able to place this down so that you can get to the area where you're ready to embroider. Now, this is not a hoop tip, but let me give you an embroidery tip right here. So this particular bandana is one that I bought, and it is 2 layers. It's terry cloth on the back, and it is a kind of a terry cloth type on the top there as well. So when I put this down to my adhesive stabilizer, only the bottom layer is stabilized. So make sure that you do some sort of basting from your embroidery machine, or if you have a basting file, baste that. That's going to hold these 2 layers of fabric together while you're embroidering. So that's just a little extra tip there at no additional charge. So, but this is a great item for your sticky hoop as well. And so let's see some other things here that I have. So have you ever embroidered on a pocket? Now, this is a pocket that I actually created and embroidered on, but you can use adhesive stabilizer to stick down a pocket. A really easy thing to do with your pockets is to take it off of the shirt and leave usually this top corner here or either here, whichever direction you're going. And then when you put it back on the shirt, you have something to line it up with. But things like this, pockets, collars, guys, cuffs, that's another great use of sticky hoop. What about this? If you were going to embroider on this little luggage tag here, it has this front flap that's perfect for embroidery, and you could just stick that down. Now, I have a lot of extra room here, so I could certainly embroider something in the top part of my sticky hoop, but then use this part as well. That's going to be the most use of your stabilizer. So we definitely want to make sure that we're being conservative, right? So in this area, you certainly could do something else. Another thing that I use sticky stabilizer for is embroidering on ribbon. Now, once you get your rulers placed on here, this is going to help you get things aligned straight in the hoop. And you can see I can go directly from my 1 mark to the other side on the 1 so that I know that I'm straight in the hoop. Now, one thing I will point out, these rulers do come to you in centimeters, but don't get hung up on that. The centimeters are not for measuring. You're not going to use your hoop for measuring. You're simply going to use these marks to help you get lined up straight in the hoop. So that's the biggest tip that I can give you with these rulers. So don't get hung up on it that they're not inches. And so this is a great tip. So I see a question that's moving there that says, why haven't I ever thought of embroidering on ribbon? I agree. I love embroidering on a ribbon. It makes beautiful personalized gifts. You can embroider on ribbon and put it on cotton webbing. You can embroider on ribbon and put it on something like this and make a key fob. So you could embroider on the ribbon and then sew it to your webbing if you want, or embroidering on webbing for like collars, straps, things like that. Another great use of sticky hoop there. So tons of different things that you could do. I have a couple of other examples here, and then I've got some other tips for you on the stabilizer there. So let me move these out of the way. Just a few things that you could do. Here's another really good item. So this little zipper like jewelry case, round jewelry case, it's got a padded top here. And when we use this in our sticky hoop, again, I'm going to press that down, but there's actually several layers of fabric here. So I would use your embroidery machine feature, or your if you have a basting option in software, then certainly use that to baste these layers together. So, and then somebody says, what size stabilizer would you use for a 6x10 sticky hoop? The same size. So your hoop, that's a 6x10, that's the sewing field. So the hoop, the stabilizer is actually a little bit larger, but if you're ordering the refill packs, if we call it 6x10, that means it fits the 6x10 hoop. And then Valerie, newbie, says, what is the largest sticky hoop? So Valerie, we have, it depends on your embroidery machine brand and model, but we have sticky hoop as large as I think a 9.5 by 14, maybe even the 10.5 by 16. So we make them really big. So, and the one I'm using here, Michelle, yes, it's a 4x4 sticky hoop. So, so yeah, great size. But we do have larger as well. And actually, let me show you some of that also. So I'm going to grab my 5x7 sticky hoop. 5x7, I think, is my most used hoop size, whether it's sticky, snap, or standard hoop. So I'm going to flip this over and let's put our adhesive stabilizer on the back. Now look at the back of my hoop, guys. It's a mess, right? So every time you put a piece of adhesive stabilizer on the back of this hoop, it's going to leave some residue, but don't fret. That's exactly what this hoop is for. So I don't normally clean that off unless it gets, you know, like a really thick buildup. So I've got a little wrinkle there in my stabilizer, so I'm just going to smooth that out. So I put my stabilizer right over that residue and it holds just fine. So Linda Hilliard says 5x7, my ideal size. I totally agree, Linda. You can do a lot with a 5x7, turning it the opposite direction. So 5x7, great for some of your larger items. So what about things like this? Slippers. These spa slippers are great to embroider on, and I can just place that down here and here. and get 2-in-1 hooping. Now, one thing to remember with your hooping, and then somebody says, what do I use to clean it off? Carolyn, I don't clean that off regularly, but when I do, I use something like, you can use like some wet wipes to kind of clean it off, something to help dissolve that. I've used Goo Gone type items, you know, like a solvent. I know you can use like mineral spirits, things like that, but whatever you use, just make 100% certain that you have that cleaning agent removed completely from the back, because you want to make sure your stabilizer sticks to the back again, and that solvent doesn't transfer to your item. So that's the other item. So somebody said, what's the best type of ribbon for embroidery? I've actually embroidered on quite a few different types of ribbon. The satin ribbon is probably the most challenging, but grosgrain is actually really easy. Even your wired ribbon that have like a sheer organza look to them, you're just making sure your design stays within the ribbon and doesn't hit the wire. So yeah, that's embroidery on ribbon, really fun. So, and so let me show you another tip here on the sticky hoop. So I've actually got a 6x10 sticky hoop here. You can see I keep getting bigger and bigger. Now look what I did. I have one thing embroidered in this large hoop. So I embroidered on this sock, and I just put a little initial on the sock here, and you can see that it just rips right away. How cute is that? So another great use of your sticky hoop. Now look at all this stabilizer that I have that is definitely, I don't want to, you know, miss the opportunity to use that. And so I actually can patch that. So if you save your scraps of your sticky stabilizer, and I actually don't need even this one to be this large. I could cut this down to a smaller piece and save this. And I'm just going to patch that. So this is the same adhesive stabilizer that I had a piece that I used to cut cut apart and patch in the past. Oh my gosh, the hardest part is separating the two. So what you would do is just flip it over to the back and put that down right over the hole there. And then when I flip it back over, I've got this one little piece. So I'm actually just going to stick that down. So now I can actually use this entire piece again. So this is a 6x10. So this is a great size. I can put a ton of things in here. Now, let me give you another tip here. When you are doing embroidery with your regular standard embroidery hoops or with your snap hoop monster, your best embroidery is going to be when you use the size hoop that's closest to the embroidery, because you get something that's kind of like, we call it flagging, where there's a lot of bouncing around, the fabric gets loose. With your adhesive stabilizers stuck to the back of sticky hoop, that actually is not as much of an issue. So this is actually an exception where you can actually put a lot of smaller designs in a large hoop. So I love this, like I did here with that little monogram on these cute little lemon socks. So for instance, napkins. So you can actually put multiple napkins in one hooping. So I've got 3 napkins here all marked where I want to land my embroidery. And so what you can do is actually place these down in your hoop one at a time. Okay, smooth that out. Take this to the embroidery machine. My positioning sticker is going to help me with lining that up. So I'm going to line up my design with that positioning sticker because that's where I want my embroidery to be. I remove that sticker and then I'm going to stitch my design. Once I'm done, I actually leave this in the hoop and just fold back the very end of the napkin. You can use some painter's tape or some paper tape to hold that out of the way. But you're going to go ahead and take the next napkin and do the same thing. So take a look at this. So I can now put another napkin right down in that place. And I've got a ton of room here. I actually could move that back. I bet in this size hoop, depending on the size of my monogram, I could probably get 4 napkins. So smooth that out. Take that to my embroidery machine. This is where my design will be positioned. So I'm going to line that up with my mark. Once I get my design where I want it to be, I always remove that, stitch the design, and then you're going to just pull back just this part right here, right up to the embroidery. Again, you can tape that if you want, but I do find that the next napkin kind of holds it out of its way. But look at this. I mean, talk about conservative, right? And using every bit of the stabilizer for your project. So that's 3, but I absolutely think that I could probably get another napkin in there for sure. But use up all that stabilizer, and we all like to be conservative, right? We like to make sure that we've got as much extra cash to spend on our machine and our other goodies. So just a nice way to use your snap hoop monster here. So this one that I'm using is the 6x10. Again, it comes in so many different sizes. It depends on your machine brand and model. And so on Sewing Machine Plus's website, they do have a compatibility chart, and I bet you their staff is extremely knowledgeable about which ones will go with which hoops. So, but just to kind of show you here, I was working with the 5x7, the 6x10, and we did the 4x4 in the very beginning. And each one that you get comes with 25 sheets of pre-cut stabilizer that are specifically sized for this hoop. So remember, when you're selecting the refill packets, choose the size for the hoop. So we've cut those the perfect size to fit each of these hoops for you. So any other questions out there? So I do see that Catherine says, will this method work with my snowman sticker on my Stellaire? Catherine, absolutely it will. The hoop itself, it's going to attach just like your standard hoops does. And so you're going to use your snowman sticker if that's what you usually do. And then I see, it looks like Christy Shell 615 says, can I use that with my stabilizer that I've cut? And the answer is absolutely. You can. So you don't have to buy refill packs. You can cut from your roll, but it does come with 25 sheets to start with, which is really nice. And trust me, once you start using those pre-cuts, you are going to absolutely love that it's already the right size and you can cut it. It's a huge time saver for sure. So do you guys have any other questions out there that I see? So do you use the paper tape for? So Jane, I'm just reading. I hope that's okay.
I love it. I'm reading right along with you, Ashley.
So Nana 31331 says, what do you use the paper tape for? So paper tape is something that I use. There's different kinds of tape that you can use in the embroidery process, and paper tape, like medical paper tape, is one that I use to kind of hold things out of the way or tape something to the back of the hoop. There's also specific embroidery tape that I know that Sewing Machines Plus has too, that's low adhesive, that doesn't leave residue on your item. So just some sort of tape to hold that kind of out of the way to make sure that your parts and pieces don't fall and accidentally stitch into one another. So yeah. So any other questions that you guys have, then let us know. I think I kind of have them covered, Jane. So I think so. I think
you did a great job. I mean, you follow along and you're like multitasking because you're talking, you're demoing, and you're reading. I love it.
Yeah. Which is quite tough, as you know, to keep up, especially when the comments are moving so fast. But it seems like they liked Sticky Hoop. I know it's one of my favorite. I don't always use adhesive stabilizer. I don't know about you, Jane, but it's definitely not my first choice. But it does have it is necessary from time to time to hold something small or something that's impossible to get into our hoop.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I love sticky stabilizer. I love it. And in fact, I love it so much that throughout this entire week, I'm like, okay, you overlove it. You need to stop using it and just be an equal opportunity stabilizer person. Yeah. But no, I actually love it. And I love seeing what you're doing with it and everybody else this week, because it's like kind of sort of different than what I do, but it's really fantastic. Your knowledge is like, you're a wizard.
Oh, thank you. Well, I just, I do this every day. This is my job. So you definitely learn a lot when you do it regularly. So I do like sharing any tips and tricks that I come across, because if something that I've learned can benefit others, it's always nice to be able to share that.
Yeah, it's so great, and you're a great teacher too. I mean, this is why I'm hosting, because I'm a terrible teacher. But it's so much better for me to ask the questions and then have you guys teach us. So I'm the right arm extension of everybody that's sending in the comments. So Ashley Jones from Dime, amazing presentation. Everybody go out, get the products. If you have more information or you need more information, we'd love to have you on speed dial, Ashley. Really,
Absolutely. Well, Blaine has me, so if you call Blaine and you need me, I know for a fact that he can get to me. So absolutely call him. I love answering questions because then I know that if you're getting your question answered, you know you're getting the product that you think you're getting. And I think that that's very important. So, and I know Sewing Machines Plus is fantastic customer service. So I know they take great care of all of their customers. So I know they'll all be happy.
Ashley Jones, everybody. Thank you so much, Ashley. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks.
I mean, she is just a gem. Wow, that was fantastic. I mean, I'm glued. I could have let this go on for another half hour, except that Blaine would probably fire me. So we'll stop there. Anyway, if you have any questions or you want more information on any of the products that you've seen on the show today, just call 800-401-8151, or of course, head over to smplive.tv. This is day 4 of Hoop Fest, and I'm not talking about basketball. I am talking about embroidery hooping. So what a great day so far. I can't believe, I mean, I don't know much, but I do know that today is flying by. So I'm going to bring Blaine back in so we can chat a little bit and say hi. Hi, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane, and you know, one thing about, you know, Ashley's just awesome. And, but if y'all want to see more of Ashley, we actually have a Dime block party that's going to be a free virtual event on June the 24th, coming up really quick. It's going to be on our Facebook, so go to Sewing Machines Plus Facebook page. It'll be live on there, so you can check the event page on our Facebook page for the times and all that. But Ashley will be on there, so you need to come, and it's totally free, so you can get a ton more of Ashley, which they call it the Dime Block Party.
I love it. I love it. And Blaine, everyone, we are going to be texting you, so you could text Ashley, and then you could just get back to us.
That's quite all right. That's quite all right. Well, hey, Jane, it is 3 p.m. We have got our last presenter and our last product for the day, and then we're going to be here tomorrow all day. But hey, we're going to continue on, and we'll see you here in just a little bit.
Okay.
But guys, we are going to do the SWF, the one you've been waiting on, 15 needle, and we have Garrett McMahon again from SWF back in. So Garrett, welcome to the show.
Hey, Blaine, nice to return for my second day. I know this is the 4th day of Hoop Fest. I know Dylan did the first 2 days, but I cut him out of it now, so I'm doing the rest of the week.
Oh, good deal, man. I know that everybody's super excited about the SWF 12 needle and this 15 needle. And again, man, we're so happy you are here. And, you know, SWF's a platinum sponsor. We sure do appreciate that. So we're going to let you get going so you can tell everybody how many awesome features on this 15 needle.
For sure. Yeah, no, we're excited to be a platinum sponsor for you guys and be able to bring our product to your customers and really show off what they do. I know 30 minutes is not a very long time to show off everything that the machines can do, but we'll jump right into it and just see if we can show you guys kind of a brief overview of our control panel, how easy the machine runs, basically where it fits into businesses. So the first thing I'll hop into, customers are wondering whenever they order a machine, setup time, how does the machine come? Is it hard to set up? Is it hard to learn? With this machine and the 12, we kept the customer in mind whenever it came to setting the machine up. We don't want our customers to have to be stressed out the day that it arrives and have a long, lengthy setup process. So all of our machines come pre-threaded through the tension base and the needles and everything. The only assembly on this machine, because the thread rack is already assembled as well, the only assembly on this machine is to mount it, the control panel to the machine, and then the stand the Sewing Machines Plus is throwing in on this sale. You do get that, and that's about 5 parts to put together before you set your machine on the stand. So literally that is all of your actual setup to get the machine to the point that we have ours at right now. It is a 110 volt, so any house plug, whenever you bring it into your house or your craft room, wherever you're going to have it, everybody should have a 110 volt plug. Very low amperage as well, so you shouldn't have to have a separate circuit for it. But like I mentioned, it's pre-threaded through the head. So whenever we bring it in, we have it set up to this point. all we have to do is tie a knot to the existing thread with our thread that we want to replace the colors with. And what that leads to is we don't have to manually thread through all of this to go ahead and get our designated or our specific colors we want on the machine. The one thing to rest assured, if you don't tie the right knot or you can't get that done, the one thing you can do, everything is directional here on the head. We have a very good diagram in the video just in case that knot does come loose or something. You will have to manually thread it, but it's pretty easy. Like I said, everything is directional. We have a diagram in the video on how to do it. So you follow that, it's a breeze and you get down to the needle. With the thread path, we do have the light on the front of the 15 needle and the 12 needle as well. Because it doesn't matter how good your eyesight is. Whenever you go to thread a machine, if you can't see the needles, you can't see them. So this light is just a nice feature. You're able to lift it out of the way whenever you're getting through the middle part of the head if you're threading here. But once we get down to the needles, we can flip that down and it illuminates all 15 needles. So it doesn't matter which one we're actually threading, we're able to see it very easy. So essentially that's the setup out of the crate. When you get the machine, you look at a lot of hoops and stuff that you want to unbox and set on your table and kind of sort those out. We'll get into the hoops here in a minute. What I'm going to do, Kyle, if you want to zoom into the control panel, this is the other feature that we're always excited about with our machines. Is this control panel? It's a 10.4-inch LCD display. It is Wi-Fi and USB. So the really cool thing is a lot of machines, which almost every machine nowadays is a USB, to where you just take your USB, like one of these here, put your design on it, plug it into the back of the panel, and you're able to input a design. So that's all cool and everything. That's a great process. But now our panel here, this one is a Wi-Fi panel. So what that means is you can connect it to your home network, your business, wherever you have your machine set up, if you have Wi-Fi available. And then you're able to seamlessly send designs from your computer straight to your machine. So that's another cool feature. It allows us to do like software updates and all that from your computer. So there's a lot of support related stuff that takes out of it as well. But I'd like to get into the control panel as far as the features and everything on here. If you guys should be able to see that there, yeah. So even though this is the same panel that's on our industrial machines, it has a lot going on with it. There's a lot of information sitting there. So some of our customers, whenever they do get the machine, they're a little bit feels like a daunting process to learn, or just a little bit stressful to look at. The really cool thing is it's only four buttons to actually run the machine from startup. Now it's a very advanced panel as far as the features that it does offer. But again, it's very simplistic to where if you need to learn it pretty quick, you can. And then there's still a lot more to learn, but you can kind of pick those steps up as you go. So I'll just get into it, basically how to bring a design in, how to change the settings on it, pick your colors, and kind of break it all down to show everybody how simplistic it is. Then we'll do it real time as well. From there, we'll go into our photo stitch and freehand stitch feature. So this is a really cool feature that we'll get into where you're able to draw on the screen with the stylus that's included with it. But for now, let's go ahead and load a design, and we'll show you how simple that is. So we have our USB already plugged in the back. Hit our design button, go to our USB, and then it's going to load all of the designs that we have on here. It's going to show us a small picture of what it looks like, to where you're not just relying on the names. You can also visually see what design is which. So grab a design here. Go ahead and save it. And then from there, we can load it in. So as soon as you load it in, it brings you up to the information screen of that design. So instead of you guessing where you need to go next for the next part of the design, it actually brings you in and you can see all the information about the design, the angle, the sizing of it, how many colors, how many trims, the name of the design again. Like I said, it shows you everything about the design. So it's actually very informative as soon as you get into the design. If there's anything we want to change about it, the buttons are right here. So we can go to design. If we wanted to flip this design and put it on a hat or put it on like a sleeve or something and needed a specific rotation side to side, we could do that. Everything is standard. Is going to be a 0 angle is how the machine brings the design in. Like I said, though, if you wanted to change it, you change it right here. It's very easy. We'll go ahead and leave that alone since it would be running on a shirt. To load your colors, you hop in here to needle. That's going to load your design in. And the really cool thing, how I mentioned the pre-threaded and you guys getting your thread on the machine, all of this is a visual process as well, because once you get your cone from the back of the machine, every single number has a color patch behind it that you can customize. So in this case, on our machine, we have yellow on 2, blue on 4, orange on 5. So instead of guessing on the back of the machine where each individual color cone or color of thread is on the machine, all we have to do is look back here behind each number, and we can see exactly what color we have on there. And then the cool thing, as you're selecting it, you're not guessing which layer you're selecting. So on the screen, if I pick I'll pick a brighter color so you guys can see it. So I'll do like an orange, blue. So whenever we get to the end of this, it'll actually show you. One sec. Let's go all the way to the end. So go ahead and close that out, and then we will load it. And basically, it'll show you what the design, like if you go to like the float button or something, it'll show you what the design is going to look like with the colors that we already selected. So it shows you where you're putting each color, but then if you want to see what the full picture looks like, you can use that button and just see with the different layerings what each color does, and as it adds to. It's a really nice feature to make sure that your color sequence is correct. So like I said, I broke it down pretty quick. We've already got the design in. We've selected our colors. We've checked our rotation. The last step to do before we were actually going to run it would be go ahead and trace. And basically what that does is it gives you a good gauge of where the design is going to be inside of the hoop or your location. So the first thing is just making sure you're safely positioned inside the hoop that you've selected and the size of the design fits it. The secondary thing a trace would be used for is if you're looking for exact placement, like a pocket of a t-shirt, you're looking to get placed right above it, a bag, something like that, that you need to know exactly what the design is going to run. That's where we'd use our outline or our trace. So the cool thing is all of our machines come with the outline feature. So we always recommend using the outline feature over the trace, because outline draws an exact pattern of the design to where you see every little bit fine detail that goes in between and shows you where exactly on their garment the design is going to run. So a trace does just a square box around it showing you kind of the size of the design. But like I said, the outline is the much more preferred. It's a little bit slower process, but it gives you an exact location. So we'd hit start, and that's going to do its thing and show us the gauging on the hoop. So that would be how you get a design fully ready to run. Like I said, I'm going to go through it just real time without really explaining it and just show you how fast it is. Go to design, go to our USB if the design I want to pull in, copy. Go ahead and select one we just loaded. And let's say we do want to put this one on the hat. I'll go ahead and rotate it just to show you guys. So rotate that 180 degrees. Hit OK. Close. Go to our color screen. Select our color sequence. And then we'll hit load. So really, once you get to know the control panel, it's a very, very quick process. You can actually see now that the SWF logo that was right side up is now upside down, ready to run on the hats because we flipped it to 180. So really, the next step there would be to trace. Once we like the positioning on the hat that we're going to be running, you hit start and you're good to go. So like I said, it's really, really easy. The control panel we'll get into a little bit deeper here. I'm going to show you the freehand stitch. But right out of the box, there's 4 or 5 simple steps that you guys can take to physically bring a design in, load your colors, rotate it if you need to, and then trace it out and run it. So the cool thing, we'll do the freehand stitch. So we'll go to the same design button where everything's located. You have your memory, you have your USB. This is called your SES. This is your smart embroidery system. So that's going to have your photo stitch and freehand stitch. We'll hop in there, and basically you can blow the screen up to make it easier, and you can get finer detail to do your drawings and stuff. On this one, let's do a smiley face. So we grab our stylus. I'll grab a little bit of a bigger design. That way you guys can see it a little easier. We'll grab the color that we want. In this case, we'll do orange. And I do apologize. This is not my dominant hand, so it might not look the best. Add a nose to it real quick. Alrighty, so you can see there once we do our design, and you can literally draw anything. A lot of our grandmas and stuff like that, they take and put their kid's hand on there and you can trace it out. You use this feature if you want to sign like a quilt block or if you want to sign your quilts or something. That's what you would use it for. But you can see kind of what the design is going to look like from there if we're happy with it. Hit the blue X, and then now it has become a design. Hit the display button, hit load. And then you can see now it's on the screen. So that's just another really cool feature that you guys are able to use to customize. And it's a self-supported machine, so you don't have to have a specific software or anything to do this. It does it inside the control panel. Walking back into the control panel as well, as it has a I know we've been saying 490 million stitch count capacity. They've actually upgraded the industrial side of our machines, but they went ahead and brought that to the Consumer Pro model as well. And if you actually look up here, I don't know if you guys can see that really small number there, but it's actually a stitch count capacity of 2.4 billion stitches, and that is B with billion. So this control panel is huge as far as its storage. So if not saying you can't fill it up, but if you do fill it up, you'll have a ton of designs in there. So basically that is the control panel overview. Like I said, there's a lot of other things you can do with this control panel. We won't have enough time to get into it today, but I'll maybe get more into it tomorrow. Kyle, if you want to go ahead and pan out, I'll show them the hoops that come with the machine as well. So the really cool thing with all of our machines, we have an industrial background, so we're all about speed, basically faster change out times and just keeping the machine running constantly. So the really cool thing with the MAS 15 here, I know Blaine and them have a really good sale going on. I'll get back to him so he can get that introduced to you guys. But just to walk you through the hoops real quick, you get 6 sets of flat hoops. So I'll show you the sizes. This is a 4.25. So you get 2 of those. You're going to get 2 of the 5.5s as well. That's a 15 centimeter. And then you get 2 6x6s. And that's going to be an 18 centimeter. So those are like your round hoops for left chest logos, bags, kids onesies and stuff. And then we start getting into the larger hoops as well. So you're going to get 2 of the 12 by 12 or 12.3 by 12.3. So that's a pretty good size jacket back and full front hoop there. You're going to get a 16 by 10. So a little bit larger width-wise, but your up and down is a little bit smaller there, but this is just a wider hoop for you. And then this is the one that we're really excited about because customers were always wanting a bigger hoop to go with our machines and just kind of make the sewing field a lot larger. So now you can do, this is an 18.11 by 11.81. So this gives you a lot larger sewing field than your standard 15 needle machine in the Consumer Pro market. So we're really excited about that. The cool thing that we do, and I mentioned each set of hoops, so you get 6 sets total, but each set of hoops incorporates 2 hoops per size. The reason for this is whenever you're running your machine, this machine here is auto thread cut, auto thread detect if it has a thread break, auto color change. So once you get the design completely read into the machine and you preset your colors and know the placement of it, it's very automatic from there, and there's not a lot for the embroiderer to do at that point. So with the 2 hoops, it's really nice if we're doing multiple of the same logo or on the same type of material. We can go ahead and grab our second hoop, and while that one's running, we grab our secondary hoop, go ahead and hoop it up. As soon as this one's done, all we do is we pull it off, and then that one would be done. All we do is if this one was blank, we grab our second one that we just already pre-hooped, throw it back on the machine, and then we would continue that process until that multiple piece job was done. So whether it's 2 pieces or 10, you just keep that process moving And that saves you a lot of time, even if it's only 1 to 2 minutes per design. You got to think about that if you're starting to run a small business or you're doing that for your customers. That's something that saves you. You don't even think about it, but it saves you a lot of time going down over a year or 2 years. So, Blaine, I'll go ahead before I hop into the cap driver. I know that's part of you guys' sale, and you guys are excited about that. So I'll pass it back over to you. Go ahead and walk them through your sale, and then once you pass it back to me, I'll walk them through how cool the quick change cap system really is.
Okay, sounds great, Garrett. Excuse me. Well, guys, excuse me, got a frog in my throat. Yeah, excuse me just a second. All right, so I think we got it there, Kyle. So, guys, this is the SWF 15 needle embroidery machine, and the regular price on it is $14,999. Guys, we going to beat that price with the Hoop Fest special. Free shipping right to your door. Now, this is going to come by road freight. It comes packed in a big crate. And the stand is coming with it. It's going to be packed inside. And we are also going to throw in the cap driver and 2 frames. And then all the hoops that come with it, we're going to double that hoop order. So every hoop you get, you're going to get 2 of them. You are going to get a 4x2 or 4 1/4 inch round hoop. You're going to get 2 of those. You're going to get 2 of the 5.4 inch round hoops, 2 of the 6.6 round hoops, a 12.3 times 12.3 square hoop. We're going to give you 2 of those. And then that huge hoop, the 16.7 times 10.9 inch hoop, we're going to give you 2 of those. And that thing is massive. Hey, this has an embroidery speed of 1,200 stitches per minute. Now, the machine's going to weigh about 250 pounds because, guys, you are getting an industrial machine here. They have just put a a Consumer Pro interface on it. So it has the same screen and interface as the 12 needle to make it very user-friendly. But you're getting a workhorse. You're getting a true industrial machine here. It's all metal, so it's a 250-pound machine. The stand's going to weigh about 70 pounds. So it will take a couple people to be able to move this thing around. It has a design memory of 490 million stitches, which is unbelievable. Has a USB port, LCD full color panel. And guys, again, this thing runs off 110 volts. Just your regular plug-ins at your house will run this. No special wiring needed. It's going to plug right in. And again, the dimensions of the machine, to give you the footprint, is about 28.7 inches by 28.6. So if you can just imagine a square box there, about 29 inches by 29 inches. And then it's going to be 60 inches tall. So again, guys, a great, great machine. Like we said, that embroidery field is a 16.7 by 10.9 inch, and it has a cap sewing field of 14.1 times 2.95. So when we talk about 180 degrees of embroidery on the hat, that's just about ear to ear. Most home machines will not do that. Only your commercial machines will do that. This one will do that. So you can embroidery on the side of caps, all the way around the front. You can do a lot of things with the cap. In that cap, it comes with that quick change cap driver with the 2 frames. So you're going to get a total of 12 hoops that come with this. And naturally, you're going to get free lessons. We actually have a Zoom class that you can sign up for to get free lessons on this. And you're going to get a full, manual, tools, and accessories. And so again, guys, 1-800-401-8151. We have some 0% financing available, and you can go to smplive.tv, look at the products we've had on the show today, and click on that 15 needle SWF. It'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it right there. If you have any questions on it whatsoever, we have live chat agents available as well, can answer your questions. So let's go right back to Garrett.
Hey, Blaine, that's a great sale you guys have going over there. I know you mentioned the cap attachment that comes with it. So this is our quick change cap system. This is patented to SWF, and I'll kind of show you what makes it special. So with any traditional cap system that you get with your machine, if your machine even allows or accepts a cap system, you have to pull off your tubular arms, or your hoop arms as people call them, and replace it with your cap driver. So basically what that means is you pull your arm or pull your hoop off, pull your arms off, and then you have to keep track of those bolts because the bolting system is completely different from the cap system. So there's a lot to take care of. There's a lot of moving parts. There's tools and everything incorporated in there as well. So we've really streamlined this process with our quick change cap system. So the old system probably took about 5 to 10 minutes. 5 minutes if you start to get fast with it, 10 minutes on average. So I'll go ahead and lift this hoop off here, pull it off, set it to the side. And then actually I'm gonna grab their hoop to show you. So if you look at your standard flat hoops, you can see the bracket that it mounts to the arms with on both sides. Our quick change cap system actually has the identical bracket on both sides, which that's what allows it to be a completely toolless system that just snaps right on. To where it takes the switchover process from pulling your hoop off to putting your cap system on down to or from about 5 to 10 minutes down to about 15 to 20 seconds. So all you do, this does rotate. All I do is get it lined up with the needle plate here. And then we'll go ahead and slide it on in. And you'll hear it click in, and we're ready to run hats there. The one thing I did forget to mention yesterday when I was demonstrating the quick change cap system is this machine comes with a universal needle plate standard. So the other cap systems and other machines, a lot of times you have to pull your needle plate off as well and take your flat plate off and put your cap plate on if you're running caps, and then vice versa if you're going to be running, or if you're running caps and going to run a shirt, you have to switch all it over. So there's a lot that goes into it. Like I said, our industrial background, this is where we try to gain speed. And speed's great for anybody, whether you're running a small home business, you're doing it as a hobby, or you're running real production. You're going to do everything a little bit faster. The great scenario where this fits into a customer, anything home business related, walk-ins like flea market, sporting event, boutique, a lot of machines with the standard cap systems and have to change the needle plate, have to change the cap system. They have to plan out when they're going to run their shirts and when they're going to run their hats. So with walk-in customers, it makes it hard to do that because you have a 5 to 10 minute switchover anytime somebody else wants something different. So if a customer came in and wanted a shirt, you run that. Next customer wants a hat, you do that swap every single time, to where a lot of the time you got to kind of plan out if you're going to run a shirt, a bag, a hat, when you're going to run it. With this process, like I said, it's so simple. There's no tools. It's an easy on and off process, to where you're not having to choose when you run what. If the customer comes in and wants a hat, you put your cap driver on, just like a standard hoop. If the customer wants a shirt or a bag, same thing. You pull your cap system off and put your standard hoop on there. So we're really excited about our cap system. I think anybody that purchases a machine and gets that with it, like Blaine said, this is included in their sale. It's a great value because it's usually about $2,000 additional to the machine. They're throwing that stand in there as well, which is our industrial roll-around cart that goes with all of our bigger industrial machines as well. Let me grab one of the hoops for the cap system to where you guys can see what that looks like. So you are going to get 2 of these round hoops, and these look a lot different than a standard flat hoop that people are used to. And keep in mind, I know Blaine mentioned it, but the huge sewing field on the hats, it's ear to ear. So if you had a huge design that wants to go on a hat, you can do it. If you have a side logo for a hat or a front panel, you don't have to select a specific hoop. This will do it all. So you do get, same thing here, this is your 7th set of hoops. So you have the 6 flats, and then you get 1 set of these. So you will get 2 of these as well, to where the same process applies. You can have one on the machine running, your next one pre-hooped, ready to go, to where there's no downtime from switching from cap to cap. You do get the cap hooping gauge that comes with it in that cap system. This is great because it's very hard. You can't really hoop the cap on while it's on the machine just because the needles are in the way. You can't see what you're doing. The lighting and stuff behind the head's not as great on machines. So this just mounts to any table. You can see here, this thing just screws up and screws down. Mounts to any existing craft table you already have. And then this is an exact mirror of what our cap driver is on the machine. So as you're hooping it up, it has the line to keep everything straight and make the hooping very easy. That comes standard with it as well. So that is the cap system that we do. The one thing I want to go over before we're out of time is the warranty that these machines come with. So all of our SWF machines that we sell, MAS 12, MAS 15, They have the same industrial warranty that our huge machines have. Like our big industrial machines that are in Perry Ellis factories, Nike, Under Armour, they're in a bunch of big production factories. These machines carry that exact same warranty. So that should give the customer a lot of peace of mind, because big companies that are trusting us with factory warranties, this one carries the same. So it's a 7-year bumper to bumper warranty. If something happens to your machine, you can rest assured we have a great warranty to back the machine and get you back up and going. I would also like to mention that whenever we brought Sewing Machines Plus on as a sub dealer of ours to sell our SWF product, we're always leery of, hey, can the customer support our product and represent our name very well? And the answer to that is yes. We were very pleased. Last year when I went out and set Sewing Machines Plus up as a sub dealer, we trained them on our 12 needle. Their techs absorbed the technology and the information very quick. Same thing when we brought the MAS 15 on. There was no doubts in our mind that they could support it because of how fast they brought the 12 needle on. The 15 needle shares a lot of the same components, control panel, technology. So you're in great hands whenever it comes to anything tech related. And the cool thing too, we're very available as the factory. So anything that Sewing Machines Plus may not know or needs help resolving, Blaine and all them at Sewing Machines Plus, they have my cell phone number. They have everybody here that needs a part to help you guys get that fixed up. They have all of our cell numbers to where basically if they can't get it, we're going to step in as the factory. We're going to help you guys out and get that completely up and going. So Blaine, if you want, that's about all I got. I'll pass it back over to you and you can go over your sale. I know we're getting close to 3:30 there. So.
Well, hey, thanks, Garrett. And again, thank you for coming on and doing the demonstrations. I know we'll see you again tomorrow. And got to thank, big shout out to SWF for being one of our platinum sponsors. And they're providing a machine. We're giving one away for the Dream Studio giveaway. So someone lucky viewer is going to win $28,000 worth of product. And part of that product is an SWF 12 needle. So guys, again, this is the SWF MAS 15. And what a great machine. And Garrett did a super job on this. And again, guys, the technology is unbelievable. You can digitize right in the screen. He showed how you could draw on the screen and digitize it and sew it right out. It has the that quick change hat system that is patented. It'll do ear-to-ear embroidery on hats. And again, guys, it has 1,200 stitches per minute. This is a true industrial commercial embroidery machine with a Consumer Pro interface that makes it extremely easy to use. You can link up to 200 of these machines together. So if you wanted to start a small business and grow it and just keep adding machines as your business grows, this is the perfect machine for you. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. The regular price on this is $14,999, but we are going to beat that price. We're also going to give you free shipping, and we have some 0% interest financing available. So give us a call at 800-401-8151, or you can visit smplive.tv and go on the products and click on that, and it'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it. And we also have live chat agents standing by to answer your questions. And again, we're going to throw in that cap driver, 2 frames, and then we're going to throw in 5 more hoops, 2 of each. So you're basically getting 12 hoops when you get this. So guys, what a great package this is. So give us a call and order today. And again, guys, what a great Hoop Fest. I'm telling you what, that was our last product of the day. And, what a great Hoop Fest. And let's bring Jane back in. And Jane.
Hey, Blaine.
What a great day. And I can't believe we got 1 day left.
A fantastic day 4 and 1 more to go, Blaine. I mean, an amazing day. It went so fast. I was just sucked into every single segment and presenter. It just flew by.
I know. And, so like right now, I'd like for everybody that's watching get in the chat right now and tell us what your favorite product you saw today was. And then, what something stood out to you. When Joanne Banko came on, when Deb Donovan came on, if there was something that they gave you a great tip, share that with us if you picked up on something or what you saw that you just loved. It's on your bucket list. So love to see all that input. And Jane, I know that you're not going to be here tomorrow. We're all sad, but we got Denise Wild going to come in and stand in for you. I know you've got to go to a wedding. Matter of fact, you've got to get out of here right now to go catch an airplane.
Yes.
But guys, again, you can keep up with Jane. Go to JaneClauss, CLAUSS.com, and you can get links to her Instagram. You can see all the things that Jane's doing. And again, she's a busy lady, always doing something. So Jane, thank you so much for coming on here.
Oh, Blaine, thank you so much for having me for the last 4 days. It has literally been an honor and a pleasure to be here with you, with the entire SMP team, and all of my friends that are hanging out on YouTube, Facebook, watching and sharing and writing notes. I just absolutely have had the best week ever. I'm sorry I'm not going to be here tomorrow, because I know tomorrow is a big day with the big final giveaway. I will say this. I'm shuffling off to Buffalo. I'll probably be watching on my phone. And if you go to Jane Clauss with a new blouse, it's a double S for extra special.
Well, hey, you know what? We're going to miss you tomorrow, but we got the show will go on.
That's right.
And we sure do appreciate you being here for 4 days, because I know that you have an extremely busy schedule, and to get 5 days or 4 days from you was an honor. And it's always fun working with you, and I know everybody loves you. So anyway, Jane, I know you got to catch an airplane, and thank you so much. And I'm sure we'll see you again real soon.
Love you, Blaine. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you later. Good luck.
All right, everybody. So that was Jane Clauss. And again, go visit her website, JaneClauss.com, and you can catch up with her and see all the links to her Facebook, Instagram, and all of her other pages. And but she had to catch a plane. But guys, we still have some stuff to do. We have to give away some stuff. So we're going to give away some stuff right now. The first thing we're giving away is some of our world famous sewing mats. We have 12 different colors to choose from and 4 different sizes. If you're on SewingMachinesPlus.com website right now, you can actually type in sewing mats, and it'll show you the different dimensions for each size. So right now, we're going to give 2 customers one of these away. Let you pick your color and size. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
Here we go. All right, first one. Karen Butler. Congratulations.
Karen is watching today from YouTube, so congratulations, Karen. Karen, go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down to the very bottom of the page where it says claim your prize, fill out that information, hit submit, and we'll take it from there. All right, Kyle, spin that wheel. Let's give another one of these mats away.
Go. And the second winner is Shane Sews.
Shane Sews. So Shane Sews, go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down at the bottom where it says claim your prize, fill out the information, and email or just hit submit, and that'll give us your information, and we'll take it from there. And Shane was watching from YouTube as well. So now we're going to give away our bag bundle, guys. We're going to give 2 viewers a bag bundle. There's 8 different colors of bags. They're $9.99 each on our website, $49.99 for the pack. They all have very unique sayings on each and every bag. Kyle, spin the wheel.
Here we go. This is for a Fun Phrases bag bundle. Trish Howell. Congratulations.
Trish is watching from Facebook today, so congratulations, Trish. Trish, go to SMPLive.tv, scroll to the bottom where it says claim your prize, fill out that information and hit submit. And that's all you have to do. That easy. Spin that wheel again, Kyle.
Here we go. One more. After this one, we got some sewing machines. Cindy Ball. Congratulations.
Cindy is watching from YouTube today, so congratulations, Cindy. Again, Cindy, go to SMPLive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page where it says claim your prize, fill out your information, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. So, all right, Kyle, we're going to give some sewing machines away. We're giving a Juki 2010Q away. Guys, this is the #1 machine that Juki sells, and what an awesome machine it is. And spin that wheel.
There we go. The winner is Bernadette Evans. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Bernadette. Bernadette's watching from YouTube today, and you just won yourself a 2010 Juki. All right, Kyle, what's our next machine up?
We got a Necky 132A.
All right, so a Necky 132A. Spin that wheel, Kyle.
Here we go. Oh, Joe Boone.
Joe Boone.
Joe Boone.
Joe Boone is watching from YouTube, so congratulations, Joe. So Joe, go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down to the bottom where it says claim your prize, fill out the information, and hit submit.
This next one is from Synchrony. It's your choice of one of these.
Oh, wow.
That's how it works. So you can get some luggage, or an oil diffuser, or a Google Nest Mini. Your choice.
All right, so this is your choice of one of those three from Synchrony Financing. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
All right, here we go. I would choose the Google Nest Mini if it was me. If I won, just saying.
That luggage looked pretty good too.
It did.
Lauren
Lori
Scott.
Scott from Facebook.
So Laureen, right?
Lori.
Yeah,
that sounds right.
Lori or Lori?
Lori.
Okay, Lori. I'm going to let them, they're going to tell me how to say it. Lori Scott. So she's watching from Facebook. So Lori, go to SMPLive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, fill out the information, and let us know which, is there in the notes, they can write notes, Kyle?
Yep, yeah.
In the notes, tell us which one of those three you want, and we'll handle it from there. All right, we're going to give one away, the Aero hydraulic chairs away. We're going to let you pick your color. Yep. Choose one of 10 colors you can choose from. Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go. Mimi Orez.
Mimi Orez.
Congratulations.
Mimi Orez, congratulations. She's watching from YouTube, or he's watching from YouTube. I'm thinking it's probably
one
a
of those
female,
two.
Mimi.
Yeah.
So anyway, Mimi, go to our SMPLive.tv page, scroll down to the bottom of the page, fill out that information, and hit submit, and that's how you'll claim your chair.
And we got 2 sets of quilt blocks, so there'll be 2 winners.
So 2 winners here, 2 sets of quilt blocks. There's 2 in each order. So we're going to give 2 customers 2 of these away, and these are the from Aero to put on your tables to hold your quilts on the table. Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go. Carol Coleman. Congratulations.
So Carol Coleman, she is watching from Facebook. So congratulations, Carol. Go to SMPLive.tv, scroll to the bottom, fill out that claim your prize area, and hit submit. All right, Kyle, spin that wheel again.
One more,
for our second
and that's
winner.
the last giveaway for today.
This is?
Yes, yes.
Woo!
Louise Richardson.
Louise Richardson. So congratulations, Louise. She is watching from YouTube. So Louise, go down to the bottom of the page on SMPLive.tv, fill out the information, hit submit to claim your prize. All right, everyone, that was wrapping it up for day 4 on the Virtual Hoop Fest. And we hope that you're having a great time. And we're going to be here again tomorrow for the last day. We're going to start at, the feed will start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central time. And we hope that you'll join in because we have got some prizes to give away. We're going to announce our winners of our embroidery contest and award them their prizes. We're also going to announce one of you lucky viewers out there are going to win a $28,000 Dream Studio. And we're going to give that away. And so a lot of fun stuff. We've got some great education tomorrow, some great specials on products tomorrow. So we hope that you'll join in. And again, guys, we hope that you enjoyed today. We hope you have a great rest of your night. We'll see y'all first thing in the morning. Y'all have a nice night.